so I can drive the PowerPoint?
Let me, hang on a second. John Carlos, will you be able to?
Here, I can tell you. I can tell you if you did it. Yep, I've got it.
Okay, excellent.
I've got it. So how are things?
Things are good. You know, the timing of this session, it could not be better. We actually, for the month of August, for the first time, we're the #1 in listing volume and units in our MLS. So that was pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting news, man. So we are already in listing momentum. So you're going to have a group of people who are pretty fired up about listings.
I was going to say, it sounds like they already read the material.
They're familiar. They're familiar.
Yeah, that's good. So I see you're utilizing your training room. So I guess you guys can have meetings of what, 50 people, 100 people? What's the rules now?
So it's at 50% of capacity. That's what the rule is in New Jersey. So our training room can accommodate up to 70 people, and so we're going to have about 30 to 35 people there, as long as we are permitted to do that with obviously social distancing and masks and the rest of it.
Yeah.
All right, people are filtering in. I'm allowing them in as they come in, and we've still got a couple more minutes before the top of the hour. But yeah, no, the dynamic in Jersey City and in Bayonne and the surrounding areas is really interesting because there's a lot of movement. You know, you have people leaving New York City. You have people looking for homes in the suburbs. You have people maybe looking at Jersey City as a place to come in that's a middle ground. So there's a lot of sort of dynamics happening right now that we're decoding it as we go, you know?
Yep. But one thing's for sure, they're going to be houses to list and to sell.
This is for sure.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, no, we have agents multiple agents who are currently carrying more listings than they have ever carried historically. So
are they selling?
So that is the operating question, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So it depends. It depends on the neighborhood. It depends on the pricing. You know, I think it varies widely. This is the part that we're really doing a lot of data crunching, number crunching week to week, because you can have a differentiate. You know, one neighborhood to the next. We have these microclimates, so it really depends.
Yeah, but it's still all about price, isn't it?
It is. It is ultimately always about price.
Yep. If it's 300 grand and it's not selling, if you dropped it to 200 grand, would it sell?
Most likely.
Okay. So then the challenge is the skill set. Okay. So the list price should be somewhere between 200 and 300.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the skill set. We all know they'll sell at a price.
Exactly.
The question is not, will it sell? The question is, will your seller do what needs to be done to get it sold?
Mm-hmm.
That's the question. That's the question.
All
I
right.
remember the big crash. We were telling sellers, no problem. We can absolutely sell it. I know there's 14 homes for sale on your street alone, but we can absolutely sell it. Here's the deal. You got to bring $127,000 to the closing table.
Right.
You have any questions?
Right.
Well, I don't have that kind of money. Well, you're not a short sale candidate. If you don't have 127,000, we can't help you because it won't sell. You'll be number 15 on the street, right?
Right.
But I would think in your market, though, prices aren't going down, are they?
No, they're not. They've been holding pretty steady, if not increasing. They continue to go up. And so, you know, that is the good news for the time being.
Yeah. So it's just about fine tuning the price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You don't have any major issues, just fine tuning.
Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 9:01 a.m. and we have an appointment at 9, and we like to be on time, as Diana Kokosta likes to say. So thank you for joining us today. My name is Aaron Lippert. I am the team leader, business development coach at Keller Williams, Jersey City. And it is my pleasure today to be able to host the one and only Gene Rivers. We are going to be doing this via Zoom. And so, we have the advantage of really having the ability to have many more people participate in this session today than we might normally try to squeeze into our training room in one place. This is the magic of Zoom. And so I would just like to say a couple of words about our instructor today, Mr. Gene Rivers. So Gene and his wife, Rebecca, started in 1992 in Tallahassee, Florida. Is that right, Gene?
Yep.
Yep. And you have a sales team of 10, and you're averaging about 200 homes a year for the last 20 years or so.
Yep.
And there was a year, I think, where you hit 492 sales. Is that right?
486. But
486.
But who's counting?
But who's counting? In 1 year, right? Amazing.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
In little old Tallahassee, population 220,000 people.
Wow. Okay. So as a percentage of that, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
So you've sold over 5,600 homes since 1990, right? Your team has been ranked #1 in all of Florida and the Southeast for KW multiple times. You've been featured in the Wall Street Journal and Real Trends in terms of your team has, in terms of your performance. You guys have, you're owners of multiple market centers, right? You're OPs.
Yep.
And you also you have a very substantial portfolio of investment property as well, right?
You betcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every
So
realtor could.
you're a KW master faculty trainer, right? And did I miss anything? What else? What other accolades do you have?
Aaron, you've done plenty, buddy. You've done plenty. Relative to today's topic, if there's one thing I would say, it's I spent 7.5 years on our team as the listing specialist. So this is actually my major cup of tea as an agent. So I'm really excited to talk about this subject. It's near and dear to me.
Awesome. Well, Gene, without further ado, I will just say that having been in sessions with you before, you guys are all in for a treat. Gene he's just an authentic human being. He knows this business better than anybody else, and he knows the KW models better than anybody else. So sit back, enjoy the ride. You guys are going to learn. Break out your notebooks, break out your pens, take notes, and Gene, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Awesome. If you've got, or if you're the host, can you put it on spotlight? That would be great for the speaker. So I'm really glad to be here. As I mentioned a second ago, this topic was 7.5 years of my life. I was the listing specialist, and I know this material like the back of my hand. The listing clinic is not a course of my creation. However, I did a recreation. This is an original Keller Williams training manual that was the Bible prior to their creating Win with Sellers and then Seller Mastery. The problem with those two courses is there was nothing in there about the lead generation function for listings. So it started at the appointment and went forward to the conclusion. They put the seller lead generation, they didn't forget it, but they put it inside 3612.3. So they created a series of manuals on lead generation, and half of those manuals were about seller lead generation. But there's more ways to generate seller leads than just what was in those manuals. So I kept getting a lot of requests. I talked to the faculty. So I kind of beefed up and redid the listing clinic. So that's what you're going to have today. It's actually an older manual that I've updated. There's also going to be an additional handout that I'm going to send to Aaron, and it is a pre-listing package, a 50-page pre-listing package that I'm sure he'll distribute digitally. It's ours as an example. I'm going to go over it today, but it's not in your handout you have because it's too many pages to add. So you'll be able to get that to use as just kind of a thinking tool, as a reference point for you to guide your decisions about your pre-listing packages. This is a Zoom training, and the way it's going to work is this. You're going to need to be on mute, and the host will mute everybody if necessary to keep it quiet so everybody can hear. And we'll have a break at an hour and a half in, around 10:30ish. We'll have another break, obviously, for lunch. Lunch will be 45 minutes. We'll have another break in the afternoon. And then at the end of the day, we'll also have a break to do Q&A. So we're going to do Q&A at the end of both breaks, lunch, and the end of the day. Type your questions in the chat box. And I'm not sure who the monitor is, Aaron, whoever it is. Okay, it's Aaron. So if you put in a question and the monitor knows the answer, they'll just type it in right away. And everybody who has that same question can read the answer. But whatever questions are directed specifically at me, we'll do those 4 times today. So you have plenty of time to get your questions answered. And at the end of the day, I'll hang around answering questions until we're done with questions. So that's the way it's going to work. I've done a bunch of these since the shutdown starting in April, and I'm real familiar with the format. Again, your handout is the PowerPoint, so you'll be able to know where I am in your handout because it'll be on the screen. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and go to the PowerPoint now, and let's get cranking here. Come on, baby. Come on, let's go. Okay, what's going on here? There we go. No. There we go. Okay. All right, so this is that. This is today. We're going to talk about why sellers build success. Sellers drive your success way more than buyers do. So every agent who wants to have a serious career in this business needs to be a seller-based agent. We're going to talk about finding sellers. We're going to talk about the lead generation for sellers. We're going to talk about a great pre-listing package. A great pre-listing package, a great one, does 2 things. It creates efficiency and effectiveness, meaning it shortens your meetings, your listing presentations, it shortens them radically, and then it also increases conversion. So if you can do your job faster, better, you want to do that. And that's what a great pre-listing package does. We're going to talk about the presentation itself at the table. We're going to talk about pricing. We're going to talk about objections. We're going to go over about 40 different objections that are the most common objections. And I'm going to give you short scripts to answer those objections. And then we're going to talk about kind of automated lead generation plans in general. Look at this quote here. Listings. In the North American real estate industry, Canada and United States, 92% of all residential real estate sales are brokered. And over 90% of those are full service brokerage. So 92% of all properties bought were listed properties. So if you had all the listings, you'd be guaranteed 92% of all sales and 50% of all commissions if they were all co-broked. Now just understand the power of that. When you take a listing, you've engaged the entire board of realtors as your buyer agent team. And that is called leverage. And you can literally do double the volume of business. I'm not suggesting you do this, but if you said, I'm not going to do any more buyers, I'm only going to do sellers, you could do 2 to 3 times the closed units by just doing sellers as opposed to sellers and buyers. Again, I'm not suggesting that, but you need to understand the power of leverage that listings bring. This is a laundry list of what they bring to you. Number 1 is marketing opportunities. If you look at the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book, MREA, it said that the people who were netting $1 million, all the agents that were studied in that 2-year span that created the book, those agents were averaging 320 sales and netting $1 million, and their business was split 50-50, 160 closed sellers, 160 closed buyers. MREA 2 research was done 18 years later, 3 years ago, They're still doing the research, they're adding to it. But MREA2 research was done by Gary Keller saying, well, since the book was written, we had the greatest sales increase ever in the history of NAR. And then we had the greatest collapse ever in the history since the Great Depression. And he asked the question, has anything changed? Has anything changed after going through the best of times and the worst of times? Has the model changed? So he started doing the research. They came out with this. It's actually more sales to net $1 million. It's 350, not 320 sales now, the people who were netting $1 million, but their business was still 50-50, 175 closed sellers, 175 closed buyers. And I want you to think about that. This is not somebody's theory. These were averages. So some were making more listing sales than buyers. Some were making more buyer sales than listings, but they were all hovering around 50-50. Now that's because of this first bullet point. For us and for a lot of agents, when we take a listing, I expect to get at least one other listing and one buyer opportunity out of it. What I'm really saying to you is I expect a listing appointment and a buyer consultation out of every single listing. And you need to be making sure you understand it's not just the getting of the listing, it is using that as a tool for incredible leverage. Control of time. If you are an agent, a single agent or a team, and I'm going to use the single agent numbers, and you're doing 30 deals a year, 30, and you are buyer based, but not heavily, just 60%. So that would mean you have 18 closed buyers and 12 closed sellers at the end of the year. If you flip that, and you have 60% of your closed business is sellers, 40% is buyers, your work week would shrink 20 to 25%. 20 to 25%. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is an issue of time. It is an issue of how you have a career worth having and a life worth living. And it is about a listing focus. It's your maximum per hour compensation. The amount of time you spend with a seller is significantly less than the time you spend with a buyer. I think you all know that. And then volume. You can grow your volume, your GCI volume, as well as your units sold by focusing on your listings. So here's what I mean. If you're at an average sales price here and your market is here and you want to be here, the best way to do that is targeting listings. Because if my average price is $300,000 and I want to be at $400,000, well, everything you're doing, all the listings you've gotten and all the referrals and everything you're doing has kept you at 300. So you go target a neighborhood or properties that are $400,000. And guess what that attracts? $400,000 buyers. And guess who else that attracts? Neighbors that are $400,000 who want to sell their house too. So when you focus on listings, you're literally focusing on your future. Buyers do not define your future like listings do. Listings define your future opportunities. My wife and I have farmed 2 neighborhoods for 16 years straight. The houses in that neighborhood are 2 to 3 times my average board price. 2 to 3 times. There's 1,300 homes total, and we don't get 2%, which is our research and our training, as the standard you should expect. We get 3 to 3.5%. That means 40 sales a year, 40, but they're equal to 120 sales at the average board price. So when my competitors are looking at my business and are worried about me, that's what they need to worry about. Because when I make a lot of profit off 40 sales, I have the money, I have the capital to go out and hire more people or do more marketing and basically grind them down because I am focused on profitability through the average price. And then better market knowledge. Sellers are more demanding and need more clarity about a specific house in a specific neighborhood. When you have 4 or 5 buyers, you're often looking at 8, 10 properties each in different neighborhoods and all in different price ranges. You don't develop the acumen, the strategic thinking as you do when you're focused on listings at certain price ranges in certain parts of your area. You get much better at granular knowledge about the marketplace. What does a pool add? What does a third car garage add? A third car bay? What does that add? You get really granular knowledge. And then obviously, listings bring you all the buyers you want, whether it's through the internet, whether it's through Facebook postings, or it's through the postings that are syndicated through KWLS on websites. Listings give you all the buyers you need if you're utilizing the marketing element correctly. So look at this truth. The MREA agents, the millionaire agents, and the gross a million agents build their lead gen plan around generating seller listings. It is fundamental. What most of them do is a lead gen plan around Sphere and past clients for referrals and repeats, and that generates listings as well as buyers. But they also have another pillar that is the web, and then they have one more pillar, which is pure listings, pure sellers. The three-legged stool for most lead gen plans for top agents is exactly that: past clients and Sphere, internet leads, and a targeted seller lead generation venue. And we're going to talk about targeted seller lead generation venues today. Here's some myths, some things that might keep you from succeeding. If we have newer agents, and I hope we do, there's a myth that, gee, I can't go up against top agents. That's nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. Look at the truth here. With the right tools and help, anyone can master the knowledge needed to give a persuasive presentation that wins business. I'm talking straight to the new agents or low producing agents who are trying to climb out of that. I can't emphasize that enough. The right tools are a pre-listing package, a presentation at the table, and skill at pricing. And it doesn't take you long to develop any of those. And that's all that's necessary for you to compete with an experienced agent. And here's the truth. There are skilled agents who go on appointments and don't deliver a pre-listing package. Now think about this. If I'm a seller and I called you, you're new, but I called you because one of my friends said, you need to call my friend. She got into real estate and she's amazing. So now that's you, and you got that referral. And now they call somebody else who's, quote, a known expert in the neighborhood. And you send over a 40-page pre-listing package with charts and graphs documenting what you're going to do if I hire you, documenting the nature of the current market with charts and graphs, and documenting your value proposition. And the experienced guy just booked an appointment and didn't send anything over. Now I'm sitting here and I'm looking at Mr. Smarty Pants sent me nothing, and this young lady who was recommended to me looks like a masterful agent. This is amazing what I got from this person. Now, walking in the door, you have the edge. So all you have to do at that point is meet or exceed their expectation, and you've got it. And Mr. Smarty Pants walking in the door has already got one big strike against him. Now you need to hear that, new agents. So the right tools are 2 presentations, a pre-list and an at the table, and 1 skill, the CMA, pricing accurately. And you can work on that every single day until you're good at it. And the help is training. So if you're new, you need to be in Ignite, you need to go to Bold, you need to take the training, you need to get the scripts. So if you work at getting good, you can be good and be competitive in 90 days. It doesn't take a long time, but you have to do the work to get good. Make no mistake about that. Myth 2, salespeople are only driven salespeople, or successful agents are driven salespeople. That's not quite accurate. Look at the truth. Successful listing agents are sales and service driven. I am sales driven, but more than that, I am service driven. And let me explain why. I'm a local small business. All of you are local small businesses. Look around your town, look around your community at local small businesses. Look at them. Ones that have been there 4, 5, 6 years, a restaurant, a shoe store, an oil change place. If you go there and ask the owner, so who are all these people sitting in here? And the owner's going to tell you, well, almost everybody is someone who's been here before, and they're regular shoppers here. They come to my restaurant regularly. They eat here once or twice a week. usually one lunch and one dinner. They buy shoes here regularly. I see these people here, and a bunch of them bring their friends too. Now, that's who you are, but how do you get that? If you open up your business and you get going, how do you get people to come back? Service. I don't care about any one commission check. And I mean that. I really don't care about the commission check. I care that they tell their friends to use me and that they use me again. There's more money in that than there is in the one commission check. Do not care about the check, care about the service. If I have to redo a driveway, if we have a pending closing and the sellers move out and the moving van cracked the concrete in the driveway, and they do the walkthrough and the buyers are hollering about the driveway's cracked, I'm gonna tell them point blank, quit worrying about that, we'll take care of it. Well, who's gonna pay for it? I shouldn't have to pay for it. You're not gonna pay for it. I don't know who's gonna pay for it. It might be the moving company, it might be the seller, it might be the other agent and I split it, or it might be me. I don't care, but I'm gonna take care of it. Did you hire me? Did you hire me so that you would have a great transaction? Well, yeah, so I'm committed to that. I'm all in. Quit worrying about the driveway. I'm taking care of it. You just go ahead and move in, and in the next couple of days, I'm gonna have somebody over there fixing the driveway. That's my commitment to you. Don't worry about it. Now, that person will often say, well, you shouldn't have to pay for it. You didn't do it. I go, I don't care. You hired me to have a great transaction, and that is my commitment to you. Don't worry about it. Well, that's awful nice of you. Let me ask you a question. Is this the way you think your family members or friends should be treated if they too were buying real estate? Well, absolutely. This is fabulous. I can't believe you'd be willing to do this yourself. Well, then is it okay if I check with you for the next 90 days to see if you have somebody else I can help the way I'm helping you? Is that okay? Would that be a good payback if I have to pay for the driveway? Is that fair for me to just ask you to refer me? Absolutely. We're happy to do that. Wonderful. That has made me way more money than not paving driveways. That, okay? Pay attention to service, ladies and gentlemen. It is service. It's not money, it's service. Myth 3, selling is telling. No, not at all. Selling, look at that bottom truth, is asking the right questions and then listening. There are 3 questions you should ask every seller without fail, and they're simple. And you need to ask the question and listen. Why are you selling? When do you need to move by? Don't say when do you need to close. They don't know what that means necessarily. Some states you close and don't get occupancy for weeks later. So just when do you need to move by? What will happen if that doesn't occur? If you don't move by that date, what will happen? And those 3 questions tell you basically all you need to know about, are they motivated? And when you're working with non-motivated sellers, your life is not so good. And when you have motivated sellers, it's easy to give great service, because when you know what to do and you ask them to do it, they'll do it because they are motivated. Okay, ask the right questions. Here's a tip. First point of contact. Yeah, I'm thinking about selling my house. I got your name from Bob at the office. Wonderful. Hold on a minute. I need to pull out a form and ask you some questions. Ask the same set of questions of every seller at the point of first contact. Get used to the idea, ladies and gentlemen, that a big part of the way you're going to succeed and succeed through great service is by data, collecting data, and then putting it into command, and then over time, you will be mining that data. You'll be data mining for future and ongoing business opportunities. So you start off with every buyer and seller collecting data right up front. There are 2 different forms you can download for data collecting, for first contact with a client or a prospect. Myth 4, winging a presentation is more natural than using scripts. Baloney. Baloney. You know what's unnatural? You know what's unnatural? And you know it, is sitting at the table with your stomach in knots and sweat running down the back of your neck because they're asking you hard questions that you're not clear on the best answer. And then you're going, well, that's a really good question, Mr. Johnson. Several people have asked me that in the past, and here's what you should think about that, Mr. Johnson. And you're just tap dancing. Now that's unnatural. When you are properly prepared, when they say something, it ain't the first time you've heard it, and you've actually rehearsed how you're going to answer that question, and you say it naturally and calmly. Mr. Johnson, no, I won't do it for 5%. Do you have any other questions? Well, I thought it was negotiable. It is. My fees are 6 to 10%. I was thinking 7. You said 5. Do you want to settle on 6, or should we discuss 7? Well, I didn't mean that. I mean, it could be lower. No, it's not. Do you have any other questions? Now, I'm telling you, these are straight up scripts. And here's what a lot of people say. Well, I had to ask. I totally understand that, Mr. Johnson. So we've agreed on 6. Now let's move on to the next question. And we're done. That's natural. When you know what to say, that feels natural. When you don't know what to say, it feels unnatural. It will make you sick with the stress it creates in you. Get scripted, ladies and gentlemen, so you feel natural. You have to pad the listing. You have to buy it by whatever price they say. Here's the truth about pricing. Many properties, there's a gray area at the top. They could get this, they might get that, they won't get that. So where do you price it? And this is about over time gauging when a market is increasing. And Aaron and I were discussing this right before we started. You have a market where prices are high and maybe going higher. So there will be a gray area, and we owe the benefit of the doubt to the seller. But you have to be really clear that if you give a nod to a seller, all right, Mr. Johnson, I don't think it'll sell at that price, but I can't deny that it's possible. So we'll give it 10 days. And if we don't have an offer in 10 days, then we're going to go to my recommended price, because we're not trying to list it, Mr. Johnson. We're trying to sell it. Is that correct? Are we trying to sell it, or are we trying to list it? Well, we want to sell it, but we don't want to give up any money. Exactly, Mr. Johnson. But if you don't get an offer, you get no money. Is that true, Mr. Johnson? Well, yeah. You understand if the price is too high, you drive buyers away, not attract them to your property. Do you understand this? Well, I guess. Okay. So it's 10 days. It's your price. No offer. It's my price. Because then we'll sell it for sure. We clear? That's it. And you have to be clear about this too. The best positioning in the marketplace will always generate 2 things in 10 days: traffic and an offer. Traffic and an offer. If you do it right, it will always do that. The only time it won't is a severely collapsing market where your price, looking at what has sold, is wrong because the market is moving lower. And then you have to price below the market, not at the market, below the market. And I don't even want to talk about that kind of market because I don't like that market. Miss 6, I only need to know the stats from my farm. No, you need to know what the devil is going on in the entire nation. I could argue you need to pay attention to the world at this point. Where you are, you have a lot of real estate activity that's driven by international money. More in Manhattan than where you are, but make no mistake about it, it's driving your market too. I'm in Florida. We have international money driving our market. It's a complicated, interconnected world these days in terms of economies and capital movement. But you do need to know what's going on in your board, in your state, and in your areas that you focus on. You need to be, look at that truth, the local economist of choice. When people have a question about real estate, your name needs to come up about someone who is the local economist of choice. And you will do that through communications with data, charts, and graphs. And you can do that with a video message, which I highly recommend you consider adopting, is video messaging a real estate report card to your sphere at least once a month, if not once a week. And I'm not kidding about that weekly, a weekly market report discussing what's going on in the state, the city, and this part of town that you focus on. And that will set you apart from your competition, among other things. And then Miss 7, I just can't do it. Oh, baloney. You got to remember Henry Ford. Whether you think you can or think you can't, you're going to be right. And if you think you can't do this, if you think you can't go take listings or you can't compete with experienced agents, you're going to be right because you've already signed an agreement on what the future is going to be. You need to sign the agreement that I am going to do this. It will take commitment. Look at the truth. It will take practice, and read that for what it is. That is training. That is training and coaching and accountability. It's going to take that. But in KW, we literally are a training, coaching, and consulting company, and we're number one in the world at doing that. And if you simply pay attention to what we have for you, you're going to get there. And you're going to make a nice, fat, six-figure income and smile. Thank you very much, all the way to your beach house in Florida, which I'm going to sell you because you're going to want it when you make enough money. All right, seller basics. Here's some really good seller basics. Things to remember about sellers all the time. Number one, and we're talking about residential property here, not commercial. Sellers have emotional reasons to sell. Births, deaths, divorces, job loss, job creation, kids growing, all of these things are emotional. They're not logical. And the point of this is people will buy and sell real estate in the middle of a world pandemic where 200,000 people are dead and people will still buy and sell houses. And don't forget that, because it is emotional. It's not logical. They will hire who they trust, and you must show care and concern for them. I'm not kidding when I'm saying what I'm about to say. One of the most powerful ways you can show care and concern for people is to use a form and ask them a series of questions and write down their answers, write them down and repeat them back to them. That shows care and concern. If you're talking to me about selling the biggest asset I have, and you're asking me some questions and you're taking no notes, are you really being careful? Do you really care? You're going to remember everything in our 38-minute conversation? Really? Seriously? As an agent, I would not trust another agent who was consulting me on selling property that didn't take notes on what I'm saying to them. Oh my God. Write it down and ask them questions. Hence the need for you to use forms. You don't need to guess what to ask. If you do that, you will forget to ask certain questions at certain times with certain people, and that will create problems down the road for you. By some definition, they must win. They have to win. They have to win. If they tell you they're selling to get their child into a different school zone, the win is not the money. The win is moving into that school zone. That's the win. Bob and Mary, I understand this offer is not quite as much as the list price, and I know that's not pleasant, but here's the good news. It's pretty close. And if you sign it just like it is, Harry and David are going to that new school because it's a done deal. Buyer's pre-approved, as is offer, you got it. Now, if you change this offer at all, understand that this offer disappears the minute you counter it. This offer is gone forever. And the fact is, if they had another strong property, if you were number one, but they had a close number two, you're going to force them to rethink their decision. You're going to make them do that. And there's a chance that they could end up going for number two. So they don't want to miss a good property. And if there's a close number two, they might think you're unreasonable, and then they're going to go for number two, and then you've got nothing. Remember, which is more important to you, $12,000 more or your kids in the right school? When you call me, you said it was your kids in the right school. You didn't say kids in the right school and a $12,000 bonus for me. You didn't say that. So it's kids in the school. My suggestion, sign it. The economic impact you're going to have is this. You'll have less $12,000 to put down on the property. So your mortgage is going to be $12,000 more. The economic impact of that is this. At today's interest rates, the factor per thousand is about $2.10. So your mortgage is going to go up by a factor of 2 times 12 or $24 a month. So your mortgage will go up $24 a month if you don't get that $12,000. Now you tell me, $24 a month, 300 bucks a year, is that worth having your kids in the right school? What do you say, Mrs. Johnson? You see that look she's giving you, Mr. Johnson? Sign it. That's about winning. Winning is selling for the emotional reason they're selling, ladies and gentlemen. Money will get them off goal. Money gets people off track. People have been taught money, 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 and it'll get them off track. Your job is to keep them on track. They have a time frame. If they're truly motivated, they have a time frame. And in bold, it says on that bottom line, tell the truth. If you think you won't get the listing because of what you say to them about price and condition, I don't care. Tell the truth. A lot of people have heard it before, and when they hear it from you, you simply confirm what they know, even though they don't like it. And if you don't say it, then they're wondering, why doesn't this person understand I need to do this carpet and this paint? Why aren't they saying that to me? My brother came over and said, well, a realtor will list it, but you're gonna have to do this carpet and paint, man. This is nasty. And now you're saying nothing about it because you don't wanna jeopardize the listing? Come on, come on. They're all on the internet looking at the pricing. So they got varied ideas about pricing. Tell them the pricing you think. They've seen it. They've seen high, average, and low pricing on the internet. If you go print out a valuation from Zillow and Trulia and Realtor.com, they will not all three be the same. So they've seen high, middle, and low. When you come in and say it's the low one, you simply validated something that they were afraid of, but it's absolutely something they've already seen before. Don't be afraid of it. Here's some more things for you to keep in mind, and this is significant in lead generation. The average move time of people is shrinking now. It was going up during the recovery from the collapse in 06, 07, 08, averaging about 10 years, but it's shrinking right now at the moment, and 45% of people selling have been in their home 5 years or less. There's a lot of mobility in the lower half of the sold volume. Everybody's using a realtor. Realtor usage, you and me being hired to sell property is at the highest rate it's ever been. And think about that. That's in an era where there's more information about selling homes. There's more tools available for Joe Blow homeowner than there's ever been. And yet the majority of people are using us. This should give you extreme confidence at the table. This third bullet is underlined for a very big reason. 3/4 of sellers make one call. This doesn't mean they're not considering other agents, but think about it. If you're going to sell and you know you referred to somebody and there was the agent who sold you the house, and I'm gonna probably hire the agent that I was referred to because the one that sold me the house 5 years ago didn't keep in touch at all. And I haven't heard anything from them for 5 years. That's not very impressive to me. And this person I was referred to has already sent me a pre-listing package of information that's very powerful and compelling. So now I'm thinking I'm going to hire this new agent that I got referred to based on the pre-listing package. Now, who would you call? Would you call somebody you think you're not likely to hire, or the one you think you are likely to hire? You'd call the one you are likely to hire. So they'll make the call and it sounds like this. We're selling our house. We got your name from Bob at work. And we're interviewing some agents and we'd like to interview you. So they're going to tell you they're interviewing some agents. What they're not telling you is they will if you don't meet or exceed their expectations at the table. So you get to go over there and sit down and win that listing as long as you meet or exceed expectations. Guess where the expectations are set? In your pre-listing package, you set the expectations. So they're not fantasizing about what you should be looking like. They look at the package, they go, wow, this is incredible, this is awesome. And all they want you to do is deliver on the message in that package. The next bullet, 62% of sellers say this to NAR, and they've done this multiple years. And the question that they asked is, what do you want the agent to do? This is what NAR asks sellers. The number one thing they said is get it sold, meaning find a buyer, get it sold. The second thing is on my timeline, on my schedule. So the third thing is the most money practical. So understand that for almost all sellers, the number one issue is getting it sold. The second issue is on my schedule. And the third is the money. And most agents' behavior, their fears are about it's the money. And it's not the money. It's not the money. Money, I'm not saying money's not important, but I'm telling you it's not the number one issue. So 72% will consider the agent again. Now this is when they're not selling. In other words, right after closing, NAR is auditing them and say, well, would you consider using the agent again? And right after the sale, a lot of them are saying, yes, I would consider hiring the agent again. It's about 3/4, 70%. All that means to you is you need to do a good job. We're back talking about service. You need to do a great job with service, and then you need to stay in touch. And you need to stay in touch with mail communications, with calling them, and with seeing them. If you do that, you're probably going to get the phone call. If you don't do that, it's up in the air. The real estate company is not relevant to the consumer. It's relevant to us. What's relevant to the consumer is you. They didn't call the company and ask for an agent to come out. They called you because someone referred you to them, or they've heard your name or seen you on social media. But they call you typically. And then FSBOs, this is an amazing stat. Only 30% of for sale by owners who sold themselves, they did it, they sold their own house. Only 30% of those people say they would do it again. Meaning all FSBOs are having a very bad day every day as a FSBO. They're not enjoying it at all. It's not what they thought it would be. So why do sellers call you? These are the statistical breakdowns. Past client, 29%, referral, 22%, reputation, 18%. If you look at that, that's about 70% of the calls come from these areas: past client, referral of past client or sphere, and your reputation. Now, if you're a new agent, or if you don't do a lot of volume, you don't have a lot of past clients, you're probably not getting a lot of referrals as a result of that, and you're not building up your reputation. You got to do something about that. You have to do something about that. If you're new, understand, and it astounds me how many agents don't think about this, but if you're new, whatever your past career was, if you were a teacher, if you were a nurse, if you were a dental hygienist, I don't care what you did, you probably have past clients. And you need to be really working those past clients. And here's why. If you were my kid's teacher and you did an amazing job with my kids, and my kids love you, and I really love you, the way you treated my kids and the education they got, I'm a thoroughly satisfied customer, thoroughly satisfied. And that means I trust you. And guess what? Trust is transferable. If I trust you, it doesn't matter what you're doing for me. I will trust you. If you open a bookstore, I'll trust you to have great books and to guide me to great books. If you open a restaurant, I'll trust you. I'll come to your grand opening and I'll be the first to buy a meal because I trust you will not drop the ball. And if you get into real estate, I trust that you will treat me right, like you treated my kids right, and you won't lie to me, and you'll do a great job. Remember that trust is transferable. And remember, one of the most important things to them is that you care and have concern about them, and then they trust you. And if they already do that, it's almost a home run. And I hope the new agents are listening to that. You got to be working your past clients. As far as your reputation goes, you build it fast. And one of the best strategies today is social media, and you build it by communications, media, video. You can build a reputation very fast. Advertising and direct mail, that has a cost. So if you don't have any money, you won't be doing that, but it does help build the reputation if you can. Signs in the neighborhood are huge. Company reputation, only 2%. it is important that your company's name is not in the paper with lawsuits for stolen deposits, but that you don't want that. But outside of that, the reputation they care about is your reputation. And then websites and relo are separate issues that we'll talk about. So where do you get sellers? Where do you get sellers? The same way everybody gets business in general. It's prospecting and marketing. And the core is past client repeats and referrals. Your sphere are going to be moving. They're going to be moving. The question is who's moving and when are they moving? But they're going to be moving. If you have 200 names in your MET database, I don't know your local market, but a national number of turnover rates of how often are people moving is about 6 to 8%. So if it's 6%, you have 200, you have 12 people. Statistically, 12 families in your database right now. There's 12 sales. They're gonna be moving. The question is, which ones are they? Which ones are they? And here's your challenge. Right now, today, people that are moving between now and the end of the year often don't know they're moving. They don't know yet. They don't know until next month that their dual income family is going to go down to a one income family because one of them is going to get laid off permanently. They don't know that there'll be a job relocation and they're going to have to move to Atlanta. They don't know that right now. They'll find out in 20 days when they get that notice. Bob, you're doing a great job. We're moving you to Atlanta. You get a bonus and we have a stipend and moving allowances all taken care of. But they don't know about that right now. So what you have to do is stay in touch with people, and you have to stay in touch with them on an ongoing and consistent basis. Because if you don't, when they get that reload or they lose that job income and they're thinking that they're going to have to sell the house, the first thing everybody does, is they get on the internet. They don't call us first. They get on the internet first and they want to get some information. They want to get some education. But if you've been marketing steadily and you have that offering that they see all the time, click here to find out the value of your home in today's market. If you've got them top of mind aware that you offer this service all the time, if you've got them aware you have relocation services, if you've got yourself in their head, then they will utilize your tools and then you will be aware. But you still need to be talking to them, emailing them, and communicating back and forth, and ideally seeing them. So these are the most effective lead sources for top agents. Top agents have money, they have machines, they have admin staff. They are different than other agents because of the assets that they have. So just look at this. Word of mouth is the number one game. Word of mouth, think of that as referrals. Number one, it is my team, well-established local market, 5,600 past clients. My business is 72% repeat and referral, and it's mostly referral. That is a powerful thing. But like we talked about earlier, that is incredibly normal for well-established local businesses. I'm a dominant member of the industry I engage in my local community. There are people all over town, and I know this because people have said it to me in grocery stores that haven't used me and I don't know them, but they know, oh, Ring the Rivers, you're that guy. Yeah, I'm that guy, I'm that guy. Why do you ask? Well, I just saw your shirt and I've heard your name. I just said, well, yeah, but why do you ask? You thinking about moving? Let's go over to the bananas. I'll help you pick out some bananas. Let's talk. And I'm not kidding. I'll play around with people. But it is word of mouth. That's the most important thing for top agents. Look at that number 2, yard signs. Yard signs. I already told you, every single listing, I want another listing appointment and I want a buyer consultation out of that listing. That generates business. In today's world, riders are something you need to play with. Riders you need to be playing with. You need to have routine messaging that changes out on top of your yard sign. New to the area, free relocation package. Text this number. Need to sell in order to buy, free selling guide. Text this number. Haven't bought recently, free buying guide. Text this number. Thought about real estate investing? Text this number. You need to be playing with this and you'll capture more leads. A lot of sign calls, the volume in the industry has gone down because everybody pulls up to a listing, whips out their smartphone, types in the address. They don't even look you up. They just type in the address and boom, there's all the information about the property. But if the writer is offering something that they haven't seen or can't get easily online, then they'll text you. And now you've done capture their contact information and you can work them and get the appointment. Farming mail, websites, these are all relatively similar in the amount of lead production. Target mail, less so, third party, and open house. All of these work, but you can't do everything. So today, one of my goals is you're going to think about the lead sources for sellers in particular and choose at least one that you're going to work consistently as a part of your three-legged stool for lead gen. If you're a larger business, if you're a team, you might work one or two. Like a lot of teams work FSBOs and expireds. FSBOs and expireds. Those are two different strategies, but they work both of them. So you got to figure out what it is you're going to do with the seller lead gen function as a result of today. So to be successful with sellers, here's what you got to do. You got to daily prospect and or market for sellable listings. Sellable listings. You're going to get leads for sellers that the sellers want too much money or the house is not in good condition and they won't put any money into it. Those are not sellable listings. You don't want those. You want sellable. And what does sellable mean? Price, condition are acceptable to the market and they agreed to the market price. And that's because of motivation. And that's what you're looking for is those kinds of people. You need to have lots of listing appointments. Now that's relative to your own business. Again, if you're doing 30 deals a year and it's 50-50 sellers and buyers, you're already doing 15 closed sellers, which in theory means 30 appointments. That's the relationship in the economic model of appointments to closed business is 2 to 1. So if you have 15 closed sellers and you have 30 appointments to do that, you're going to need more appointments than that. So you're going to head to 1 a week every single week. That'll be 50 appointments a year because you're going to take a 2-week vacation, right? And that would be 25 closed sellers and that would produce 25 closed buyers and that would be 50 units instead of 30. And that is a significant growth in your business. And all you did was focus on 1 seller appointment a week. You're already doing 3 a month. But now you got to go to 4 a month. It's not a big leap, but it has a profound impact on your business. You're going to focus on target markets. We already talked about that. We're going to go through those. And you need to have powerful systems. And when I say powerful, all I really mean is clear and fluid. You know that when you get a call from a seller, that's step 1 in your seller system. And the first step is what? Take data, collect data. Wonderful, hold on, I need to pull up a form and ask you some questions. What's step 2? Deliver the pre-list package to the seller immediately. The minute you hang up, either email it, mail it, or send it by courier. And what we do is send it by courier immediately. I want to kneecap the competition, and that's the best way to do that. But you need a system where it's not you guessing, it's not you remembering. You're going down a checklist and just checking off every week, check. And this is how you create great customer service. When you pull in line at a Wendy's, you don't think about this, but you just entered their checklist. So you pull up to the drive-through thing and they say, welcome to Wendy's. Would you like to try the Baconator Deluxe? You say, no, thank you. I'll take a number 1. And what drink would you like with that? I would like the Diet Coke. Wonderful. Would you like to biggie size that? And all of these are checklists, ladies and gentlemen. These are checklists. Those conversations are recorded and played back to see if the person is following the script. And this is all checklist. You know when they screw things up, when you're at the window and they say, here's your order, but unfortunately, we're backed up on the fries. So if you'll pull up over there, we will run your fries out to your car. It won't take but about three more minutes. Fred screwed up and didn't drop a bag of fries when the 5th bell rang on people in line in the drive-thru, so we're behind on the fries. And that is a checklist item. For every certain number of people that pull in that line, they put on 2 more patties, they put on 2 more chickens, and they put in a new bag of fries because they know statistically that's what they're going to need to get you out of there in 3 minutes. That is a checklist. That's what you need in your business. All right, so to be successful with sellers, you need to build a command database. Database, not a phone book, not name, address, phone number, email. You need a true database. And you will drive that data by thinking of FORD, the acronym FORD. You need data on their family. You need data on their occupation, recreation, and their dreams. Family is typically number of people, the ages of children. Understand, children's ages drive movement, drive housing decisions. The Census Bureau says if someone has 2 kids under 5, two kids under 5, they will move twice between K and 12. And they might move at K and middle, or K and high, or middle and high, but they will move twice between K and 12. Now, you need to know that. So when you know the kids are where they are, that often drives you making a phone call and a query. You also need to know that the deed anniversary date of everybody in your database, your MET database, needs to be recorded. And whenever it's their deed anniversary date, they should get a handwritten card from you. Congratulations, happy anniversary. This is your 6th year living at 1515 Smith Street. And that they should get in the mail on or before their anniversary date. And then you should call them on their anniversary date. Hey, Aaron Gene Rivers, how you doing, my friend? You doing okay? Just nod your head, Aaron. Yeah, he's doing okay. Listen, Aaron, I hope you got my card. Did you get the card? Just say yeah. Yep. Today is the day, the actual day. Yep. 6 years ago, you closed on the home that you're living in. Aaron, do you recall how you got this house? You don't have to role play with me. I'll just do it. They usually say, well, yeah, you got a list of properties for us. So we went out and drove around and looked at them and we picked this house. Well, yeah, but actually, Aaron, here's what happened. We sat down. You had filled out a wants and needs analysis. You had spoken to our lender. So you got clarity on the cash you would need and the monthly payment, and you got comfortable with a certain amount. And then we looked at your wants and needs and the money and pulled up in the current market at the time, the properties that were available. And there was a list of 7 properties. And we looked at 4, and you went back and put the offer on this home. Now, here's my question, Aaron. In our experience over time, things change. It's 6 years now. If you and I sat down, Aaron, and went through another wants and needs analysis regarding your family, now that your kids are much bigger than they were 6 years ago, and if we looked at your money, you and your wife now are both working. When I met you and you bought this home, your wife was still staying at home with the kids, and now you have a dual income family. If we did a new wants and needs analysis, Aaron, would this house still be the house you'd want? And
no, we were actually just talking about that.
Good.
Good timing.
Good. Then let's schedule a time for you and Mary and I to sit down and have a chat. Now, that's because you have the data on the family that you can make these calls and have these conversations. Occupation, where do they work? Where did they work before they worked? Their recreation. I'm in an outdoor state, meaning a lot of people in the Sun Belt live there because of the outdoors. So we have a lot of people who make housing decisions based on their recreation. They want to be on a golf course. They want to be on a lake. They want to be at the beach. They want to be near hiking trails, etc. You get that. You got to know what those are. And then dreams. Dreams is about not world peace, not the virus to disappear. I mean, we all want that, but that's not what it's about. It's about their housing dreams. So you should always ask people when you do your consultations and you're done, you've signed them up as a client. You know, before y'all go, let me ask you one question. What would be y'all's dream home? Like, one day, do you dream about a high-rise condo with a view, big-time view, or do you dream on an old home that you're going to rebuild and redo, or is it out in the country on 3 acres? So what's a dream property for you guys? And they're going to tell you. You're going to find out people have dream homes. People literally have dream homes. And then you also ask them, wonderful. So I got it, something on some acreage out of town. not too big. After the kids have gone to college, that would be a dream home. I got it. So let me ask you this. Have you ever dreamed about real estate investing? Have you ever dreamed about that? Well, we've talked about it a little bit, but we really don't know enough about it. Wonderful, wonderful, because I can help you with that. And have you ever dreamed about a second home? Have you thought about a place in the mountains in the Carolinas or a place in the mountains in the West? Have you ever thought about a second home? Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is how you can really help people achieve their real estate dreams, and you can make a lot of money helping them do that. So ask them about their dreams in real estate. And then the last two is today's world. You need to think about predictive analytics, and you need to think about telemarketing. You need to think about being on the phone a lot more than you're on the phone. And if you have a team, having somebody, whether it's a telemarketer, ISA, OSA, whatever you want to call them, a telemarketer, or the team themselves making calls, but you need to make a lot more calls. There is more noise in the world from the internet and robocalls. There's more noise than there's ever been. Noise. This is ugly, but the one thing you can do about that is be louder. You need to be louder. They just need to hear from you more if you don't want them to be taken away from you by the other distractions that they're dealing with. All right, so now we're going to talk about sourcing sellers. And this is going to be, we have 2 slides and then we're taking a break. This is going to be where you start thinking very hard about your strategy for sellers and what selections you're going to make. So these are the sources that in our company, through 25 plus years of research, are where most of our agents are getting their business from sellers. Number 1 is Sphere. And Sphere, you need to believe in the sales rate. And we already discussed this. You've got to do the research in your local market, but you also have to make a calculated guess about your demographics, your demographic makeup of your Sphere. But your tax office has this data. They know exactly how many residential deeds exist because they tax every single one of them. So I assure you, they know the exact number that exists, and they know the exact number that turn over every year out of that big number. And they know that number because they tax when you turn them over as well. So they track the devil out of this number. So it's simply the number that turn over divided by the number that exists gives you the turnover rate. And again, in the nation, it's between 6 and 8% right now, depending on where you are. And if they tell you, and I understand this, if they tell you it's 5% or 7%, just understand some neighborhoods, if they say 5, some neighborhoods are at 3 or 4, and some neighborhoods are at 6 and 7. So the number they tell you doesn't necessarily reflect your demographic buildup in your database. And it doesn't reflect the neighborhood you think you want to work a lot. So then you got to do the research of your particular neighborhood. You can do that through the MLS, but don't do that. Drive to the tax records, because FSBOs will sell and they'll be recorded in tax records, but possibly not show in the MLS at all. So you want to know the actual numbers that are selling every year, not just what the MLS says. Most MLSs are going to be pretty accurate. Remember, 92% of all sales are done through brokerage, but not all of them. So you want to know the hard number about all of them. But apply the sales rate to your database. And then understand those sales are sitting there and waiting on you to go get them. And the only way you get them is by talk to them. A lot of agents discover this when they go to Bold. One of the powers of Bold is it makes agents talk to their database. And when you talk to your database, you get more business. Imagine that. It's just unbelievable. Past clients are slightly different than Sphere. Sphere have a personal relationship with you. Past clients have a transactional relationship with you. And both of those have positives and negatives to them. But the bottom line is you want to focus on them, particularly from their point of date of sale. So when you sold them something, you literally want to track them and know that 5 years and longer, you need to be increasing your communication with them in terms of their next move. And if you collected the data, it would actually be driven around the kids. My wife and I have 4 kids. and my wife and I have laughed about this. We are walking statistical certainties. We have followed one pattern that the Census Bureau says, and it is 1/3 of births create a home sale or purchase within a year of the birth. And we have gotten a new house with every birth of every child. So we are proving that demographic. We built a really nice house, custom built, our design, on a lake in an estate neighborhood in Tallahassee, North Tallahassee. All the property is 1/2 acre to 1 acre. Most of the homes are bigger than 2,700 feet. The minimum footage is 2,500 feet. We built a really nice house, and we were having a baby, little girl. That's our youngest daughter, and she was born into that house. I'm sorry, we were having the baby, and then we designed and built the house, and she was born right before we moved into the finished house. So once we got pregnant, we knew we were going to build a new home and move, and we did it. And it wasn't 2 years later, my wife was pregnant again, and we said, well, this is a wonderful home, but this will never do. We need a bigger house. So in 2 years, we designed and built another home. It's crazy. So my baby boy, my youngest son, he went off to college. Now, what could you have predicted about a family with 4 children in a big home when the baby goes off to college? What could you predict? Downsize, just say it, downsize. And the Census Bureau says 70% of multi-children families downsize within 3 years of the youngest one leaving. 70%. If you're not collecting this data and mining it, you're just nuts. It's just easy. It's easy. The websites, landing pages, you have those options on command. You can have multiple websites, or you can use a primary website and just create landing pages where if people are clicking on your ad on Facebook, your videos on Instagram or YouTube, they are going to a landing page to register to get all the photos or to get the full brochure or whatever you're offering that drove them there. But you can build these quickly, easily, simply. And of course, social media. For sale by owners. By the way, we're going to talk about all of these in detail starting after the break. For sale by owners, expireds. What's powerful about those is they've all identified as sellers, all of them. So if you're going to work these successfully, the main mindset is you need to be working more than one at a time. You need to work 10 FSBOs all the time. So if a FSBO sells, or a FSBO is listed by another agent or listed by you, and now you're down to 8 or 9 FSBOs, you better get it back to 10. Because the research says if you work 10 consistently all the time, you will absolutely do business with some of them because they've all raised their hands. They're all motivated. We'll talk more about both of those. Circle prospecting is the thinking behind my comment about every single listing we have. I want another listing appointment out of that listing, and I want a buyer consultation out of that listing. That is circle prospecting. And then a geographic farm. And then there is, by the way, a geographic farm is driven just by the data, just key determinants, and we'll talk about what the research is you have to do. And then the other, and here's the other. This is a famous graph. If you've seen this before, you've seen it where there were 6 blanks on the bottom right. There were empty slots here to fill. Well, I filled them because these are all sources of business, seller business in particular. We're going to talk about the top 10 out of this list, top 10, but all of these work. Every single one of these work. The number one issue in lead generation is consistency. That's the number one issue. And in order to be consistent, you can't try to do too many things. If you do, you will be inconsistent with all of them. You simply can't do all of them. So you got to narrow what you choose so that you can do it over and over and over and over. And that is how you win. So you got to choose wisely. If you absolutely hate and can't even comprehend door knocking, then don't pick door knock because you won't do it. Pick something that you have some level of comfort with and you can see yourself committing to that activity, to that behavior. The people that hate door knocking, ironically, are often comfortable with open houses. Okay, so do open houses, but realize we're talking about sellers here. So if you're going to do open houses, you still need to door knock the neighbors because that's how you get a seller. And you need to door knock them, and door knock them is a euphemism. You can door knock them by calling them, by mailing them, or by literally seeing them. So anyway, I want you to think about all of these because after the break, if there are any of these that you want to talk about, if you've got questions, how does this work? What's the best practice? Anything like that. I'm glad to talk about any of these. But again, we are going to talk about the best of these in terms of statistically where agents are getting their business in KW. Okay, so we're going to stop now and take a break till 10:30. So you got a nice little 15-minute break, just a little bit more than that. But again, I want you to put your questions into the chat box. And when we come back from the break, I'm going to take the questions and answer them. Everybody got that? Aaron, you think they got it?
I think they got it.
All right, good.
We're
All right,
a smart bunch in Jersey City.
I'm going to pull out of the share. And when we come back, we'll all be face to face. Hopefully, a bunch of us will be. And I'll see you in 15 minutes. That has two sections. It's the main cover would be how I can help you achieving your HR department goals. And there'll be two sections. One will be on corporate relocation. And you would talk about for inbound, you're going to do the Chamber of Commerce tour. You're going to provide a relocation package of information, all this stuff. And then the second chapter would be employee enrichment programming. And then you're going to talk about two seminars you're going to put on. They're the two most requested seminars by HR directors. And it's the home buying seminar and it's the greening your home seminar. And both of those seminars, we have books in Keller Williams for you to utilize. The seminars are already done. A third seminar you could do would be the MREI, the Real Estate Investment Seminar. That's not quite as popular, but it is popular. And then you could offer to put on those seminars for their employee enrichment programming. I had a client that I told him he needed to go into that arena because he had a lot of corporate headquarters in his city. And I told him, go look at SHRM and look for HR directors where the employee count is 2,000 or more. And he found that list. And I said, I want you to send that piece of collateral material, really nicely printed, beautifully executed, a corporate level style of material. And there's not a lot of text. There's a lot of pictures and graphs and, bold print, that kind of thing. And I said, I want you to send it to at least 10 HR directors that are 2,000 or more. He sent the 10. In 7 days, he had 4 appointments with the HR directors out of the 10, and 3 of the 4 booked him for his first seminar at the first meeting. He's still getting buyer business out of all 3 of those, still getting buyer business. He routinely goes back and does the home buying seminar twice a year, the investment seminar and the greening your home seminar. So he's doing a seminar there every 90 days. And he goes there for 2 hours and he walks out with business. The typical attendance is about 60 people. Every time he does a seminar. I remember this is over 2,000 employees, and realize employees are coming and going. By the way, one of the companies he approached had a brand new headquarters. They have 3,000 employees in the company, but when they opened it, they only hired about 500 locally and 2,500 were brought in from out of town. Think about that opportunity. And the vast majority of them that were brought in from out of town were renting temporarily. I mean, it just became a puppy mill. He was just running buyers. He hired 2 more buyer agents just to handle the volume he was getting. Have you heard of a company named Oracle? Oracle? This was that company. Wow. Now, I told him when you get these appointments, I want you to ask every HR director, have any other agents offered you employee enrichment programming content? And 4 out of 4 said 0, none, nobody. So you don't have competition in this arena. I'm telling you, no agents are going after this opportunity. And the point is, If you get in with the HR director and you do a couple of seminars and they really like you around there, guess what? You're gonna get the relocation business as long as you're a member of ERC. So if you're a member of ERC and you start doing seminars, you will get the relocation business. So that's my best advice for you about it. And just understand one thing, the relocation business will have a hefty price tag. It's like buying Zillow leads. It'll be 30, 35%. But
sometimes as high as 40, 42.
Well, but this is a big but those people, generally speaking, are mid-level management and higher, and you will get the opportunity to get other referral business out of that without paying any fees at all. So it's a ticket to get inside that company and then get a lot of referral business. And that's been our experience.
Mm-hmm. And just so you guys know that there's a prefabricated first-time homebuyer seminar or presentation within Connect that is everything you will ever possibly need to run these kinds of seminars. It's completely systematized. You just have to download all the documents, customize it to your brand, and off you go.
Yep. And the same thing exists for greening your home. There's a Green Your Home seminar, and we have a booklet called Greening Your Home. And don't forget MREI, the Millionaire Real Estate Investor book, has a seminar in the box. It has the PowerPoint, it has the handouts, it has the promotional flyer that will auto-populate your picture and your info, and it even has talking points for each of the slides in the PowerPoint. I mean, I could train a high school kid to do it. It's just done. It's just done. I do recommend you read the book several times though and get really good at the material before you do the seminar. Okay, any others?
Yeah, there's a question just specifically about services such as RedX. You know, have you used RedX? What services are you using for FSBOs, expireds, that kind of stuff? Yep.
I'm not doing this because I'm super smart. I'm doing this because I'm 32 years in the business and there's probably nothing I haven't tried. You know, it's like two foxes are talking, you know, hey, have you heard about FSBOs? It's like chickens in a hen house. Ooh, let's go get some. You know, I'll just go after it. You know, it's like crazy. Yes, RedX is a way for you to get contact information on people. Most people that have tried RedX and tried another tool called Vulcan 7 think Vulcan 7 is a better tool, and I agree, that's what we use. There are a variety of tools, but what you're balancing is the cost versus the result. So RedX is cheaper, Vulcan 7 is a little more money. Really good tools are a lot more money. But I think Vulcan 7 is pretty good. If you're using Mojo Dialer, that comes with an automatic connection to search for numbers. So if you're going to use Mojo Dialer, you've already got that capability. You don't need another one. However, if you have trouble getting numbers, then I would look at Vulcan 7.
And that's it. Anybody else got a question? You can unmute yourself and pose your question to Gene. Otherwise, we're going to move on with the listing presentation.
Yep. Okay, I hope this is working for all of y'all. If there's very few questions, so either I'm doing really good or really bad. One of the two. All right, so let's go back to the PowerPoint and we'll get cracking. Here we go. That's where we want to be. That's where we want to go. We left off on this list. No questions or comments on this list other than the reload, so we'll move on. Sphere. Now, this is an overarching look at cultivating Sphere. And remember, you're going to get buyers and sellers with Sphere, but remember, you get sellers with Sphere. Here's the one big point. You're not saying specifically enough to your Sphere you're looking for listings. You need to say that specifically. So you do a once a month real estate report card, and then every 2 weeks they get another piece of mail, and one is purely about selling, and 2 weeks later, one is purely about buying. You want to stop saying messaging about buying, selling, leasing, commercial. Remember me for all your real estate needs. You want to stop that. You want to ask specifically about selling. Who do you know that needs to sell a home, a townhome, a condominium, a piece of land, a small tract? Who do you know that has real estate that they would like to sell? This is a great time to be a seller. We're low on inventory. Please talk to your family members, your friends, your coworkers, your neighbors. We need inventory to help families that are desperate to get housing. Please, please, please keep your eyes and ears open and contact me immediately if you know someone who might want to sell. Don't tell them to call me. You contact me with their info and I'll follow up with them directly. Now that kind of a message, you can move it this way and that way and that way, but you need to be saying that every 2 weeks to them. Every 2 weeks, there's a seller message. 2 weeks later, a buyer message. 2 weeks later, a seller message, etc. The real estate report card is kind of the buttress for buying and selling. So that goes out once a month. There are agents that in the downturn with COVID and the shutdown in April and May, and we started doing this too immediately. We started immediately sending out a real estate report card weekly, every 7 days, a real estate report card. Because what COVID created was doubt and fear, doubt and fear. And when you have an environment of doubt and fear about everything in general, my goal was I want to stop the doubt and fear about buying and selling real estate. And the best way to do that is every 7 days, show them 172 new listings in our marketplace in the last 7 days. 189 properties went under contract in the last 7 days. 146 properties closed in the last 7 days. And every 7 days you keep saying, new listings, new pending, new closed. 7 days later, new listed, new pending, new closed. And what you do when you do that is you shut down any doubt or fear that you can buy and sell real estate, because it's obviously happening. That just goes away. And that's important to do in times of doubt and fear. We started off the day talking about this issue. No matter what is going on, literally, no matter what is going on, people are going to buy and sell real estate because of life events. So this is going to go on, but the epidemic, the pandemic created the fear that people could get sick in the process of selling or buying real estate. And by showing numbers that everybody is still buying and selling real estate in volume and nobody is troubled by the COVID, because we're taking precautions. And we sent out, this should have been done. If you haven't done this should have been done in April at the latest. But we sent out collateral material pieces about how to be safe, how we're going to keep you safe while selling your home, how we're going to keep you safe while buying a home, how we're going to keep you safe when you're moving from one home to another home. We went into detailed steps. Here's what we're going to do to protect sellers. Here's what we're going to do to protect buyers. And the bottom line is, if you're going to the grocery store or the drugstore, you will be safer buying and selling a home than going to the grocery store and the drugstore. So if you're still doing that, then you can easily be safe buying and selling property. And we documented why we said that. And yeah, if you haven't already done that, I would do it, but everybody's kind of figured it out at this point, and things are calming down a little bit. You need a quarterly newsletter, and that newsletter would include pictures of active listings that you have. It would have maybe a page of pictures of properties, and some show pending, and some show closed, and some show available. This is about your budget. How big is your budget? And if your business is big enough, you should have the budget to do a really nice 20, 30 page quarterly newsletter. Newsletters can be digital as well, so you can email your newsletter. But there is a value to a printed newsletter that sits around in their office or sits around in their house on the countertop, and they look at it occasionally. They read the articles. There's a lot of tips about newsletters. I can tell you there needs to be a little bit of entertainment inside any newsletter, and that could simply be a crossword puzzle or some recipes, just some stuff that makes it more sticky for people to keep it and keep looking at it. Your deed anniversary date, we already talked about that. You need to mail them and call them. And remember, your sphere, your friends, family members, a lot of them own a home you didn't sell to them. I don't care. You want to be the one congratulating them on their deed anniversary date and triggering that conversation that Aaron and I role played about maybe needing to revisit their wants and needs analysis. 2 seminars a year. Now I think this is a service you need to do to your sphere. You ought to do a millionaire real estate investor seminar for your sphere, and or a home buying seminar for the family members and friends of your sphere. If you do this, you will get steady business. And I hope you hear what I'm saying. This is for your sphere. We do these seminars every year, multiple times, and we do not invite the public. These are not open to the public. We don't market them to the public. I don't want the public. The average price point of investment property is below my team's average price point. The average price point of first-time buyer property is below our average price point. If I got a whole lot of first-time buyer and investor business, my agent's income would go down because of the lower prices they're now dealing with. So I do it because I believe it is my professional duty to make sure every one of my sphere is educated about real estate investing. And if they have family members that haven't bought before or friends, I want those people to be educated about the home buying process. So it is my duty to do that. And as Aaron said, these are all done. These are built. You don't have to build anything. You just got to read them, read the materials and understand the presentation and practice it before you do it. 4 charity fundraisers a year. People like doing business with people with integrity. And this is not about taking advantage of a situation or being, somewhat taking advantage of charities. My wife and I support 8 causes, and they're important to us. And we don't support them just by encouraging others to support them. We write checks to them and we donate time to them. I've been on the board of directors of the March of Dimes, of the local Cancer Society, of the homeless shelter, of the food bank. I'm putting my money and my time where my mouth is. And I like supporting these causes. And here's the funny thing about that. When people see you doing charitable works in your community, they will ascribe a level of integrity to you above a typical agent. And that, I'm not naive about this. And again, I don't do it. I don't promote these publicly for the business it gets me, but I would never lie to you. They generate business. And I've thought about this. My wife and I have talked about it. And I really do think it's because they ascribe to you a level of integrity above what a typical agent is seen as. And considering the public often looks at us kind of like car salesmen, this, from a PR point of view, this doesn't hurt you at all. But the overarching issue is you're doing good works and you shouldn't want to do that. Those of you that are lucky enough to have a 6-figure income or higher, you should be giving back some. It's an important issue more than ever now. We got millions of people out of work, and I think we're going to have more people out of work rather than less people out of work in the next 6 months or so. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm afraid without any support money for businesses, there's going to continue to be more closings and more people struggling. Going to need a lot of help at the food bank. Going to need it. Okay, every day, every 90 days, this is your sphere now. Every 90 days, call them. And what you talk to them about is the mail. You can chit chat a little bit, but you want to talk about the mail. If you sent me mail, 2 pieces of mail every month, that's 6 a quarter, and a real estate report card once a month, that's 3, that's 9 messaging, the messages I got from you, communications. There's got to be something in there worth you talking about. And the way you would know is the data in the database. So I would pull up your name, I would look at your family, I would look at your data, and I would look at the messaging, and I would say, which message is most pertinent for this person? That's the way it works. If your mail is not worth talking about, you're sending out junk mail. Then stop it. Your mail should have value or lead to value. Once every 6 months, you want to try to see your sphere, try to see them. Now, that could mean one-on-ones with your advocates and your core advocates. That could mean parties at your home. That could mean the charity fundraisers themselves. We started the charity fundraisers because we wanted to raise money for great causes, but it's also a great event for us to get 300, 400, 500 of our sphere to a single location. So in 3 hours, I can speak to 300 people that I know. That's called leverage, big time leverage. And then you want to know in your sphere, who are your core group of supporters? I would put a number on that of about 150, about 150 people that are currently and historically supporting you, meaning they've used you or referred you, and you believe will continue to do that. If you're a new agent and you only have 100 people in your Met database to start with, then I would look for 50 people. Out of the 100, which are the better half, the better half. And again, these are people who give you your name out or use you. And you need to cultivate them. Remember, type your questions in the chat box, and at lunch, we'll cover questions. Past clients.
Gene,
Yeah.
could I ask you just to go back for one thing on that prior slide? Just so I understand what you are suggesting for the deed anniversary mail call. I think what I heard you say is that for every single person in your sphere of influence, you should be doing this regardless of whether or not you sold them that house.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay, because that's a whole different way of looking at it. Because I think most of us do this for the people that we helped buy and sell, but we don't ever do it for all the rest of the people that we might have in our sphere of influence.
That's right. Remember, your SOI can refer you, but they can also use you. And if they didn't use you, the next time they're going to switch front doors, you want them to use you. And one key trigger to track their movement is the deed anniversary date phone conversation. And it's the same phone conversation, Aaron.
I love it.
My experience is after 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, whatever their deed date is, people's housing needs have shifted. So even if they didn't buy it with you, you could simply say, I'm sure you bought this home after thinking of what you needed, what you wanted, and your money, and you found this house. You don't even mention the other agent, and you found this house as the best solution for those elements of making your decision. But if we went through a wants and needs analysis again today after 7 years or 8 years and looked at the money you could afford to spend, would this still be the house?
Mm-hmm.
And if not, I'm happy to do a no cost, no obligation consultation with you and Mary. I mean, y'all are my friends. I'm happy to sit down and let's have some professional time together so that you can see what I really do to make money. And remember, these are your friends. I just talk direct to them. I'm going to help you and I'm going to make money. I'm not going to ever run from that. Right? I've got a personal physician I socialize with. He and his wife and Rebecca and I go out and have dinners and drink wine and party. But when I go see him, he charges me a full bill for his medical services. And by the way, I've done real estate business with him as well. So, it's a two-way street. I remember I told him one time, if you're going to do that to me, you're dang sure going to buy some real estate from me.
Uh-huh.
And he did. So yes. All right. So here's past clients. Now you treat them the same past 1 year anniversary date, but during that 1 year period where they just closed for 12 months, you treat them differently. And here's what it is. You want to call them. It's a client care call, 30, 60, 90, 180, 270, and 360. So it's every month for 3 months. And then it becomes every 3 months for the rest of the year. And here's the point. If you have a client, buyer or seller, but if you have a client and they close on a property and they didn't refer you up to the closing, you now have, the research says you have 12 months to get a referral. And if you can't get one, then you're probably not going to get one. So your best bet of getting a referral is before or immediately after the closing. And you've got to have a strategy focused on that. So this 30, 60, 90, 180, 270, 360 approach is 6 phone calls or visits with hard touches to get referral business. There's some other strategies you can do with them, like having an open house. Tell them, 2 months after closing, part of my services to you is I will sponsor a family and friends open house. So once you get everything unpacked, you got the house all set up, you tell me, you get it done in 30 days or 90 days, whatever, I will underwrite your entire open house party so all your family members and friends can come and see the new place. I'll provide all the refreshments except the alcohol. So if you want alcohol, you're going to write a check for that yourself. But I'll do drinks, soft drinks, finger sandwiches, whatever, desserts. I'll take care of everything. And obviously tell them, and I'll send out all the invitations. So give me your database. A client appreciation party. You want to invite them, and this is buyers and sellers. You want to invite them to a party because they bought or sold with you or referred you. And this is something Rebecca and I still do. Anyone that refers us, buys with us or sells with us, is invited to a party. We usually do it about 4 times a year to 3 times a year, depending on what's going on. With COVID, it shut down. We haven't done any parties, and we miss the business because the parties, actually, people will come to the party with referrals. It's unbelievable. They'll come with referrals. You would think they'd call you as soon as they knew about it, but they don't. They save it as a treat for when they come to your party. Listen, here's a card. You need to call this guy. He's at work and he needs to sell his home. He told me. Well, he told you 2 weeks ago. Why don't you call me then? Right. Anyway, and then the vendor list. You need to give them a copy of the vendor list probably twice in the first year, because you and I know when people move in, and it's not long at all, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, they decide to change the backyard. They decide to add some shelving in the garage. They're always doing stuff. You need to give them your updated vendor list. And you need to do something nice on their 6-month and 1-year anniversary. And that could be nothing more than a mug with chocolates sent to their office, or it could be a big flower bouquet, or it could be a dinner. I don't know, but this is about your budget and about how big your business is. But you need to do some kind of a little celebration gift at 6 months and a year. All of these touches are involving a simple basic script. Congratulations, Aaron, it's your 90-day anniversary. You closed on the home. You still loving it? I mean, every time I talk to you, you're like smiling through the phone. It's a great house. I'm real happy for you. I just have one question for you. Do you think we gave you the kind of service your family members, friends, and coworkers should get if they too were buying or selling real estate, Aaron? Did we do a good job, buddy?
Of course.
I know I keep asking you this, so I'm going to ask you that follow-up question. You know it's coming, Aaron. So who do you know, family member, friend, or coworker, that we could help, Aaron? I'd love to give the same service to someone that you know and care about. And if you don't know of anybody, I'm going to ask you again, Aaron. So please keep your eyes and ears open.
Will do.
Now that's the direct approach. And let's be frank here. Not every agent is comfortable with a direct approach like that. So if you're not comfortable with it, just say, well, anytime you do know of anybody, I'd love to help out your friends. You can make it a very soft ask, but you need to ask. You need to ask. And if I ask you 6 times, our experience is about 40 to 60% of the time, you're going to get it. It's about half of the time, but you've got to ask 6 times. And this research comes from a lot of research that KW has done about how many times do you have to touch a FSBO before you get the appointment? How many times do you have to touch an expire before you get the appointment? And the running number is 8 or less. 8 or less times you'll get the appointment. But it's 8. You got to mentally go to 8. So if you look at this, I got 6 straightforward calls. I got the open house, that's 7. I got the party, that's 8. That's 8. I'm going to touch them 8 times. And normally you'll get it at the open house or the party if you haven't already gotten it. You'll get it then if you don't get it before that. And here's the funny thing about this whole thing in a big picture. Once people refer you, the odds are significantly higher that they'll do it again. It's that simple. You got to get them started, and then they'll do it again. So after this, they're treated exactly like the spirits. But for the first year, they're going to get all the mail stuff, but the activities are different. This is what the activities are going to look like. Okay, let's motor on here. The web. Past clients and Sphere. Now, this is for most top agents in the industry. Some are getting this from their company, but that is where they're getting leads. In KW, we are getting these in an incredible number right now. This is out of the Internet Lead Generation Training Manual, and that manual is dated in some areas, but it is not dated at all about the overall process. And this graphical chart is a perfect explanation of what Command does. So if you start at the very bottom, you want active buyers and sellers. You get that through lead conversion, meaning conversion to appointment. You get lead conversion by lead capture. And that is the whole point of your web strategy, is lead capture. That typically is best done on a website. And here where it says buyer site, seller site, niche site, that is the old school thinking. An agent, to be really successful, needed at least 4 separate sites: a mother site, and then specialty sites, meaning only buying, only selling, or your niche, which could be investment sites, could be first-time buyer site, could be new construction site, could be golf course living site, whatever. Today with Command, those could simply be landing pages, and they could be standalone landing pages, not full-blown websites, just landing pages, or it could be landing pages on your mother site. There's no right or wrong to any of this. It's about your scale and your vision and your volume. But the point is, you're driving people to your website or landing page to sign up for something. So they get there by all of these strategies that are in blue. The big ones are in orange. So the blogging, and if you're going to start, if you're not blogging today, and blogging works, it works because of something called the long tail theory. It's content over time that builds up, can be as big and powerful as any website you build. But if you're going to start that today, I would tell you, don't do a blog, do a vlog, do a video blog. Video blog will get more traffic and more interest and more response than a blog will today. And again, I'm not saying blogs don't work. And if you are blogging and it's working, just keep blogging, but consider adding video to your blog. Networking sites are the big gorillas. Facebook is the most obvious one. We'll talk about this more in depth in a minute. Microblogging, Twitter. I don't like Twitter, so I'm not a proponent. I do know agents who get leads off of Twitter. And if you do, that's fine. But remember, you can't do everything. So you gotta focus where you're gonna pitch a tent or where you're gonna have a battle. On the far left, it's got media sharing, and that would be Instagram and YouTube. It's Pinterest and other sites, but the big ones are Instagram and YouTube by far. You're gonna drive traffic out of the circle, off the internet on offline marketing. Simply, you could have an offering with a link on a yard sign. You could have an offering in a magazine ad, but however you're going to do it. Search engine marketing, that's easy. That's pay-per-click with Google, works really well. Listing aggregators, I wouldn't go there. You don't need to spend money there. And then of course, online marketing, and that would be Facebook, that would be Instagram, that would be Google, just general marketing as opposed to offering. But all of that drives them back to the sites where they got to register to get something. Nothing new there. Command, these are 4 of the basic realities about Command. You can do landing pages really easy. You can integrate them with all of your touches. In other words, they will go straight into your database. You can utilize widgets and get real-time content that's updated regularly and constantly, real time in front of their eyes on the web. And don't forget the app is involved in this, and you can track end to end to ROI. How many leads were generated in Command in the second quarter of this year? April, May, and June. And I don't need to tell any of you, April and May were the 2 hard hit COVID months. June, we started coming out of it. But how many leads were created in Command in those 3 months? 755,000 leads. 755,000 leads. 755,000 leads. And because they were driven through Command, we know exactly what they used. We know what they did. We know what got response, what didn't get response. And as a result, the artificial intelligence behind Command is making modifications steadily on smart plans and campaigns based on real-time data about what's working and what's not working. This is the unseen, untold story that people aren't getting about command. It's learning more and more how to get better and better. And you do that just by using it. So every time you use it on a quarterly or annual basis, you're going to keep getting better results. And this is doomed to Zoom. This is just unbelievable how important this is. Did I say Zoom? I meant to say Zillow. This is doomed to Zillow. This is us taking market share from Zillow. How many contacts are in Command as of the second quarter? How many contacts? 55 million. 55 million. About 1/6 of all Americans are now in Command. 1/6 of all Americans. You got to understand the scale of this. This is unbelievably powerful. If you are watching, and I hope you all were watching MegaCamp, when you saw those conversations between Jay and Gary, and then the conversations with Josh and Google and Facebook, you understand that Google and Facebook made it public that they're in a partnership with us. They literally are working together with us, and they don't care that all the other real estate players know about it. And the reason for that is very simple. We are the only player that has a true AI-driven platform. We are the only player that can end up quickly with 55 million Americans on our platform. And that means that Google, their platform is AI. Facebook, their platform is AI. Their algorithms and their platform can really play hardball with our platform and our AI with large numbers of people. And that's who they want to play with. And that's the field they want to play on, is a platform built on AI. And there's nobody else that's doing that. And if you don't think that gives us a massive leg up, you're just not thinking through this. This is the only company to be in if you really want to be in the dominant company of the future because of this issue. Who has the most eyeballs in general on the internet? Google and Facebook. Hello. Okay. So this is Facebook, 2.1 billion users, 1.5 billion on mobile. You know that Facebook went out and bought Instagram because they thought video was the future and they needed to not build it, and they have plenty of money and talent to build it, but they thought they needed it faster than it would take them to build it. Remember, it's taken us 4 or 5 years to build a platform. It takes time. So they went and bought Instagram. The ads, look at that bottom, the ads on Command that are working really well are Keller Mortgage, new listings, seminars, how to, little videos on how to, property tours, information channels. YouTube, owned by Google. It is the second most used search engine after Google. So Google owns the #1 and the #2 search engine, and realize the #2 search engine is video, Look at the users on YouTube, 2 billion. I'm not sure that agents are paying attention to this. The user base of YouTube is the same size as Facebook. And Facebook's platform, their user platform, is flat. They actually lost subscribers for a while due to all the messes they got in about allowing content that they shouldn't have allowed on. But YouTube has been climbing and climbing and climbing, and they are now equal in user as Facebook. So that alone is an incredible opportunity for you. And you both, I mean, everyone needs to be making more videos. And if you didn't watch it thoroughly, or you didn't see it at all, you need to go back and listen to the interview Josh did with the lady from Facebook and the guy from Google, and listen to them talk about video and talk about what's going on in the real estate consumer world right now. And I'm going to bottom line it. They are very clear, both of them, Google and Facebook, both basically said the activity that they're seeing among real estate consumers points to a wave of buying and selling in the next 3 to 6 months that is significant and atypical. They're seeing so much activity, people nosing around, in other words, searching queries, watching videos. They're seeing so much activity that it's not typical, and they think it's leading to a bigger wave of buying and selling. And you need to get prepared for that right now. And the best way I think for you to do it is on the bottom of this list. How-to videos. How-to videos on YouTube are up 70% since January. And I think you all ought to be making little 1.5 to 2 minute videos on how to price your home to sell, how to get your home ready to sell, how to choose a realtor, how to make it one easy move from your old home to your new home, how to choose new construction. I mean, I could go on and on and on. You need to really think about short little how-to videos. And again, YouTube says that is the fastest growing search box they've got is how-to videos. So anything that's how-to about real estate, you're going to get traffic. And if there's a big wave coming, you're going to be taking market share. If you do YouTube, as one more additional thing, you need to have at least 2 channels. One channel would be property views. So that would be obviously real estate, but it's also area tours. So the parts of your community you like to focus on, take them on little walking tours. These videos don't have to be fancy. Use your smartphone, take a little walking tour. This is my favorite street, Market Street, some of the best coffee shops in the area, great restaurants. Let's stop in here. This is my fave. This is Johnny's Coffee Shop. Let's meet Johnny. Hey, Johnny, how you doing? Say something to the folks. Just very casual, but that thing's going to sit there and generate interest and traffic day after day after day. So you build the property view channel, and then you need to build a property or a real estate information channel. And that's where you would do the how-to videos, how to get your home ready to sell, how to choose which rooms to renovate when remodeling, that kind of stuff. And over time, if you can add 1 or 2 videos a week, you will have a library by the end of the year of 50 to 100 videos. That'll be bigger than almost any, if not all of your competitors in the marketplace. We have an agent who built an entire year's worth of business off one thing, and it was videos on new construction in our Jacksonville, Florida office. He did it just on interviewing builders, walking through some of their model homes, looking at some of the construction coming out of the ground, doing a tour of the area infrastructure, the shopping centers, the restaurants, that kind of stuff. He just built up videos for the year, 75 new construction sales, just out of videos on YouTube with 2 channels. LinkedIn. LinkedIn is owned by Microsoft. Poor little Microsoft has been trying to figure out the internet lead or the internet positioning game. They got beat bad by Google and can't seem to get beyond that. And now YouTube is bigger than search than Microsoft is. But they figured out we're going to get in this game somehow. And by golly, they are with LinkedIn. That is the reason why LinkedIn has been steadily, slowly, but steadily growing and growing and growing. They're now 660 million users. I can tell you from a real estate agent point of view, it is a wonderful place now to start to develop more business, but it's also a great place to find hires if you're building a team. It has grown and grown and grown on response. We always put new openings on LinkedIn, and it used to be you got nothing, and now it's steadily producing results. Resumes come in from LinkedIn. FSBOs. We talked about this morning. 30% of FSBOs who sell say they do it again. 70% say even though they did sell on their own, they won't do it again. So it's only a matter of time, and it's a matter of numbers. I'd recommend, again, you work 10. NAR's research, if you look at it, it gives you a simple roadmap of what your strategy is. Most people who list, there's some FSBOs who don't list, but most who list will list within 4 to 8 weeks of trying it on their own. 4 to 8 weeks. So when you see a new FSBO, you need to immediately start working them, but not with the thinking, I need to get them listed with me before somebody else does. That's not the right way to think. They're going to be committed to trying it typically for 30 days to 45 days on their own. And look at these numbers of agents who work. NAR says the first week, if 10 agents go after a FSBO, the second week, it's less than half follow up. The third week is half of that number. And the fourth week, there's only one still following up. Now, when they ask FSBOs, this is very eye-opening. When they asked FSBOs, so how did you choose the agent you hired? There were 2 words that came up more than any other 2 words. They were the most helpful and they were the most persistent. Now that's your plan. I mean, the data gives you your approach. Your approach is to be helpful, but be persistent. So it's literally something along the lines of, I'll be glad to help you try to sell your home yourself. And you don't need to be afraid of making that offer because this is a numbers game. When you realize that most of them are going to list, even if you help some and end up selling themselves, you may get them as a client when they buy. So even though they're selling themselves, they might use you because you've been helpful for 2 or 3 weeks. They might use you to find the home that they're going to buy. But you do want to try to be helpful in general to everybody and quit worrying about whether you're going to make money or not. Worry about, do people look at you as someone who is helpful and someone who is willing to give them advice without any constraints on money. We don't and never have worked FSBOs as one of our pillars because I'm in a small town and the price range I like to work, there's just not that many, so it wouldn't be a significant amount of return. However, in our farm areas, which I mentioned we've had for 16 years, we always work FSBOs and expireds in our farm areas. So we work them, we just don't work a ton of them as a consistent business approach. And I can tell you our approach is to knock on their door and introduce ourselves as the neighborhood experts, which we are, and they've probably gotten our mail for years and they know who we are, but we tell them we'd love to sell their house. We'd love to help them sell their house themselves, meaning we want to bring buyers to the property. So we want to get in the door to see how the property is. So you know how they are. They almost always start talking like that. So I'm going to give you a quick little scenario about how it works for us. So you knock on the door. And by the way, I live in one of those neighborhoods. Well, I used to. We just sold our big house, believe it or not. Because I was always driving around and because we have listings constantly in that neighborhood, we're always looking for them. So when I see them, I would go knock on the door. Hi, Gene Rivers, Keller Williams Realty, the Rivers team, neighborhood real estate experts. I saw your sign. I have a question. Is it still for sale? Yeah, it's still for sale. We just put it on the market 2 days ago. Oh, awesome, awesome. So can I come in and take a look? Why, do you have a buyer? Well, I don't know. That's why I need to take a look. We have a team. We have several agents out showing properties 365. We might very well have a buyer for you, but we need to know more about it. So I'd love to come in and take a quick look. If you have a flyer, I want to take a flyer. I'll go back to the team. I'll share it with the team. We might bring a buyer for you tomorrow. Who knows? But I need to see it and I need to get a flyer. So can I come in? Well, I didn't expect anybody right now. It's kind of messy. Doesn't matter. I got 4 kids. Mess is not a problem. Let me in because I just want to get in and take a quick look. And usually I would get in. And when I'm walking through the house, I'm not going to be giving them pointers or anything like that. I'm just going to be looking. And if they have a flyer, I'm going to get a flyer. I'm going to ask them 3 questions. If you've been paying attention today, you know what the 3 questions are, and it's not going to be a grilling. So my mindset is I'm going to walk through the house and I'm going to ask 1 question in a room that are my focal point questions. So, oh, I like this in here. Yeah, this is nice, pretty, nice open room. Yeah, I like it. So why are y'all selling? And then they're going to answer that question, blah, 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 blah. Then I'm going to go, okay. And then I'm in the kitchen. Yeah, you know what? Oh, I've got that same coffee maker. I love that. That's a great coffee maker. So when do y'all need to move by? Blah, 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 blah. They're going to give me that answer. And I'm going to get in another room. I'm going to ask them the last question. What will happen if you don't move on time? And then when I'm leaving, when I'm standing in the foyer, and this is only literally like a 5-minute walk through the house. It's very short. Even if they want to talk more, I'm not going to do it. I want to get through the house and I want to get to the foyer and I'm going to look at them and I'm going to say, listen, can I ask you one last question? Yes. Can I help you sell your house yourself? Well, what do you mean? Can I help you sell your house yourself? You mean by bringing a buyer? Absolutely. We're going to try to do that, but I'm willing to give you advice to help you sell your house yourself if you'd like it. Nah, you just want to list it. Well, I would like to list it, but that's not what I offered. I'll give you advice on selling your home yourself if you'd like me to. I sell a lot of houses in this neighborhood, so I'm happy to give you advice. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, there are several reasons I would like to do that. Number one, if you're going to stay in the area, I'd love to be the agent who helps you find the home you're going to move to. And if I do that and you're using me to find the home you're going to move to, the only way I'll make the money from the sale of the home to you is if you sell this house. You clearly understand the seller pays the fee, so this doesn't cost you any money, but I will work to help you find the home you're going to buy, and I will help you sell this house, and the fee I get is from the other seller. Number two, you're going to find people that you talk to that aren't going to buy your house, and those are called leads in my world. So once you're sure you're not going to get anywhere with this person, give me their name and contact info. I'm going to follow up with them, and I will possibly get business out of that. And I won't get those leads if I'm not helping you. So I'll help you and you'll give me leads from that. Number three, if you do decide to consider hiring an agent, I got to believe if I've been honest, truthful, and helpful, you will consider me. So I've got every reason there is to help you. So what do you say? Do you want to get started? Well, I don't know. Do I have to sign anything? Yeah, you do. You're going to sign a commission agreement because we're going to try to sell the house by bringing a buyer to you without listing the property. So I'm going to ask you to sign that commission agreement. Now, well, how much is it? Well, you know, the standard listing fee is 6%. The fee that we're going to charge you on this for bringing a buyer is 3%. Oh, well, I was only going to pay 2.5%. No, it's 3%. So I'd like you to sign this agreement for 3% and that's it. And then I will help you. Well, how does that help work? Well, you're trying to do my job and I know my job at a high level. So it works just like this. Every single week that a property's on the market and it's not sold, you better have a different focus. So this is week one. You said you put it on the market 2 days ago. I'm going to do the very first thing you need to do, which is check the price. You got to get the price right, the very first thing. So I'm going to go do now that I've seen it, I'm going to go do a price workup and I'm going to send it to you. And you can talk about it on the phone or I can come back and see it. But now that I've seen it, I'll do the workup and send it to you. And there's no cost, no obligation to this. Well, and then what happens? Well, every week I'm going to tell you what you need to be thinking about, send you some information, and then we can talk about it. That's it. Not complicated. And all I got to sign is the commission rate. That's it. Nothing else. Okay, let's get started. And that's the way it works. Now, what that sets up, think about this. That sets up for me to be what NAR says is the way they pick the agent. Now I get to be helpful every single week. And in doing so, I am being persistent. And if I do that, I guarantee you I'm going to be at the top of the list. Now, our conversion, again, I'm not working big numbers, but our conversion in our farm with FSBOs that we run this program with is about 80% list with us, 80%. And here's the big tip. The people that signed the commission agreement, 100% of those people list with us, 100% that signed the commission agreement. So if they sign something, they're likely to sign something else. And that's the listing agreement. So these are the problems FSBOs have. So you need to be able to have conversations around this with them. Marketing, getting traffic to the property, getting a deposit check, handling the paperwork. These are classic problems for FSBOs. Getting the buyers qualified. And then of course, after contract inspections and repairs. Your strategy is just to stay in touch. Again, you want to work 10 at all times and you will be getting appointments and you will be getting listings if you just work 10 at all times going forward. I know plenty of people who do this and it's very, very reliable data. It just works and works and works. Expireds. Expireds are similar in with FSBOs in that they both have raised their hands and say, we want to sell this house. Most of them who relist will relist rather quickly. So this is a speed game. And if a FSBO is an 8x8, meaning a touch a week for 8 weeks, an expired might be an 8x8 with a touch a day for 8 days, or even a touch an hour for 8 hours, but you do need to play a speed game with expireds. Remember, typical listing length on them is 6 months, 6 months, and you're still sitting there without any contract. So these people are often frustrated. They're angry. Sometimes they're angry at all realtors because they've had people show their house and never sold it, and they blame all of us, some of them. Some of them, their life is really gone south. So there's even depression. I'm not talking about deep depression, but they're very, very disappointed and very uncertain and very discouraged. And they may be in denial about price and condition, just total denial, even though their own agent told them and other agents told them, and they still are denying the truth of things. But here's the reality. You've got to react immediately. So if you're going to work expireds, they need to hear from you the day it expires. So midnight hits, it pops expired in the system. That property is beginning to disappear from worldwide exposure on multiple websites. That is something that we make sure that they're aware of. Again, in our farm area, we work them. So it's often going to be first thing in the morning. And I have, in the days when I was the listing specialist, I would go out in front of their house first thing in the morning, and I'd wait to see them come out and get the paper. And then I would approach them from the street. And I would say, hey, good morning. Don't mean to scare you. Gene Rivers, Keller Williams Realty, Rivers team, local neighborhood experts. I'm stunned to see your sign is still in your yard. Are you aware that last night at midnight, your property was delisted? It is no longer visible to target buyers for your property in this neighborhood, this price range, all over the world. It's literally disappearing. So I came here today to let you know that that's happening. And do you still want to sell is my question. Do you still want to sell? Well, I didn't know. And here's what I used to hear all the time. Well, I didn't know it was exactly today. I knew it was expiring this week, but I wasn't sure it was today. Well, I guess because the sign's up, you and your agent aren't communicating too much. Not really. I would hear that a lot. Not really. And I know that means they probably haven't communicated for a while. And I would make my offer to them. The offer is, well, I brought a package of information. I'd like you to take that and just look at it. But the main thing I'm here today to tell you is you're about ready to make a decision. And it's not going to be an easy one, I'm sure. You're going to either keep the property, you're going to relist the property, or you're going to rent the property. And you got to make up your mind what you're going to do. I got to believe that if you knew exactly what it's going to take to sell the house, it would make that decision easier. One way or the other, if you knew the picture of selling, if you knew what you need to do, then that would make the decision easier. Is that true? Yeah, I think we know, but yeah. Well, I would love to take a quick look right now, or I can come back at 10 a.m. if that's easier, or I can come back at lunchtime, or I can come back when the kids are out of school at 3, or I can come back at 5 o'clock today. I'm willing to come back at your convenience, but I will tell you after a quick tour and a little research, I will tell you exactly what I think in price and condition that you need to do to sell it. The package I'm giving you will answer any questions about the marketing solution. Because if a home hasn't sold, it's price, condition, or marketing. And this package, which is 58 pages, is going to show you what I'll do to get it sold. But the other 2 issues, I have to see the house and I have to do some research. Well, let me think about it. Well, should I do the research or not? Well, probably. Well, I need to take a look. So what time? Well, how about at 5 o'clock or dinner time, 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock would be better. Okay, I'll see you at 6 o'clock. That's the way it works. It's very simple. And if I hear the phone ringing, I would say this to them. You know, I hear your phone ringing. Have you already gotten some calls from agents? Yeah, some jackass called us at 6:30 this morning. Can you believe that? I said, well, yeah, I can believe that. But I want to point out something. You're probably going to continue to get phone calls, and you need to ask yourself a question. Which person was willing to show up and physically try to help me? And I want you to understand that I'm not chasing all the FSBOs in town, which is what those people are doing. I care about this neighborhood, and I care about you and your situation. And I will be glad to help you. And I'm not trying to help any other for sale by owner, just you. So I'll see you at 6 o'clock. And that's it. Now you can morph that into however you want to morph that, but that absolutely worked for us steadily. We can get them, we list them, and we sell them all the time. And usually it's a mixture of price and condition. And a lot of times it's also, and I hate this for our profession, a lot of times it's also the data in the listing. We have relisted expireds that were literally, I can't believe it, even saying it, but they're listings that say it's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house and it's a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house. There are listings that have the wrong data about room footages or school zones. I mean, I've seen a lot of bad data cause properties not to show up in a search, and then they don't get sold. And it's a simple fix, easy fix. In terms of pricing, it's usually a bracketing issue. And we'll talk about bracketing after lunch today, so you can make sure you understand bracketing in terms of price at a very high level. All right, circle prospecting. Circle prospecting. This is something I know you all are aware of. You've heard about it. It's not complicated. Circle prospecting is built on the strategy of knowing the turnover rate. So if you have a listing in a neighborhood, this is not farming. Circle prospecting is not farming. It's a kind of a one-off activity. But if you have a listing where you want more listings and you're not farming, you would do circle prospecting. It's about mail, call, see. That's ideally. Again, I mentioned this earlier. You could do it all with mail, or you could do it all with phone calls, or you could do it all with door knocking. None of which by themselves works as well as mixing it up. Mixing it up works better. The classic approach, of course, that agents do circle prospecting, and they don't think about it this way, is just listed cards and just sold cards. Sending out 100 just listed or 500 just listed is a circle prospecting idea. It's all around the listing. And then 2 months later, a just sold card, same thing, but it's a very weak approach. And even so, it still gets results. Just sold cards get a better result than just listed cards, but it is circle prospecting. If you're going to do open houses on your listing, you need to absolutely invite at least 100 neighbors to the property. Now, again, you can do all of this with either mail or calls or Cs. I think you need to do all of it. I think you need to mix it up, in other words. And I'm going to go through some thinking with you on this last bullet point about targeting at least 60 properties. So if you take a listing, you're doing the workup, you're getting ready for the listing presentation, you're looking at the market analysis, and you're going, wow, I like this neighborhood. There's good inventory turn, nice price point, higher than my price point. Up front, you need to decide, and again, this is not farming, you need to decide, I'm going to work this neighborhood for another listing. I'm going to work it. So mentally, you need to say, okay, I'm going to do 60, 80, 100 doors around the listing. And you should, the ideal way to do it is to, again, do mail to them, but also door knock them and call them. So I would recommend you door knock the first time. So the way you do this is very strategic. You have to do it in order. So the day you list it and you put the sign up, it's usually not in the MLS yet, or will be in the MLS, but it won't be visible on the web for another 24 to 48 hours. So you're going to go out there the day the sign went up. And remember, that's the first time the neighbors see the sign when they're driving through the neighborhood. That's a critical issue. If they're next, if they're talking about selling and they see a new sign, every single neighbor immediately goes home. They'll slow down and go, get that address, get that address. Yep, get that address. And then they'll go home, and on their smartphone or their computer, they're going to pull up the listing. And guess what? It's not there yet. So you're going to show up at dinner time, and you're going to door knock 60 to 100 doors, and you're going to have a flyer. Now remember, you just listed it. So this flyer is simply a sheet of paper, little sheet of paper. You've got a little photo display that you could have shot off your smartphone, little photo display, bullet points, room count, bedroom, bath, price is on there, any features, outdoor kitchen, swimming pool, large lot, whatever, just by bullet points, not a lot of text. Multiple photos, 5 or 6 photos. The biggest one in the center is the best photo that they've got, kitchen or backyard or whatever. And then on the back need to be 4 URLs and big letters, thinking about selling, and then there's a URL, and that's a landing page. Thinking about buying, there's a landing page. Thinking about relocating, there's a landing page. Thinking about real estate investing, there's a landing page. So this covers the whole back page, is big letters and URLs, hopefully tiny URLs. And then you're going to take 10 flyers per door, 10. And if you do 60, that's 600 pages, and that's going to be a little more than a ream of paper. But you're going to take 10 flyers per door, and you're going to door knock. And this is the script. And remember, you just listed it, and here's the script. Hey, good evening. My name is Gene Rivers, Keller Williams Realty, the Rivers team, neighborhood real estate experts. Yep. When you drove home, did you see the Smiths across the street? Yep. They're moving. They're moving. They told me their kids love this neighborhood. You have little kids too. I think they said that. Is that true? It is. Yeah. Well, I know they're going to miss being here, but I came knocking on your door to make you aware of their property because of one simple fact. 14%, 14% of buyers have a friend, relative, or coworker that live in the neighborhood they buy in. Can you imagine that? So do you understand what this means? You could pick your new neighbor living right over there. It just takes very little effort. And I've got 10 flyers for you. And that's all you need to do is give these out to your friends, family members, and coworkers that you think might be a candidate to buy the Smith's house. Maybe they sat in your backyard, have been your backyard barbecue several times, and keep saying, your home is so awesome and we love this neighborhood. We wish we could live here one day. That person needs this flyer. So please hand these out. You'll be helping the Smiths, but more importantly, you might get a great person living right across the street that's your neighbor. Wouldn't that be great for you? So my name is Gene Rivers, and if you have questions, flip it over about selling or buying or relocating or real estate investing, there's some websites to help you out. So my name is Gene Rivers. My information is on this flyer. I'll see you later. Bye. Now, you need to say that and turn and walk away as you're finishing. I want to exit quickly. If you do it right, they don't say anything while you're talking. And then you turn around and leave. And what you're trying to elicit is this behavior. Just a minute. And you've hit pay dirt when you get a just a minute. Yes? Well, I'm just curious. How's the market in the neighborhood? And why is that important to you? Well, you know, I got a house here. I'm just curious. How's the neighborhood doing? I appreciate that. Are you thinking about selling yourself? Now, this is me. This is my style. I'm pretty direct. Well, no, we're not really thinking. Oh, okay. Well, no problem. You know, I'd be glad to discuss the market with you, but here's the problem. I've got 100 doors to do, and I've told my wife and kids I'd be home for dinner. So I can come back tomorrow at 10 a.m. or 4 o'clock, and we can talk about the market in your home if you'd like to do that. Otherwise, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Now, what I'm trying to do is qualify this person as a lead. Well, no, I can't do that tomorrow. Now, there you go. I got a lead now. I can't do that tomorrow. I'm at work. Well, I could come at dinner time, as I said. No, I guess not. Not yet. Okay. Now, I still think I've got a semi-qualified lead at that point because they were thinking about meeting with me. I'm going to go back again, and I'm going to go back in 3 days. If you do this right, let's say you listed it on the weekend or on Friday, the sign went up Monday. I know ahead of time, I'm doing an open house that first weekend. So I'm going to go back with the same flyer, but with a banner across the top that says open house Sunday 2 to 5. So it's just 3 days later, and I'm going to door knock. And don't mention the open at all the first time you go. Don't mention it. I'm going to go back. Hey, Gene Rivers again. Yep, remember me? Sure you do. Listen, you remember the listing the Smiths? Yep, here's a new flyer. See what it says on the top? Open Sunday 2 to 5. Yep, we decided to do an open, and I just wanted to make sure you're aware so you could tell your family members, friends, and coworkers that might be candidates that they don't have to do anything. Just come by Sunday anytime between 2 and 5, and they can check out the property. And I think you had a question about the market. So you know what? You can come and see me Sunday 2 to 5. I'll be there for 3 hours, and we can talk all you want about the market in the neighborhood. So I'll see you, and I'll see your neighbor candidates on Sunday 2 to 5. Bye. The day you put whatever y'all do in your market, appended, or under contract, sold, whatever you put up, when I put that sign up, when I got a fully executed contract, I'm going back again. Hey, Gene Rivers, Keller Williams Realty. Yeah, you remember me. You know who I am. Did you see the sign when you came home? Did you? It's under contract. I hope it's a friend, relative, or coworkers of yours, because they're going to be living right there. Do you know? Is it one? You don't know? Well, I hope it is. Did you give the flyers out? If you did, you got a chance. It could be a friend, family, or coworker. Anyway, here's why I'm knocking on your door today. I still got people contacting me, emails, phone calls, text messages. So I'm looking for someone who wants to sell their house too. Could this be you? Now, that's the direct approach. Indirect approach would be, so I'm looking for someone who wants to sell the house. Do you know any neighbors who are thinking about selling? That's the indirect approach. But either way, it's a spot on approach. Now, here's what I know. The people that have no interest in selling at all will say, no, we're not selling. It's immediate, it's calm, it's steady. No, we're not selling. But there are people that will stop and now realize what they know. I put it on the market. 2 days later, I put an open house. And now it's 3 weeks, 4 weeks later, whatever, and it's under contract. And you're standing in front of me. And if they've been thinking about selling, they realize they're staring at somebody who knows exactly how to get the job done. And they will pause before they answer you. And they will often say, the people that are going to break down and just let it out, they'll often change their body language, and they'll go from all neutral or negative to, well, what do you think I could get? And the minute they do that, you gotta. And then it's just a matter of saying, that's a great question, and I can come back. Always say this, don't go in the house. Don't do this, you wanna qualify them. That's a great question. What I'd love to do is come back tomorrow at 10 or at 4 o'clock, take a quick tour. I can do some workup, and then I can tell you what you can get. Now, what I'm doing is I'm qualifying them. Anybody, and this is my experience after 7+ years of doing this job, anybody will let you in the house while you're just standing there and chat with you for 20 minutes and pick your brain and then never call you again. But if they're willing to give me an appointment tomorrow, I don't care when it is, that is more qualification. The people who'll let you in, usually a month later or whenever, I would see a sign go up with another realtor. In other words, they already had a realtor, they knew they were going to call, but I'm standing there and they want to pick my brain about what my thinking is on selling in today's market, and then take that advice and discuss it or evaluate their own realtor with that advice. And I'm not going to give them that free. They're going to have to give me a separate appointment in their home. So that's the third event. And then the last event is when you take the sign down. And when you take the sign down, your tone changes, much calmer. And I would go back and do this. Hey, good evening. I'm door knocking you for one last reason. And I just wanted to ask you a question. In the years you've lived here, has any agent worked as hard as I've worked? In your experience of the years you've lived here, has any agent done what I've done? And by the way, I'm taking the sign down today. So I just wanted to ask that question. And if you've done your job right, they'll usually say, no, not really. You've really worked hard. I'll give you that. So then I have one more question, a second question. Is it possible if you were to be selling, and I know you've told me already that you're not selling, and I totally appreciate that. But because of what you just said, if you were to be selling in a year or 2 years or 3 years, do you think you'd consider me? Because you've already said I've worked harder than anybody. Would you consider me? I guess we consider you. I guess we consider you, yeah. Well, then I would like to offer you one thing. I'd love to put you on my private real estate newsletter, and it'll be a monthly event, and you'll stay current on the market activity because you were curious about the market, and you'll get other information, other articles, other value offerings in the newsletter. And when you are ready, you'll obviously be better educated and you'll know how to get a hold of me easily. So can I put you on that list? And by the way, you can opt out at any time. I'm not going to bug you. I am going to call you once in the next 90 days to let you get a couple of newsletters. I'm just going to ask you, are you getting them? And give me some feedback. And that's it. So can we do that? And they say yes, almost all. I said, then let me have, why don't you let me have both of your email addresses so you both can get the newsletter, not have to worry about forwarding it to each other. And that's it. So that is kind of a long-term play from circle prospecting with people in neighborhoods where you want more listings, and you get people on that drip. The people that take that, the conversion rate of people that take your newsletter is over 40%. Now, again, that's over time. So we've learned that number over a long period of time. But your work ethic on the street in a neighborhood is memorable to neighbors. It is memorable. Everybody is impressed by seeing people work, physical work. You know that a lot of people think we make too much money and they think we don't do very much work. And when they see you work, they're impressed. And don't ever underestimate that power. Okay, so what time is it? Yeah, we're almost time for lunch. Here's one more strategy. If you help people buy a home and you list your buyers, I don't know what you do in your market area, but if you list your buyers, you should have a agreement with them that once they close on the property, you can put up your sign that says another home sold by and your name, because you want the neighbors to realize Joe Blow may have listed it, but you are actually the agent that sold it. And that is a powerful stimulus. Routinely, we get calls from neighbors off that sign, because most consumers today know that the listing agent is not necessarily the one who sold it. And when they know who sold it, they will call that agent often if they're next. So be sure if you can do this. Some MLSs don't allow this, which I think is stupid, but that doesn't matter what I think.
Gene, do you ever get any, let's just say, interesting feedback from the listing agent when your sign goes up immediately after theirs comes down?
I've had a couple of them call me, but very few. I mean, if they're smart, they typically do it. If it ticks them off and they're smart, they'll first check the MLS rules. And if they realize I can do this, then they don't bother calling me, because they know there's nothing they can do about it. But it's no different than me sending out a just sold card, right? In other words, if you help a buyer buy in their neighborhood and you want to be in that neighborhood, you should send out a just sold card, because you actually sold it. There's a list side and a sales side, and the agent who sold it has the rights to say they sold it, because they sold it, right?
And the answer is yes, we take buyer listings, meaning we work with buyer agency agreements.
And does the board have any rule against you doing this, the buyer sold sign?
You know what? I've never actually investigated that, but I'm going to.
Well, you should. I mean, if it's, again, you're not trying to make enemies, right? And particularly among realtors, professionals. But if there's no prohibition against it and nobody's doing it, you might want to explore it, because I love the fact that our company gets at least as many signs up or more as our competitors, right? Because everything we sell, we're going to get a buyer sign on top of it. And if we list it, we clearly got that one. But if we sell it, I'm going to get that sign too. So it's about a mind share among the neighborhood. All right, so we're getting ready to stop for lunch. We got time. I want to squeeze in one more, the Geographic Farm, and then we're going to stop for lunch. So the Geographic Farm, we mentioned earlier, is built on some core analytics you got to do. Number one is the turnover rate. So if there's 500 homes and you have a 6% turnover rate, that would mean 30 homes sell a year. You should do the research, again, in the tax records, not the MLS. You can do it in the MLS, but you get a truer picture of all sales in the tax records. The 6% rate matters because there's a principle of domination, meaning you can only get about a third of sales consistently year after year after year. You can get a really big year, and then it'll go back to around a third. But if you're getting a third, you're dominating. If the turnover rate is too low, you can't get a third. And I'll give you a math example of that. Our research for years has shown, and NAR says the same thing, farming is about 2% conversion if you do it well. So if there's 500 homes in the neighborhood, 10 would be your goal. 2% of 500 homes would be 10. The crux of that issue, there's 500 homes. I expect to get 10 sales out of there. The issue is how many homes sell a year. Now, again, we say you can get a third. What's a third of 30? 10. Now, let's go down to 4%. 4% of 500 homes is 20. We say you can get 2%. That's 10. But we also say domination is a third. So what's a third of 20? 6 to 7. You'll never get 10. You'll never get 10. So 6 is a cutoff rate. If you see 6, 7 higher, you go for it. If your native turnover rate in the marketplace, if the total area turnover rate is 6%, you should definitely have neighborhoods that are at 8, 9, and 10%. If you find one of those, that's like gold. You want a sales ratio of 0.25 or higher. So you want the turnover rate, or lower. You want the turnover rate 6% or higher. You want the sales ratio 0.25 or lower. The sales ratio is simply analyzing supply and demand relationships. So when you look at the sales rate and you saw that 30 homes sell a year for the last 3 years in a row, then you want to look at, well, what is the supply currently in the neighborhood? So if you have 15 homes currently listed and you know the turn rate is 30 homes, that's 15 over 30 or 0.5. That literally means you have a 6-month supply of inventory. And generally speaking, that's too much inventory to get excited about farming in that neighborhood. You have too many homes you're competing with, and you simply have to beat 15 homes currently in order to get your home sold first. So you got to realize that issue. If you have, again, 0.25 or lower, it's a go. That literally means you have a 90-day supply or less. I know y'all have a seller's market in general. I do believe that's true, Aaron. Is that correct? Okay. So generally speaking, you probably have less than a 6-month inventory on the market, and you want any neighborhood to be 90 days or less in inventory when you look at it. You got to pay attention to the middle 2/3 of the neighborhood. And the meaning of that is that a neighborhood, typically speaking, has some smaller homes and some bigger homes, and then a bunch of the homes in the middle are fairly similar. If you have too much smaller homes and bigger homes and not a good middle, you got to realize most of the people that come to the neighborhood don't want small homes or big homes. They want the homes in the middle. And you got to make sure you have a good fat middle of inventory. A simple example is if you have a quarter of the homes are 3-bedroom, 2-baths, and a quarter of the homes are 4-bedroom, 3-baths, then in the middle, you want 4-bedroom, 2-baths. So if you got a bunch of those, then you'll have a bunch of opportunities for buyers to come in and buy those. But if you have too many 3-2s and not enough 4-2s, and then they're all small or they're big, there's no fat middle, you don't have easy marketing. It's tougher. And then you want a tight list sell price ratio. And if the inventory count is 90 days or less, then you're going to have tight list sell price ratios, generally speaking, and days on market are going to be lower. When you farm, you got to do the math on the expense, because there will be an expense. Ideally, you want to door knock. We've already talked about the marketing campaign. You want to door knock them with your monthly real estate report card or a newsletter. You want to door knock when you list something, etc. You're going to need a quarterly newsletter and a real estate report card. So if you do a real estate report card monthly, if you got 500 homes, then 500 homes times 12 months is 6,000 postcards at 50 cents each. And I said postcard deliberately. You want to do a postcard, not a mail, at 50 cents each, and you got yourself $3,000 expense. The quarterly newsletter, that would be, again, 500 homes, 4 times, that's 2,000. Those are probably going to be about $2 a pop for the newsletter. The newsletter, therefore, is going to be the 4 times a year, 2,000, $2, that's $4,000 bucks. So you're going to have about $7,000 invested in the farming materials, the marketing piece. The rest of it will be phone calls, or door knocks. Working open houses again, you want to do that. You want to blow it out. You definitely want to invite at least 100 neighbors to a private open house of your brand new listing. I'll say that again. You want to invite the neighbors to see the listing first. So before it hits the MLS, you want to invite neighbors to a private viewing of your new listing, at least 100 of them. And this is for the purposes of 14% of buyers have a friend, relative, or coworker that live in the neighborhood. You also want to be sure you invite any absentee owner occupants, meaning in any neighborhood, typically, there are some properties where the owner doesn't live in the property, meaning they're renting it. And anybody who's renting in a neighborhood is a strong candidate to buy a home in the neighborhood. And you want to make sure all those people are invited to your private open house. Just listed, just sold, we've talked about that. Find out what your home is worth, the FOE High mailer or flyer. You want to absolutely be pounding that constantly in your farm area. Identify investors that are in your farm area, absentee owners again. Any sphere members that you have can help you get mind share in the neighborhood. In terms of HOAs, if you have neighborhoods with homeowners associations, it's really good for you to attend those HOA meetings if this is your farm. But do not, if you live in that neighborhood, do not be an officer. You will make friends, but you'll also make some enemies. Rebecca and I have been a sponsor for the HOA meetings for over a decade. And we provide, refreshments and beverages, and we're always there to answer questions about real estate. And that last one, if you're geographic farming, if you really want to win big, be visible in the community. And this is why it really helps if you actually live in the neighborhood you farm, because you can easily be visible in the community. And when I say that, what I mean is, you got this neighborhood, there's a school zone, elementary, middle, and high for all those kids. If it's a family neighborhood, you got all these kids going to specific schools. As much as you can be, you need to be in the stands at ball games. You need to be in the bleachers, football. You need to be at the school theater for the plays. And at a higher level, you need to be a sponsor. So my wife and I mentioned I have 4 kids. It was like falling off a log. It's so easy for us to be highly visible at the schools. But I look at those stands full of people and realize they live in the neighborhood I farm. Because I already mentioned this, we live in a neighborhood we farm, a golf course community. We live in the estate section. So I would go and volunteer to work the food court. So I would cook burgers. My wife volunteered to be the ticket taker. So anybody that came to the ball game had to speak to my wife. And if they wanted to eat a burger, they had to speak to me. And I'd make you wait 5 minutes while I burned your burger so I could talk to you about your house. But we literally did so much business steadily in that neighborhood just because of being visible where all the parents go all the time. And it's school events, and it's just easy. We paid for book covers for the middle school. We paid for parties for the teachers, teacher appreciation nights. It really dovetails. All right, so there we go. We got through geographic farming. Woo-hoo. All right, so now we're going to stop for lunch. We're going to stop for 45 minutes. And then when we come back from lunch, we'll do answers. So during lunch, I want you to think about everything we've discussed since the break, or actually all morning long. Be sure you write down your questions to ask them live or put them in the chat box and Aaron can cover them for me. So I will see you in 45 minutes. I hope this is working for y'all. Hope you're getting a lot of ideas.
Excellent so far.
Well, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate you putting me on the spot. I got to keep it going. I could drop the ball any minute, right? So far, it's okay, but
never know what can happen after lunch.
Never know. Don't eat too much lunch. Was that the message? Don't get carb loaded, Gene. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Eat light, people. Stay
All right, I'll
frosty.
see you.
All right. Have a great lunch, everybody. We'll see you in 45 minutes.
Aaron, are you there?
I think we lost Aaron temporarily, Gene. This is John Carlos. How are you?
No, man, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, good.
I am here.
Okay, good, good, good. Don't do that to me, Aaron. Don't do that to me.
Are we, are we back from lunch?
Well, at least I am. Yeah, I think some other people are. I see movement around there a little bit.
Excellent. All right. Good, good, good. Yes, I am here. I am ready to go. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. Gene, did you have a good lunch?
I did. I'm here today at our beach house, and it's beautiful outside, gorgeous. So yeah, I sat outside for a little bit.
Good. A little vitamin D, sunshine, right?
That's it.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Well,
deep-
we got, do you want to handle some of the questions that were in the chat box? Is that what's
Absolutely.
first on the agenda here?
Absolutely.
So there was a question from Christina from before the first break, actually, that I didn't get to because I didn't see it. So one of the questions that Christina asked was, when it comes to agent websites and registration controls, she's asking, should access to the website be conditioned on a registration? Meaning, like, should people not have access to your website unless they actually give you their contact information?
There was a really big study done in California, the Car Association of Realtors, State Association. This was several years ago, but they did a really great study about websites and agents and consumers. And it has been mirrored since then by other studies, but there are only three strategies about websites in general. You either require people to register right up front. They don't see anything, they got to register first. Or you give them a taste. The best example of this is a new listing where you have one photo and you do an ad, and then people click on it, and then they go to your website. And then it says, to see more pictures, you must register. Or they can go to your website and there's the picture they clicked on, and then they can click on 3 more. And that's a little bit of a magic number. And if they click on 3 more, now a button opens up, register to see the entire catalog of photos, right? Or the third option is at the very end, say, would you like to register to receive future notices of additional properties? So you either do it up front, after a taste, or there is no barrier. You just ask as they exit, would you like to register for future, value? So the research says the one that gets the best yield to closings is the registration up front, but it also gives you the fewest leads, right? But the one that gives you the balance between leads and closings is give them a taste, let them see 3 photos, and then ask them to register to see all photos. So I hope I'm answering your question the way you want it answered, but relative to why they're going to your website, what did you offer that made them go to your website? The evidence says give them more of a taste than what the ad or the promo was, but don't give them the whole store. But also don't make them register first to see anything. Get them in, get them engaged, and then when they're engaged a little bit, then ask them to register if they want to get engaged a lot. Another example is let them see photos, but then offer, would you like to see the virtual tour or the Matterport tour? And then they got to register to see the video tour, right?
Excellent. No, that's great. And so it's really just a balance of kind of what kind of a lead you're looking to get out of it.
Yes. Do you want more leads, or do you want qualified leads, or do you want stone cold deals? And if you just want the stone cold deals, someone who's on fire to buy that house, that person will follow you and do whatever you want to do. They'll register, they'll meet to see the property, and they might buy it, or they might buy it through another agent. But that's what you're juggling here.
Great. Okay. That's an excellent response. Al had a question about reaching out to buyers with whom you've worked and have bought, and reaching out to them for their deed anniversaries. If you helped a person buy a bank-owned property like an REO, could you use that as an opportunity to reach out to the banks and to build a relationship with their asset managers, considering that you had actually helped sell their property?
Yeah, you could, but institutions, like we discussed with HR directors, institutions, you're going to need to take a more formal approach than that. I think you approach them with collateral material first. They should get a nice, slick, professional. Here's what I offer you. What is the value to the bank to want to talk to you? And you demonstrate that through your material, and then you follow up with a phone call to try to get an appointment. The fact that you help somebody buy an REO property, there are about, I don't know how many millions of people who bought property through REO over the last, 2 decades, but it's a bunch. And I don't think that gets your foot in the door, but a plan about what you could do and understand what you're asking. What you're asking is to be an REO agent, real estate owned by the bank agent. And do you understand what that actually looks like? We are not in the same kind of environment for REO like we were in 08, 9, 10, 11, and 12. It's not that environment, but you still are going to have the same strictures. So typically, if you want to be a bank agent for bank-owned properties, you're going to have to do weekly reports. You're going to have to get repairs done. You're going to have to get multiple quotes. You might even have to front the money for the repairs and then bill the bank to be paid. And their pay cycle is usually 60 to 90 days afterwards. You're going to be responsible for whatever risk factors there are, meaning a lot of times you'll get properties you love to list, and then you'll get some you do not want to go in that neighborhood, and you're still going to have to go in that neighborhood. You don't say no to the properties. You don't get to pick and choose. You either do them or you don't do them. So think carefully about what you're asking for, right? Be careful what you wish for. You might get it, and it's not what you think it is. So I would investigate the actual opportunity, like we're describing it. What am I really asking for? And if you really want it, I would seriously address in collateral material how you can solve the bank's challenges with bank-owned property.
Thanks, Gene. One last question. Roddy McDonald is asking, is there a good introductory conversation, a lead-in for developers or new construction?
Yeah, there is. And if you say new construction, I assume you mean developers and or builders.
Right.
Small builders, maybe a smallish medium builder is a candidate, not the big builders. You're not going to get a Toll Brother, et cetera. But it would be very possible. Rebecca and I have 20 plus years of working with developers and small builders. We have one developer right now who's got 2 subdivisions going, and we've been representing him. The build out is about a 5 to 7 year plan, depending on absorption rates. And we're about 4 years into it. So we've been doing this a long time. And the small builders, we have 2 small builders that we represent. At one time in the heyday, in the boom time in 2000 to 2005, we represented one land developer, but a big one who was doing a lot of big projects, and 3 small builders who were buying a lot of what the developer did. So I got a lot of experience in this. The developers, number one, they need help on the front end and the back end, meaning they need help finding land to purchase to develop. And right now in Florida, there's actually a scarcity of parcels to buy for development. And a lot of them that you want to buy aren't on the market. So for the developer, you're not doing anything to tell them about something that's being marketed. They already know about anything that's on the market. So what you bring to the developer is potential parcels to purchase that are able to be developed. So you got to have a lot of knowledge about what you're doing in order to service a developer, because they're going to want you to help them on the front end. Hey, John, I found a 22 acre parcel, according to current zonings, with one variance that you can get. I think you could put 47 small single family lots on this property. That kind of thing. You got to know what you're dealing with that you can bring to them. Assuming you do that and then they get a parcel, so you help them on the front end, And now you got to help them on the back end, meaning, and you see all this coming. They're going to do a development where it'll have buildable lots, and there will be a point where there is a final permit issued, meaning it's ready to be built on. So all the infrastructure is in place. There are no wetland issues outstanding. There's no other issues outstanding. And now the builder or the developer can go sell the lots to the general public or to a builder. And at that point, the developer needs everything sold now, because at that point, all the money has been spent and now they're ready to sell, and he's just going to sit there and burn through interest and taxes until they're all sold. So they want them gone. So what that really means is you need to pre-sell while they're in the development phase. You need to start pre-selling those lots to small builders, or maybe even a big builder, depending on the scale. And you need to get some momentum going. The good news is you can utilize that project, those lots, as a lead generation tool. Just like any listing can generate buyers, it can also generate potential sellers. So if there's one overriding thing to remember, is the money you make when you work with a developer is a longer term play. You might get paid a commission when they buy a parcel, but then you're going to keep working to go through the planning phase, maybe giving them some advice on what size of lots would be better. They can do 40 lots this size, they can do 60 lots if they're smaller. What do you think would be a better selling point? So you're going to be working with the developer, and then once they've got the lots ready to go, you're going to start, or not quite ready to go, you're going to start doing marketing, and then they're going to get that final permit 30, 60, 90 days later, and then you can actually sell stuff. So you could be working with the developer over a year before you get another paycheck besides the one where they took down the big parcel. I'm not trying to dissuade you, but understand, once again, be careful what you wish for. The way to make the most money, if you look at the industry, Aaron, and look at like Gary's top 100, the people who make the most money are not people that specialize in new construction. They're not people that specialize in development work. They're not people that specialize in real estate investors. They're people that specialize in selling the millions of homes that are single family townhome and condos for users who want to buy it and close on it in the next 30, 60, 90 days. That's where you make the most money. It's selling hundreds of houses that are ready to go, or pretty close to ready to go. So I'm not trying to talk anybody out of it, but again, I'm doing it, but it's not the main source of our sales. The majority of our sales are all single family townhome or condos ready to go out the door. They're resales. And by the way, if you get with a builder, understand, if you think buyers take a lot of time, get a buyer who wants new construction, because then you'll go through the choose the lot phase, choose the floor plan phase. And as it's being built, they're going to want to ask you questions for the next 6 months about what's going on with my house. I was out there yesterday. How come they didn't put this 2x4 on the other side of this door? I mean, oh my gosh. You can just go insane with these people. And then of course, they'll follow up with you also for a month after they move in because of all the issues that they find. So it's quite a handful.
Well,
Again, I'm not trying to scare anybody. I just want you to be aware.
Well, the point is that can be an add-on. It shouldn't be the foundation of your business, is what I'm hearing you say.
Well, it's kind of like REO. People that really do make money in REO, that's all they do is REO. And people that make money in new construction, typically, that's their focal point. That's the agent I told you that did only videos and did 75 sales in 1 year doing nothing but videos on new construction. But that's all he did was new construction. So he knew every builder, every development, all the price ranges, all the add-ons, what fees they would cover, what fees they wouldn't cover, everything.
Perfect.
Okay.
So that takes care of the chat. If anybody wants to ask a question, unmute yourself. You have the ability to do so. Otherwise, we're going to move on with the presentation. All right. Sounds like we're moving on.
No questions.
Gene,
Okay.
take it away.
All right. Let's go back to the PowerPoint. And we'll go right there. There's where we left off. Now we're going to talk about your messaging, what you're sending out. A lot of this is buyer and seller, but this is targeting seller messages, so you'll see that. You do need to brand yourself. If you're going to go after business long-term, you need to have a good brand. And when you're sending out marketing pieces, you need to think about this 4-H club. You need to have a diversity of marketing pieces, not one uniform kind of marketing message. You need to send people stuff that makes them think, stuff that warms their heart, stuff that makes them laugh, and you need to do some hard closes. So we're going to look at some examples of this. This is a real estate report card. This is an older one, but it doesn't matter. It's the same kind of thing we still do today. Now, this is the backside of a postcard, and what's missing is the part that's got the postage and the address label, but this is the message. It is a report card on these two neighborhoods put together, and it shows you active listings, the average list price per foot in my market. That is a tool that's utilized, of the active listings, the pendings, the expireds, the homes sold, and then there's an average list price per foot of sold listings, and then an average sale price per foot of sold listings. So what did they list for and what did they actually sell for? So they listed for an average of 167 a foot, and they're selling for 161 a foot. And then here's the close. Want to know your home's market value? Log on to TallahasseeHomeValues.com. So when you think of marketing pieces, you need to think of them in this way. And what I'm describing to you is the way all your messages ought to be constructed. And I'm talking about marketing messages. So there ought to be an image that grabs attention. On a real estate report card like this, the image is on the other side. But when they're going through their mail, the image grabs their attention. And when they look at the image, then they'll flip it over. And now they're seeing the message. So there's an image, and then there's a statement. The statement is this report card. And then there's an offering. The offering here is want to know your home's market value. And then there's a call to action. Log on to TallahasseeHomeValues.com. So again, to make sure you get it, there's an image, a statement, an offering, and a call to action. Okay, so now let's look at what some of the images look like. This is a heart message. So this was the other side of a mailer, a real estate report card. It was also utilized as a marketing piece in a magazine, the Tallahassee Magazine. And this is us. I'm guessing you can see the halftone of the child. It was us saluting the 3 million Americans who volunteer their time and talent to help the March of Dimes save babies. This postcard, that mailer sold 4 houses, that one. And the phone calls we got were all very similar. It was, we saw your support of the March of Dimes, and March of Dimes research helped save our premature baby, so we want you to sell our house. And again, I'm not naive about what's going on. And again, I'm telling you, if you do good works, things like that will happen and you will sell more properties. This one is a classic. It's a really old one, and we've used it over and over again. Notice it says, my butt hurts. What? This is a humor card. This was the other side of a real estate report card, obviously in April at Easter time. Topicality matters a lot. What's going on here? There we go. This is a hard close. The Rivers team does it again in your neighborhood. Just a hard close. There's another image. Need to sell your home. The Rivers team has you covered. That was after I left the team as a listing specialist. That young lady you can barely see on the left was my direct replacement. And then we got another listing specialist, and it was the other young lady on the right. They were a very powerful team. This was obviously out when the Transformer movies had hit, Transforming Tallahassee Real Estate. These are all images that grab attention. This was Halloween, October. Selling your home should not be scary. On the back of all of these is a real estate report card. You remember the milk campaign, Got Milk? This was Got Real Estate. Those are, at the time, these are all the agents on our team. None of these are admin. These are all agents. Here's a good one. You can sell your home quick, and that's no bull. This is a professional high-end type of ad, a glamour shot ad. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the pre-listing presentation. Now, I mentioned this earlier today, and maybe you caught it, maybe you didn't. This is not inside your presentation, what I'm about to, your handout, what I'm about to show you, but because it's too big, and I'm sending it to Aaron, and that way you'll have full size, the whole thing, so you can see everything in detail. You're gonna see it now, and Aaron's gonna have it for you later today. So what pre-listing packages do is this. They tell a story with pictures, charts, and graphs, and some writing. There should be trial closings in pre-listing packages. There are 3 stories to a pre-list package. The process of selling, meaning if I hired you, what are you gonna do? Step 1, step 2, and ending at the closing table. So you should document what you're gonna do. And new agents, if you remember we had this discussion, if you do this well, you can beat an experienced pro who doesn't document what they do at all with a pre-list package. Trial closings are ways for you to know if they're thinking about or actually planning on hiring you or not when you get there to the appointment. The local market current to the month would be about 5, 6, 7 charts and graphs documenting the market. And we'll see some of those in a minute. And then why you? What is your value proposition? Now that's generally speaking what needs to be in there. The process of selling, the nature of the market, and you, okay? Testimonials are powerful. You should have testimonials in the pre-listing package. If it's really clear, don't do this if it's not clear, but make it clearly, simply clear about the legal relationship. Florida is very simple. We actually don't have agency anymore except by election. We are all transaction brokers in Florida, which makes it really easy. Other states, it's not so easy at all, but you have to make sure they understand the legal relationship depending on your state laws. Document your team. So we always have pictures of everyone on the team. We have their job description, a brief job description, and then we have the direct dial-in number and the email address for everybody. Explain the MLS. A lot of people, consumers, don't understand quite how the MLS works. They think if they pay you, but another agent sells the house, they got to pay that agent too. They don't quite understand it. So explain it. And I would explain it with the old $6 bill analogy. Just show $6 and show what each dollar goes to. Marketing concepts. That could be in there, should be in there. In other words, sample flyers, sample marketing pieces, websites that they can go to and see where you currently have properties on the web. Get ready to sell tips, your guaranteed marketing plan. We have one page that says our guarantee. There are magic words in marketing, meaning these words are used all the time and they still have punch, they still work, and guarantee is a power word in marketing. People like a product or a service to be guaranteed. You'll see ours in a minute. And remember, your guarantee can be whatever you want it to be. Your guarantee could be, I'll sell your home in 90 days or I'll give you $5. I mean, that could be your guarantee. So don't think a guarantee is some kind of big potential liability for you. It's not, but consumers like a guarantee. List of the websites. We show approximately, I think it's 150 logos of websites where our listings go. Sample ads, flyers, list of resources, your biography and selling history. If you're a new agent, your selling history is the market centers. Realize in almost all states, by law, all sales are done under the brokerage, not the agent. They're done under the brokerage. So you can have a selling history that says, we at Keller Williams have sold these properties in the last 12 months or since January 1. You could have a long list of all the properties your brokerage has sold. And as long as you don't say, I have sold, and you say, we at Keller Williams have sold, It's entirely legal and kosher. And the consumer is satisfied that you are part of a big selling organization. Here's some hot tips: the trial closing, seller concerns questionnaire. I'm going to send that to you as well, to Aaron. The agent interview sheet, the documents list, the property disclosure form to fill out, more money, less stress sheet, trade-in program, move-up program. Now that's if you have these, and a relocation program. You actually, depending on the status of the iBuying program with KW, you have the ability to do a trade-in program where we will buy their house and they can move to the new house they're buying. This is the seller concern sheet. This was the backbone of my actual listing appointment. So I'd walk in the door and I would say, "Good evening, Mr. and Ms. Johnson. I'm so excited to be here today, and we're excited about the opportunity to represent you in the sale of your home. We love this neighborhood, and this street is one of the best in the neighborhood, and what you've done with your house in terms of curb appeal, outstanding. I can see you're motivated and ready to sell." Now, this is when I'm just standing in the foyer. They've just opened the door for me. Now, let me see here, these pictures you've got on the wall in the foyer. Are these your kids? Tell me about your kids. Wow, 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 wow. You should be so proud of those kids. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, I understand completely. I have 4 kids too. I think just like you think. That's called connecting. So I'm connecting right when I'm standing in the front door over pictures of their kids. Or if I saw something about kids on the outside, like on in their car, did I see a baby's car seat or whatever? I'm going to ask them, "I saw the car seat. Tell me about your kids." And then we're going to be talking about their kids and my kids, and we are connecting. This is important. This is not a small thing. You all that are experienced, you do this at open houses. People walk in the door, you start chit-chatting with them, and you're connecting. And you've got to do that part. You can't just go straight to business. So we'd connect for 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, and then I'm going to say, "Well, you know what? I could talk about my kids and your kids for a long time, but I'm sure we need to get down to business. So did you get the package?" This is the pre-list package. They'll say, "Yes." "Did you do your homework?" And hopefully they say, "Yes." And then I'll say, "Great. Where can we review the paperwork?" And they often might say, "Well, don't you want to tour the house?" And I would always say this: "Well, you know what? Why don't we figure out if we're going to go into business together? Because if we're not going to do that, then I don't need to tour the house. So let's go ahead and review the paperwork. And then if we're going to go into business, I'll tour the home and let you know what I think." "Oh, okay." And that's usually what they said. So we'd go sit down, and the paperwork I want to see is this form. There's more paperwork, but this is the one I'm looking for. And I'd pull this out, and this is a trial closing. Now, if you look at this, it says rank your concerns. This is not something we made up. Every year, NAR does a great service for all of us, and that's auditing buyers and sellers from this year. And they do about 4,000 to 5,000. And if any of you have the background to know about surveys and audits of consumerism, most of the Gallup polls are normally doing 200 to 400 consumers, and they come up with what they think everybody feels about a product or a service. The fact is, NAR does 4,000 to 5,000, meaning this data is extremely valid. So they ask sellers to state what their concerns were when selling. This list comes from NAR, and this list is simply what were the most common concerns that sellers had. So I'm asking this consumer, this seller, to rank their concerns. And understand this: I don't have to answer every concern. I don't. But what I have to answer are the ones they're very concerned about. So I would do an assumptive close by looking at it, and I would see where they circled very concerned. Most people, are going to rank only 3 or 4 very concerned. And then the others will be scattered. They'll be scattered. And the more they've sold, the less they have high concerns. But what I would go to is the high concerns right off the bat. And I would do this assumptive close. So Mr. and Ms. Johnson, if I answer your question about commissions, broker commissions, and I answer your concerns about inconveniences, and I answer your concerns about closing costs, you're ready to get the property on the market today. That's a very straightforward assumptive close. And they can either say yes, or they can say no. And if they say, well, no, I'd say, what other concerns are there that I need to address right now in order to get a sign in your yard? And they might say, well, we're also concerned about showing procedures. So now they've told me they're 3 very concerned. Showing procedures was a number 4, it wasn't a 5. And if I answered that one and the 3, they're ready to get a sign in the yard. Now this really works well for you, because think about it. I only need to talk about what I need to talk about to get a sign in the yard. I do not need to talk about everything. And one problem with a lot of agents who go on listing appointments is they walk in and feel compelled to talk about everything. And you shouldn't talk about everything. You should only talk about what they want you to talk about. And that's what this sheet does. And when you tell me what I need to talk about, we're going to get in and out of the appointment very quickly. When I started using a pre-list package, my appointments went from an hour and 45 minutes, an hour and a half, down to 45 minutes to an hour. When I started using this sheet, they went down to 30 minutes. And my goal at every listing appointment was to try to be under 30 minutes. And I'd ring the doorbell and I'd look at my watch and I'd go, all right, 28 minutes, I'm walking out the door. And I'd get in there and I'd connect and I'd hit the paperwork and I'd get them to sign the paperwork, and then I'd do the tour, and then I'd tell them what's coming next, and I'm walking out the door. And it works, because what does a motivated seller want? When somebody calls you and they're truly motivated, what do they want? You're driving up, they hear you coming to the door. What do they want? They want it on the market. That's what they want. That's what you're there to do. And the gap is how much do you shoot your mouth off? That's the gap between it being listed and you showing up. Because what they want is a sign in the yard. So when I tell them, tell me the stepping stones to sign in the yard, they'll tell me. And then I'm going to step through those stones and we're putting the sign in the yard. That's it. So here's the document list. We asked for all of these documents, and you can see a lot of them are really obvious. Now there is a professional issue here about these documents, and it's really important. This is called due diligence. If you don't ask a seller for a survey and they get it under contract and they get the survey done, and all of a sudden there's an easement and you never asked about it, but there is an easement and they knew about it and they had a survey, but you didn't do due diligence, and then the buyer backs out of it because of that, and they lose the other property they were interested in because they got tied up on this property, which has a serious easement that no one disclosed to them, you could be in a lawsuit. You could literally be accused of failure to do your job properly. So we asked for a list of documents for our home book, because everything here goes into a home book, which is inside the house. But we also know that this is about CYA. This is due diligence to ask all of the questions and get all the documents that a professional realtor should do when they're dealing with property and being sold. We also have an assistant to the listing manager who's a virtual assistant, and they will run a series of internet searches on property and compile a stack of documents for us. So they're gonna go and find every permit that's ever been pulled on the house. So if there have been changes to the house since they bought it, we're gonna find out, was any of it not permitted? That's a big issue, and I'm sure that's true in your state as well. If they did it themselves and no permit. We're gonna find out if there are any liens on the property other than the home mortgage. We're gonna do research on who was the builder when it was originally built. The house is 40 years old, 50 years old. We're gonna find the original builder. We're gonna find the developer. We get all kinds of information. When you walk in the door and you know more about that property than the seller does, and more than any other agent knows, you're a long way to establishing you're the agent to hire. So this list request is in our pre-list package. So now here's the pre-list package. So we're going to take a walk through this. Like I said, you're going to get this, so don't hyperventilate, or maybe you won't hyperventilate, but either way, we're going to walk through this. So this is the cover page. This is what's in it. This is a statement about KW being worldwide. This is about Keller Mortgage, free mortgage. This is about the awards and distinctions that Keller Williams has gotten, which is quite substantial. Our mission statement, you'll recognize the Y4C 2 T's, and now it's going to be 2 TES. This is about us, Rebecca and I, been in the business for a quarter of a century, actually longer now. Our designations, our official designations, including distressed property expert, which I hope we don't have to use again. This is the team. This is the team. Real trends for 2018, we were number 117 as a brokerage group in the top 500 in the nation. This is our guarantee. Remember that word about guarantee? If you are not completely satisfied with our service or our marketing, you can cancel at any time, no fees, no questions. That is our guarantee. Now, you may not want to go that far down the road, but you could guarantee something. And I'm telling you, people like a guarantee. When people ask me what my listing length is, I used to respond, a day. And they'd look at me funny and chuckle and go, a day? I go, well, yeah. I mean, my listing agreement is 90 days. And most of my competitors are 6 months. But the fact is, with our guarantee, you can cancel anytime. So you could list me today and cancel me tomorrow, and there's no questions asked, no fees. So literally, I have to earn the right. This is a script. I have to earn the right to be your listing agent every single day. And I think that's a good thing for you. Would you agree with that? These are all scripts. And they would say, yeah, okay. So every day, my goal is to make you happy and to get results from our marketing and prospecting so you can get out of this house. So that's our guarantee. The Rivers Team Advantage, all of this stuff is really important to a lot of sellers. I don't think all of this is important to all sellers, but one or two of these things or more are important to all sellers. It tells them there we spend about $200,000 a year on marketing, advertising, and administrative salaries. And no other team in Tallahassee guarantees that level of professionalism and expense and investment. You can see we answered the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, agent on call all the time for their service. We have moving trucks when they buy or sell with us. We have moving boxes when they buy or sell with us. We have a lot of value. These are the testimonials. We talked about testimonials. You don't have to have more than a full page. I know a lot of people have pages, and that's okay, but I think people get the point if they read about 10 or 12, and that's what we cram on this list is about a dozen. And yeah. We point out that this is an internet world, and this is the reality of them being a seller and the reality of us getting their home sold. The internet is going to play a key and pivotal role in that. So your home is on the market and being shown 24/7, 365. Where do buyers come from? And here's some data, some research data on where buyers come from. And we're highlighting that where we live is the state capital, and it has the highest level of education per capita of any county in Florida, which means all of our buyers and sellers are online more than any other part of the state. Multiple listing service. Remember, we explained the multiple listing service, the KWLS system. These are the websites that we put property on. There's over 300 commercial sites, 80,000 individual sites. That is now up to 150,000 individual sites. We have premium sites for certain properties that we'll spend money on. We do agent and office promotion, meaning we will push marketing of new listings to agents who sell in a given neighborhood. In the last 12 months, but we'll also push in our own office internally, and we do caravans in our office routinely. I think caravans are undervalued and are very important for an agent to be really astutely aware of the market. This is just restating the emphasis on hiring an agent. Our social media is Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, not Google Plus so much anymore. We were getting good results off that, but now it's really more about Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, the KW mobile app. 55% of our sign calls get turned into appointments. 55%. And that is mainly due to one thing, and it's right there. We answer the phone in 3 rings or less, 12 hours a day. That's the simple truth. If you answer the phone fast on a sign call, you have a really good chance of getting a appointment. Top 10 reasons to stage your home. I'm not going to read these to you, but these are the top 10 reasons. This discusses staging, what the elements of staging are. Use staging to highlight the most lived in homes, and it shows them the top findings from seller agents and buyer agents about the rooms that you want to focus on. And this is reinforcing the conversation we're going to have with them. I didn't do that, and the listing agent still doesn't do that. Is the listing manager that once the property is listed, they will go out and obviously tour the home and make suggestions about the staging of the home. I don't know about your market, but staging really does matter a great deal in my market. Not at the utility housing, not first-time buyer properties, but growing family and move-ups and higher, yes. So these are some of the basic elements, because everybody needs to declutter everything, everybody. So this is a discussion about that. Pet odors, Tallahassee, good or bad, I'm not making a comment, but there are a lot of pets. We have a lot of pet owners, and that means there are a lot of cat box odors and a lot of dog hair odors. And we talk to people about this in a very serious way, that odors will drive people right back out the door. And that includes smoking, and that includes food odors. So we discussed the strategies for eliminating the problems that odors can create. And again, our listing manager will do that. If I went to the listing appointment and I smelled something, I'm going to point it out right away. Yeah, sellers in Tallahassee, sellers who are smokers have a real problem, because Tallahassee has one of the lowest smoking rates of any city in Florida. Only 14% of the population in Tallahassee smokes. And I tell them point blank, if I walk in the door and I'm smelling cigarette smoke, you need to have this house totally cleaned of odors. That means the walls, the furniture, the carpets, everything's going to have to be cleaned of odors. And then you're going to need to not ever smoke in this house again. And I would tell them point blank. And it only hurts them if they don't pay attention to that. So here's 47 things they can do throughout the house. And we end up using this as a checklist. The listing manager will use this as a checklist to go through the house with them. So they're told up front, you may as well get on it throughout the house, the kitchen, the bedrooms, the bathrooms, outside. Updates, the relative use of updates and repairs for all sellers. And these are percentages that come from NAR as well as KW. Top renovations, ROI, this comes from the Home Builders Association, the Remodeling Council of the Home Builders Association. Upgraded landscaping, roof install, blah, 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 blah. Home warranties, the majority of our homes, if they're 4 or 5 years old or older, we typically have a home warranty on the home. And I know you all know what a home warranty does, but we get the seller's coverage, not just the potential for the buyer, but the seller's coverage. This happens to be First American, who we're using at the time. We have found over the years that warranty companies are competing with each other, and they keep shifting their value proposition to be competitive. I totally get that. So we simply evaluate what one do we think at the current time is the best one to promote. We're currently promoting something different than First American, and that's not a cut against First American, but again, they're playing dodgeball with competitors, and we're going to tell the consumer which one's the best one today. The HomeKeeper app, vendor list, this one page answers 6 objections. What they pay doesn't matter. What they need doesn't matter. What they want doesn't matter. What your neighbor says doesn't matter. What another agent says does not matter. And the cost to rebuild is absolutely irrelevant to what your home market value is. All of these answered in one page. Oh, by the way, notice that bottom. Your first offer is usually your best, meaning when we bring that first offer, if you remember my script about it's not quite what you wanted, but if you sell it, you win, that's going to be the conversation. This is talking about bracketing. I mentioned bracketing earlier today. This tells you very simply, if you're at 149.9, you appear only between 100 to 150. This is a search bracket from a search engine, and it shows you that you can choose where you'll be. So at 150, you will appear from 100 to 150, and you'll appear from 150 to 200, meaning all the people between $100,000 and $200,000 will see your property. Half of the buying audience is gone if you price at 149.9. Half, all the people from 150 to 2 are unaware of this 149.9 property. Almost all of our price reductions are bracket reductions. Pricing within the market, we're just discussing here how we price. This discusses simple issues like, yeah, but I had to drill a really deep well in order to get water, and that costs more money. All buyers are going to pay for is water, and all the houses have water. So they're not going to overpay you because you spent more to get water. You got to have water. So boo-hoo. Okay. All right. This is about square footage. Now, we use this in our marketplace, and yet we want them to be clear about it. It could be a confusing stat to look at, and it's for this issue. Same size lot, different sized house, you're going to come up with different metrics. So the smaller house will have a much higher price per foot than the bigger house will. So you have to be careful about comparing a small house per foot to a big house per foot. You need to compare big houses to big houses and small ones to small ones if you're looking at price per foot. This is a very important graph. It shows that the very best offers you're going to get come in 6 weeks or less. And after that, you have declining opportunity. And we use this graph over and over and over. The reason that we only take 90-day listings is this graph you're looking at. We believe that a home should be sold in 90 days or less across the board, just in general, absolutely. We also believe that the best time to sell is in the first month. And this graph clearly illustrates that. So we make it clear to them that if we do our job well and they do their job well, we're going to sell it fast. And that means we've done an outstanding job, not a poor job. It's been an outstanding job. And this graph proves that. This is a graph on web activity. So this shows them what kind of views, what kind of digital detail that we've got. And we get a lot of data that we pump out to them in a weekly marketing report. So they see about page views online, how many deep dived into all of the photos or watched the video, how many have been there before to the property. We get all the data and we shove it out at them. This is about over, under, or at market value and what we think about that. I love this. This is about Zillow. If you're not aware of this, you should have this in your pre-listing package. Zillow CEO, the head of Zillow, Spencer Rascoff, sold his home, and he sold his home for $1.05 million, which was 40% less than the Zillow estimate of $1.75 million the same day that he sold it for $1.05 million. So clearly, it puts a discouraging point about Zillow estimates. This is about the process. If you're looking at the flow chart from first point of contact all the way through to the closing, this is just a short description of that. Here's what happens on our marketing consultation. And it tells them right here, if your property is not shown for 2 weeks, or you have 10 showings and no offers, either one, you need to reduce the price. Listing your home with us, this is more detailed now about the process. Week 1, there's week 2 and on. The lockbox, showing time for setting their showings, navigating through the closing. This is a flow chart on the purchase contract offer to close. And then this is the data report. And this shows by thousands, by price, the flow chart of certain key metrics in the marketplace. And this is showing you year by year by year, all the way from 2000 up through 2019. So we can see the trend lines for all the varied prices over a long period of time. And it flows back into this multi-class new listings. So this is for, again, 2019 down to 2015. This is multi-class closed. And if you do everything right, you end up with a sale. And that's the pre-list package. Okay. I got to breathe here. So you've got it sold. And now you have a decision about the actual presentation at the table. So now we're shifting from the pre-list package to the presentation at the table. It says here what your options are. And facetiously, the least you could do would be to pray that they sign the listing with you. I think state of the art, where you need to be is a multimedia online laptop or tablet presentation. Now, in lieu of online, you need to have downloaded what you want them to see online so that you're showing it as if you were online. And that's not a bad idea to do, because you and I know every now and then the internet is not working well. But that's less and less today. Realize this, every seller has been online for weeks, if not months, looking at property and looking at the market. The properties you're going to walk in the door and talk to them about in terms of solds and or current listings, they've already seen them. They've looked at them. They looked at them while they were listed. They saw they went under contract, and now they decided to sell themselves. And realize in the same neighborhood, a lot of sellers have actually seen the houses that are currently listed or that have sold. So as a listing agent, you got to be very careful that you're walking in the door properly prepared. So we have, over the years, gotten really good at understanding something very simple. Almost all buyers will get a list of 8, 10, 12 properties. Now, these are ones that are handled by a professional realtor that will have done a thorough monetary evaluation, a wants and needs analysis, and then they get this list of 8, 10, or 12 properties, and they typically will go out and show those in one day, and they'll narrow it down to 2, maybe 3, and then they'll end up picking one and make an offer. So the issue in you getting a home sold is not getting it in the group of 10. Your issue is getting it to be in the final 2. That's your challenge. In terms of price and condition, you want to be in anybody in that neighborhood searching for that size and price range of home. You want your home to be in the final 2, if not the final 1. But the final 2 means you're where you need to be and you're not giving away a single dollar. If you're number 1, If you priced it so low that there is no other competition out of 10 houses in the neighborhood, you probably are a little too low. So you kind of need to be where there's one other property and we're very similar and we're very similar in price. However, there is one or two extra value elements that should drive the contract to you. Now that's the highest skill set of a listing agent. And this literally means that when you go out to an appointment and you're going to be showing them your comps, it's not as much about the sold as it is the competition. Think about it. The buyers that are going to come and buy your listing are going to be comparing it to other listings. The fact that there's a home down the street that went on the market 3 months ago, sold in 2 weeks, and closed 6 weeks ago, that's irrelevant to today's buyer. And it might be a good comp for you, but that's not what the buyer today is going to be doing. They're going to be comparing your listing to 2 other properties in the neighborhood that are also available listings. So your home is sold not by the comps, it's sold by the competition. So when we walk in the door, we're ready to talk about the CMA and the sold histories, but what we're there to do is to compare their house to 2 competing listings that we believe are the 2 listings. And this is the script. Mr. and Ms. Johnson, there are only 2 kinds of listings. They're the listings that sell, and then they're the listings that sell the listings that sell. And tonight, that's your decision. Are you going to be the listing that sells, or are you going to be the listing that sells other homes in your neighborhood? And I brought tonight the 2 properties that when you hit the market tonight, tomorrow morning, either those 2 are going to sell you or you're going to sell one of those 2. And that's the issue we're going to address tonight, because we want those 2 to sell you. And that's our discussion. So what I'm telling you is now this is us. I'm not saying this is you, but you saw the pre-list package. And what was in the pre-list package is most of what most listing agents talk about at the listing table. We don't do that. We show them all of that stuff in the pre-list package. And then when I got there, I'd say, did you get the package? You did? And you heard me say this already. Did you do the homework? You did? Great, let's go review it. And while we're sitting there, I'm going to ask them, did you have any questions about the pre-listing package contents? Anything in that you want to discuss? And every now and then they'd have 1 or 2 things, but generally they'd say, nope, we got it, we understand it. And then I don't have to talk about any of that stuff. So then I will switch and say, okay, one of your 3 top concerns was the price. Let's talk about it right now. As I said, there are 2 properties that are going to be your main competition. So we need to compare those 2 properties against your property and come up where you're at a price that, based on your condition and those 2 properties' conditions and what you offer and what they offer, you are the best value. And it doesn't mean you're going to be the cheapest of the 3, but it does mean you're the best value. In other words, if those 2 don't have pools and you have a pool and you're otherwise identical, you will be the most expensive house. But as long as the price add-on, the plus for the pool, isn't too high, you're going to sell fast and for more money than those 2 because of the pool. So we will address that and go right to the pricing issue. And that means utilizing photographic tours of those properties. And our listing agents often will walk into the kitchen and say, now let's look at the kitchens. And they'll do it on a tablet. And they'll compare house number 1 and house number 2's kitchens to their kitchen. And then they'll go do the family room, and then they'll do the backyard, and they'll do the master suite. They'll do the key rooms and ask them to rate their home against theirs. Better, worse, the same. Better, worse, the same. And they'll come back with a ranking, and then that will be used as a pricing decision-making tool. So that is the conversation about the listing presentation. You need to be enthusiastic and optimistic, and you should be. If you already have a good track record, you know you're going to get the job done. We have a very strong conversion rate, and it's deliberately built that way over the years because we just have a lot of experience and we know what we're doing. So we're optimistic and we're enthusiastic. We get it done. Look at bullet point 2. When you do that pricing on sold, you need to go out and view those properties, not just the pictures online, but you need to go walk through them. Ideally, go do a preview right before you go to the appointment or a day or two before. Remember, that might be one of their friends and they've seen that house many times. So you can't fake it. If you're going to tell them that their home is not worth as much as one of those other two houses, you need to know exactly what you're talking about. Be on time, not early, certainly not late, but be on time. I used to always make sure I was there early, but I'd sit in my car and make some calls until it was time to walk up and push the doorbell right on time. I did it early and rang the doorbell early for about the first 3 or 4 months. And then I finally realized a whole bunch of them are running around finishing straightening up in order to let me in. And I was early and they weren't finished and it flustered them. So I got over that. Have a big smile, shake their hands. Well, today's world, no, not really, but that's what you should do. Stand in the foyer and assert why they're selling. And remember, you should have asked those 3 questions at the first point of contact, the first phone call or email or text. Why are you selling? When do you need to move by? What will happen if that doesn't occur? So I would stand there and say, you're selling this home to get your 2 children into a different school zone for the best future that they can have. And you need to do this before school starts in August. I totally understand. And if we don't get that done, they won't be in the school zone. And Mr. Johnson, I don't think your wife will be a very happy wife if we don't do that. Is that correct? And I'm just making them smile and laugh. And they would typically agree with that. So you verify they did the pre-list. You verified they did their homework. Did you do your homework? And then we're going to go over the homework. When you go to sit down, this may seem a subtle thing, but it's really important. I would ask, well, where should we sit? And they'd say, well, let's sit in the dining room. And they would do this and I would walk in the dining room and then go sit down. And over time, I quickly realized when I sat in his or her chair, they would always look a little uncomfortable while we were seating and talking. So a small thing is ask them, even if they say, go ahead. But when you get there, say, where should I sit? And then they'll tell you, sit there. And now they can sit in their chairs and now they're comfortable and you can have a better discussion with them because they're comfortable. You focus on the concern sheet, which we already discussed, and then you summarize into a trial close. Mr. and Ms. Johnson, if I answer your 3 questions on your concern sheet, you're ready to get assigned the yard tonight? And again, they can say yes or no. And if they say no, say, what other concern do I need to address in order to get the sign in the yard? And they'll tell you 1 or 2 other things. This is my experience. There'll be just those 3 or 1 or 2 others, and that's it. And then you're ready to move forward. Be ready to answer these questions. How much can they get for the house? Be prepared to answer that. How much? How fast? How fast can you sell the house? And what's your fee? We are not here to have a pricing discussion about fee. I am here to tell you some facts that are indisputable, and that is in the industry, the majority of residential sales are done with full service brokerage, charging a full fee. Now that varies a little bit market to market, but the point is, and it's clear, that discount brokers, flat fee brokers, do not dominate at all. Consumers prefer and will pay for full service. That's clear. Now, having said that, you need to make up your mind what your fee should be. Make up your mind. Are you going to be a 5, a 6, a 7? This is purely as an example. This is not talking about what you should charge. But my fees are 6 to 10%. And I'm not kidding. It's 6 to 10%. And there are houses we list at 7 and 8. But there are reasons for that. But it is 6 to 10%. And we only negotiate inside that band of 6 to 10%. And the reason for that is very businesslike. The reason is we are building a budget on selling a lot of houses, and we got to spend a bunch of money on staff and on marketing and related costs it's over $200,000. We will spend $250,000 typically a year. Now, if we don't get that money back, we're bad business people. And I not only need to get that money back, I need to get a profit on top of that. So I am spending and investing to get a certain return. And if we're going to get typically 3% or more, that's what we build our budget around, is the 3%. 2.5% won't cut it. That's 20% less than what we anticipated. That could mean we end up making little or no profit, and that is not acceptable. So the point is, you will build your spending around what you believe you will be earning. And if you're cutting into that routinely all the time, you better stop and rethink and say, okay, what am I? What is my fee? And then build a budget to your fee. So I'm not encouraging or discouraging any fee in particular. I am saying you better be prepared to stick to something, or you will end up with a not so profitable business. And again, consumers will pay your fee if they perceive value. You understand about pricing these simple realities that in a seller's market, and again, I think y'all are living in this, almost everything sells fast. There's high demand and low inventory, particularly in certain price brackets. In a balanced market, most listings will sell over time, most. And in a buyer's market, in a balanced market, in a buyer's market, fewer listings sell and many do not sell. Now, let's hope we don't go there. But we definitely are seeing some early signs in some parts of the country are moving into a slightly more balanced market, but that could just be temporary. That could be the kids going back to school in many parts of the country, and there being less on the street activity. So there's less contracts happening. There's less showings happening. But again, according to the interviews that were done at MegaCamp, there's a belief among Google and Facebook, both, and it's very significant that they both said this, that there seems to be a wave coming in the fourth and first quarter of home buying activity. So this movement kind of towards a balanced market might quickly turn back around into reinforcing a seller's market. I don't know. This is the relationship about condition to selling. And understand a seller's market, top condition and average condition sell equally well. And that's true. In a balanced market, only top condition sells the best. And in a poor market, only top condition sells typically. So in the market you're in, it's on the left, it's a seller's market. The only issue you have in condition is the poor condition. In that scenario, the price must go down, and then that too will sell quickly. Because where there's a shortage of inventory, as long as you price it right, it will sell just as quick as the good condition inventory at top dollar. The pricing presentation is about these two prices. There is a price that seems to be the price it's worth, and that is what we call the CMA. The comp. That apparent price is not necessarily the price you want it in the market at. The market price is a different price. Where should we put it in the market? And the market has a lot to do with brackets, and it has to do with velocity. How much property is actually moving through the market. But generally speaking, it will be a bracket kind of decision about where you should be. If you give the seller, and we discussed this earlier, the benefit of the doubt and price it aggressively because it looks possible to you, but you're kind of, I'm not sure, that might be a little bit of a stretch. Look at the bracket issue. And if it's just outside of a bracket, you got to let them know 10 days, and then it goes to this price point. So that discussion has to be had, and you need to be clear in your mind that they only have 4 weeks or less to get the best price. And remember, there's a graph on that in the pre-listing package, and you've got 10 days, and then you got to drop that price to guarantee they still have a shot at top dollar. And they need to understand this really well, that the first price reduction will come if in 10 days you haven't had 10 showings or you've had 10 showings and no offer. Either way, it's a price drop. If you have 10 showings and no offer, you are selling other houses, and they need to fix that quickly. You will use multiple photo displays or tours of those properties in order to set the exact price. So summarizing the pricing presentation is this. You must make sure, and I'm speaking mainly to newer agents here, you must make sure your CMA and your targeting of active listings they'll compete with must be like-kind property. And I have seen a lot of CMAs. We have agents all across North Florida. I think we do a great job in training, and yet I still see agents pulling comps up, and they apparently pay no attention. They'll use a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house as a comp for a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house. And in many markets, that is not like-kind property. It is not. They'll utilize 3-story homes and compare those with a 1-story ranch. Those are not like-kind properties, particularly if the master's up and not down. Again, pool homes versus no pool homes in Florida, we see a bunch of that. And you have to do some serious adjustments in order to correct for that. You just don't use those prices and compare them to the same, and yet we see them a lot. And I'm in a golf course community. We see a lot of 3-car garages compared as a comp to a 2-car garage without any offsetting of those differentials. And those are not like-kind property. So the minute you've got not like-kind property, you have to really be like an appraiser and do those calculations and adjustments. And that's where a lot of agents don't have the ability to make those partial adjustments based on what those other features are worth or are not worth. Okay, that was a lot to digest, and we made it. We're at 2 o'clock, and we're going to stop for a break, and we're going to be on a break for 15 minutes. And when we come back, have your questions. Realize it's okay with me if you don't have questions, but a big part of the presentation is allocating time for questions. So if we don't have a lot of questions, we're going to finish early. Maybe that's what y'all want, I don't know, but we'll finish early. But like I told you, I'm really comfortable answering questions. So hopefully you'll have some. So I'll see you back at 2:15. Ready, set, go. You ready?
Fantastic, fantastic. All right, got some people coming back from the break.
All right, are you screening for any questions or should I do it?
Let's see. So Camila Mysak asks, how do you find out what's the turnover rate for a neighborhood / area?
Okay, the turnover rate for a neighborhood is a function of how many residential deeds exist in the neighborhood or the area, and realize that that is identified by the tax assessor's office, the tax office. Now, if you got a true subdivision, understand there'll be some parcels in the subdivision that are land owned by the homeowners association. So you don't want to include any of those. So a good way to screen is go in and put the neighborhood tax ID number as the starting point, and then also add a qualifier like square footage must equal 500 feet or more. So that way you won't get any bare tracts of land that are subdivision entrances or parks or stuff like that. But you get the number of residential deeds, and then you do a tax record search of deed transfers for the last 12 months. So you'll enter today's date back 12 months. And then you should do a 3-year search. If you're trying to get the turnover rate really clear, do a 3-year search. So the last 12 months, 12 months before that, and 12 months before that. So you have a 3-year period, and you'll see that the turnover rate is either going up or it's flat or it's going down. You have a 3-year trend, in other words, and you can see what the trend is. So when you get that number of sales that occurred in the last 12 months, you simply divide that by the total number that exists. and that'll give you the turnover rate. So if I have 1,000 homes in the neighborhood and 100 sell a year, divide 1,000 into 100, and that will be 10%.
We have a question from Anthony DeMarco. What's your best advice on winning multiple offer situations? Competition here is crazy. Also, what are your thoughts on joining a team versus staying solo? Thank you so much. By Anthony DeMarco.
Sure. Well, first of all, offer the most money. That's how you win the multiple offer. And I'm not being glib. I don't know if y'all have them. Do y'all utilize escalation clauses in your offers? Do y'all have that? No? We have those in Florida where you can make an offer for a certain price, but then you can state you're willing to go up to X dollars. But if they get an offer above what you offered, but less than your ceiling, they have to disclose that offer to you. So it's not smoke and mirrors. They got to document the higher offer. So if you can use an escalation clause, that's the best chance you'll have for your buyer. They want to buy it for this, and that's aggressive. So that's what they offer. But then they say, if I have to, I'll go up another 30,000. But I don't want to, but if I have to, that's what I do. But I better have to, meaning they better have another offer higher than mine, but under the 30. So that's a strategy around the country that is the best strategy, giving your seller your buyer optimum chance to get the property.
Awesome. Okay, next question is from Darden Moorfield. What do you do if you walk into the seller's appointment and the seller has not reviewed the pre-listing packet and or has not done their homework?
Oh, wait a minute. There was another question in that last one that we didn't answer. It's about being on a team or being a solo agent.
Oh, yes. What are your thoughts on joining a team versus staying solo?
Yeah, sorry, I rushed myself and then.
Sorry about that.
I rushed you, yeah. That's a really good question. There's a lot of debate for people that have been in this a long time, and you look at the trends in the industry. It is clear around the country that teams continue to dominate the sold volume in market areas. And there's no surprise about that, really. Their larger teams are powerful businesses. They work 7 days a week. They have money, they have plans, they have accountability. They have assets that agents don't have. I mean, I have moving trucks and vans, moving boxes for my clients. I have 24/7 service. We're open 12 hours a day. These are things single agents can't compete with. What you can compete with, however, is one-on-one service and attention. So here's the fundamental question. What is it that you're really aiming for? If you think you want to have a really big business one day, like you want to have your own team one day, if that's your vision, then I would definitely recommend you interview and join a powerful team, because the best way to have a powerful big business is to learn about a powerful big business from the inside, not the outside. So it can be a proving ground for you to learn how to do that. If you want to, however, never hire anybody and you don't want that responsibility, you've already made a decision to be a single agent, and I'd encourage you to take the training programs that are offered in the Market Center and take them until you're capable of teaching them. And I mean it. Take Ignite, take Bold, take whatever you've got that will improve your skill sets until you are able to sell 30 to 40 houses a year in 40 to 50 hours a week. And that way you have a career worth having and still keep a life worth living. You do not want to be a single agent who does nothing but work, and you work 6.5 days a week, and you're successful, but you're also you've given up your life worth living. There's no right or wrong to any of this. I will say this: the hardest job in the residential real estate field is a single agent doing everything and selling 40 houses a year. That's the hardest job there is. So you can improve your life worth living if you are seller based as an agent, as a single agent, as we discussed. And that doesn't mean give up all buyers, but I would do approximately 60% of your annual sales in listings, and then you can get to 40 a year and still work only 40 to 50 hours a week. And you got to balance all these issues. Now, the power of being on a team is that almost all the jobs you're responsible for are taken off your plate. So on my team and a lot of teams, a buyer agent has 5 jobs and that's it. They have 5 tasks and that's it. They don't do anything else. They meet with people, they sign them up as a client, they show them property, they write a contract, they maintain communications till the closing, and that's it. So they basically go from deal to deal to deal. They go from client to client to client. There's nothing else you do. And most agents, single agents, those tasks are what they're good at, because all of them involve meeting with people and talking to people. So you got to make up your mind about that. If you don't like doing the bookkeeping, if you don't like doing the planning, if you don't like doing the systems, if you don't like doing the listing management, if you don't like all of that, maybe you should join a team. Okay. Now, what was your next question?
So next question from Darden, since that's the last one that I asked. What do you do if you walk into the seller's appointment and the seller has not reviewed the pre-listing pack and or has not done their homework?
Been there, done that. So what I've discovered is when I show up, you heard my scripts, like, did you get the package? You did? Did you review it? And if they look kind of nonchalant, I'll say, what about it, Mrs. Johnson? Because usually she's more stern about it than he is. What about it, Ms. Johnson? Did y'all review it? And she'll say, well, I did a little bit. What about you, Mr. Johnson? Well, I didn't really have time to do it. And I'll be quiet for a second and I'll just look at him and I'll say, so let me make sure I understand the situation here. You are selling the biggest asset you've ever owned. Is that correct? And they'll usually go, well, yeah. And you considered hiring me and called me to come out and talk to you about selling the biggest asset you've ever had. Yes? Yeah, exactly. That's just what we did. So I sent you about 54 pages of information about, if you hire me, exactly what I'm going to do. And you're going to pay me approximately $15,000 to $18,000. So I would think you'd be a little concerned about what I'm going to do. So I gave you documentation about exactly what I'm going to do through the whole process. I gave you information about the current market, which is going to explain my pricing recommendation. And I gave you my value proposition about everything I bring to the table. And now you're telling me you didn't even look at it. Now I'm having a hard time understanding why I'm here. To help you sell the biggest asset you ever have and get paid for it. And you don't even look at what I'm going to do. I don't understand this. Can you explain this to me some more? Now, typically that will go in one or two directions. They'll either start apologizing. I'm sorry. We are busy. We're moving and I just didn't have time to do it, but I will do it. I'll look at it. Now, if they go down that direction, I'll say, wonderful. Let's do it right now. I got a few calls I need to make. So I'm going to go outside and sit in my car for about 15 minutes. Y'all take a quick look through the material. There's some homework I need you to check off. Please take care of that homework. And I'm happy to wait until you finish and then we'll have our meeting. And they're embarrassed. Some people, they're embarrassed and they do it. And I'm back, they'll wave me through their door. They'll wave at me, say, come on in. And I'll come in and they've checked off those little boxes on that concern sheet. Okay. The other direction it goes in, well, can we just go ahead? Because we don't have a lot of time and we're too busy to do that. And I'll go, I'm sorry. If you're not going to review the material and fill out the paperwork, you're asking me to give you the best advice possible. Is that correct? Do you want me to give you the best advice I've got? And they all say, well, of course. And yet you won't give me any information allowing me to give you the best advice I could give you. I can't help you under that circumstance. So I'm going to have to leave and I wish you the best of luck. So I'm telling you the absolute truth, dead seriously. If they won't fill out the paperwork, I'm going to walk out of the door. And the reason is very simple. I've learned over time that the people that will call me out and not look at the package or fill out the paperwork, they're intending to hire somebody else. And what they want to hear is what I think the price and the condition issues are. They want my advice and they have no intention of hiring me. And the sign of that is they don't read your stuff and they don't fill out the paperwork. And you should see that for what it is. They don't care patooties about giving you any information. They just want to know what you've got. And that can only mean they don't want to hire you. So they either are going to be a FSBO or they're going to hire another realtor, like their cousin Bobo, who they have to hire, but they want to hear what a top agent has to say. And then they'll make Bobo do what I said, right? So I am assertive. So a lot of times in that scenario, I will hit it head on. So I'll say what I already said to you, and then I'll just look at them and I'll say, you know, I got to believe here, you're either intending to hire somebody else who you have to hire, like it's a relative, or you're going to do a for sale by owner. And then I'll be quiet and I'll watch them. And almost always, if they start getting red around their throat or flush on their cheeks, or if they start doing eye dancing, eye twitching, if they start twitching, if they start moving around in their seats, I'll see it. Their body language will be giving them up because they know I've caught them. And I'll stop it right then. The minute I see them getting uncomfortable before they even speak, I'll say, listen, I'm going to believe that's what it is. And I want you to relax, because here's the thing. If that's what it is, if you're going to hire somebody who's a relative or a cousin or whatever, and you have to, or you're going to do a for sale by owner, I'm fine with that. But can we just agree right now to start over being totally honest with each other? Can you just tell me what's going on? And I'm still going to give you help, but you got to tell me what's going on so I can give you the right advice. Now, if they still put a wall up and say, no, that's not it, and it's really not any of your business, well, I'm just going to leave. I'm just going to leave. I don't work with people who aren't honest with me. And I don't work with people where it doesn't make sense to me. And it doesn't make sense to me, you won't fill out any paperwork. Doesn't make sense to me at all. Okay, I've answered that question.
Awesome. Next question by Aletha Jones. Would you recommend to go over a sample of a settlement sheet with the seller? I guess so he/she can visually see what they take home. Of course, it wouldn't be exact, but a rough estimate.
Yes, we usually include in the pre-list package some extra papers. You've already seen a couple of them. It's the documents list and the seller concern sheet. We'll have an approximation of their price range. So like if it looks like their home's in a neighborhood where the prices are, you know, 300 to 400, and I think their home's around 350, then we'll give them a $350,000 trial settlement sheet so they can see their approximate cost. And we turn that into an approximate seller's net proceeds sheet. It's not based on their exact listing price, but we don't know what the final sale price is going to be either. So it doesn't really matter, but it'll be approximate and it'll show them all the cost. And we give them that in the pre-list package so they can see it. And our commission is on there. Everything is on there.
Awesome. Next question from Mendula. Thank you, Gene, for the wonderful presentation. I have a question about highest and best. Can you share with us, please, your thoughts/cons and pros based on your experience?
Highest and best offer?
Yes, sir.
Was this what we just talked about though? Trying to win a bidding war?
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I think that's what we just, if that's what she meant or he meant, that's what I think we just talked
Yes,
about.
that is what she meant. Yeah, she just said on the chat here. All right, awesome. Let's see the
No
next.
problem.
Gene, can you please share a copy of the seller's questionnaire that you used during your first interaction with the seller? I understand the 3 questions. Is there anything else that you asked them?
Yeah, I'll send that in also to Aaron. There is a, believe it or not, there is a 4-page form and a 18-page form that are in the toolkit for seller mastery. The 18-page sounds excessive, and it kind of is, but it was designed to be used when you have, you know, someone who's got extensive property and they're selling, you know, like a big property. So I don't think you need to ask that many questions, but yeah, I'll send it in. It's not complicated. You're looking for good, solid, basic information.
Fantastic. Our agent Jana, she has a question. I have a question about the pre-listing package. Can I include selling history from prior industries?
You got to say that again. It was broken up.
Sorry about that. I have a question about the pre-listing package. Can I include selling history from prior industries?
Selling history from prior industries?
Yes.
I don't quite know what that means. Oh, you mean you're selling history in a different company or a different job? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of sellers have one thing on their mind when they interview agents, and that is, have you ever sold homes in this neighborhood? And that's an important question for a seller to ask. Again, one great way to deal with that, if you know that might be on the seller's mind, you can include in your pre-listing package a list. And again, remember the royal we, a list of the properties your office, we at Keller Williams have sold the following properties in your neighborhood in the last 12 months, 24 months, whatever history you want to go to. Our team, because we've been in the business so long and because of how many homes we've sold, we often, if it's a stranger to us, remember most of my business is past client repeat and referrals, but if it's not a referral and it's not a past client, we'll include a rundown of 5,000 sales that we have done, broken down by neighborhood, so they can see. And almost, remember, Tallahassee's not big. They can all see we've sold homes in their neighborhood because we've been doing it that long. We've sold homes in almost every neighborhood in Tallahassee, Florida. In fact, I don't know any we haven't sold homes in. So we put that in there.
So we have a question from our agent Amir. As a rookie, 4 weeks in, I'd love to hear about an instance of you failing in your first year and what you should have done differently.
Well, thank you for that. I'll tell you something I've told many times because I think about it a lot. I remember going on my very first listing appointment, and it was a FSBO. And we started our career in Miami, Florida. And if any of you know Miami, Florida, this was a FSBO in Coral Gables, Florida, which is kind of a hoity-toity, very upscale, very expensive part of Miami, the Gables. And we were new in the business, and I was reading stuff about working for sale by owners, and I had a couple of lame scripts in my head. But I remember walking up to the door, and all the way up to the front door, I remember thinking in my head, I was panicking, and I was thinking, what if he asked me a question? What if he asked me a question? What am I going to do if he asks me a question? What am I going to do if he asks me a question? I couldn't get that thought out of my head. It was invading me. It was killing my confidence. And I rang the doorbell, and I felt sweat going down my neck. I had an appointment. This wasn't a hard door knock. I got the appointment on the phone. I had sweat running down my neck. My stomach was in knots. And I walked inside, and he pointed where I could sit, and I sat down. He was a nice guy on the phone. He was a nice guy, seemed easygoing. So there was no reason for me to be tense. It was just me. I was tense on my very first listing appointment. And we sat down, and he right away was making small talk, I'm sure, in his mind, but he just looked at me and he said, so Mr. Edwards, tell me, how long have you been in the industry? And out of my mouth instantly came the truth, but I said this to him. I said, are you asking me in days or weeks? And he looked at me and he started laughing just like you just did. He started laughing. He tilted his head back and he looked at me and said, are you kidding me? And I said, oh, because I was realizing what I just said. I said, oh, and at that moment, I had a watershed moment. At that moment, I realized, you know what? You already blew it. So just relax and tell the truth and just relax. Because I already blew it. In my mind, I immediately thought, okay, well, that was it. My fear just came true. I've screwed it up bad. And I said, well, truth is, sir, this is my very first listing appointment. Yeah, I've been in it I've been licensed for about 3 weeks now, and it's my first listing appointment. I've been getting organized and getting set up at the board, and this is my first listing appointment. But then I thought about my reality, and my reality is my wife and I have both quit our jobs and went into real estate together to start our own business. And we had 2 kids, and what we had done was we had saved up enough money to pay ourselves a paycheck every 2 weeks for 3 months. To live on. So we'd saved that money. And we knew that if in 3 months we weren't putting money into that account at some point, we were going to run out of money and we'd have to go back to work. So I immediately flashed on that reality, and I looked at him and he was still smiling and laughing. And, it's like, I just can't believe you. And I said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I said, well, here's the thing. There are a lot of agents you could hire that have sold houses here. In fact, there are agents that you can be their 5th listing in Coral Gables right now, or their 10th or whatever. But there is nobody you're going to interview that it doesn't mean as much to them as it means to me. My wife and I both quit our jobs. We went into real estate together. We have 3 months saved in the bank. And if we don't start making money, we're not going to make it. We're going to have to go back to work. So I will do anything to help you sell your house. I will do open houses here every single day of the week if you'll let me do them. And I will follow up and I'll report back to you. I'll give you a daily report on my activities. Nobody's going to work harder for you, sir, than me. And I just hope you'll give me a chance. And he looked at me and he looked at me and he said, I'll give you 30 days.
Wow.
Yeah. And he gave me 30 days. And I did open houses almost every day of the week. Not quite, but, and it was up to him. He'd tell me, no open house tomorrow. I got something going on. But if you had nothing going on, I did an open house. Now, guess what I learned? I learned that every single day, there are buyers driving up and down streets. Every single day. And by doing open houses, when there were no open houses, I got to meet them. I got 2 buyers off doing open houses every single day. 2 buyers. I also learned that neighbors will walk around and look at a neighbor's house for sale if they can get inside it because they're next. So in a month, I sold the house. In a month, the house sold in the MLS because like a lot of FSBOs, what they're missing is marketing, and that's the MLS. So once I got it in the MLS, agents showed it, and one of them made an offer. So I sold the house, I got 2 buyers, and I listed a neighbor's house who was at my open and saw I sold it. So I had a great learning from that. So the short answer to your question is, I walked in there trying to figure out how to kind of sort of not tell the truth about my situation. And that was a mistake. I should have walked in there being very comfortable with, this is my first listing appointment. I'm just going to tell the truth. And I wasn't walking in there to lie, but I was worried he was going to ask me exactly what he asked me. And how the heck am I going to answer that and not be an idiot? Turns out there was no avoiding it. I answered it truthfully and I looked like an idiot.
But also in turn, what you thought was like your greatest weakness was actually your greatest value proposition, correct?
That's exactly right. My situation mattered hugely to him and he gave me a chance. That's all I needed. And by telling him the truth, I got the chance. And I was prepared to deliver on it. I did those opens every single day. And as they say, there's no looking back from that point.
Yes, sir.
5,600 sales later.
Fantastic. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Yep.
The next question is, you talked a lot about door knocking. How would you handle that in current COVID environment from our agent, Christina?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we are door knocking. We have, I guess y'all do too, we have a scarcity of inventory. And some of our agents are literally defining the property that their buyers want to buy very clearly and doing studies in neighborhoods. And they are door knocking people who have 5 years or longer in their houses. And it's not so much to get a listing appointment, it's to ask them, would they consider selling their home? But the way we're doing it is they have a clear little script and they'll door knock and then back up and get off the porch. So they're 10 or 12 feet away from the front door when it gets open. And they immediately say, you know, my name is Gene Rivers, Keller Williams Realty, the Rivers team. I door knocked you today. I've left a flyer by your door if you can pick that up. We have a client. It's the Johnson family. It's Bob and Mary and their 3 kids. And we've been trying to find a home for them. And we have made offers on 2 properties and lost both of them. They're on a job relocation and these kids need to get settled down prior to school. This has been going on with us prior to school starting, and they're really eager. It's a wonderful family. Here's what Bob is doing for work. Here's what she's doing for work. If you would consider it all moving, now would be a great time to move and you'd have no hassles and you have your home sold. It'll only be a co-broke fee on the sale, so you'll save some money and the Johnsons will get a home. So that's how we're doing it. You need to have a clear presentation about why you're door knocking, and you need to do it at 10 or 12 feet away so people feel comfortable. Some people, you know what's going on. Some people are really comfortable. They'll say, no, come on inside, you know, but we don't want our people to do that. We want them to stay outside and not go inside until they can make an appointment, a formal appointment, and come back properly to evaluate the property. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're inviting neighbors to open houses where we want more listings, and we're doing the same thing. That script I gave you, they're doing the same thing. They're just doing it from 10 or 12 feet away.
Fantastic.
Wearing a mask.
Right. Folks, any more questions? I believe that's all the questions that we have here in the chat. Does anybody have any saved rounds? Any more questions? Are we moving on after the Q&A? To wrap up, or are we already good to go? Let's see. No, and I think we covered all the questions that we had here on the chat.
Are we done? I got somebody asking how you started your career, just popped up on my screen, but I just described that.
Yeah, so Gene, how did you start your career? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, I already told you, my wife and I both quit our careers to go into business together. That was it. For the opportunity, as they say. And the opportunity is real, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely real. All right, I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint again, and we're going to go to the end. So there we are. That's where we left off. Okay, so here's a list of objections. I'm going to kind of run through them. You can stop and ask me about any of these anytime if you want to. You just kind of need to take yourself off mute and speak up. Seller wants his price. Well, Mr. Johnson, when you bought this home, did you care about what the seller wanted? And the answer obviously is no. Seller wants room to negotiate. Mr. Johnson, let me explain something to you. There's only two kinds of negotiating. You can negotiate up or you can negotiate down. If you price it too high, you're going to negotiate down. If you price it at market that I recommend to you, you're going to be negotiating up. Which way do you want to negotiate? Seller wants money for upgrades. You know, I appreciate what you've done, Mr. and Ms. Johnson, and I can see looking around this house that you have made this house exactly right for the two of you. The challenge you've got is there's probably only one couple that will really appreciate everything you've done here, and the problem you've got is they already own the house. So what I'm saying to you is that what you see is a lot of upgrades is real and it costs you money, but the majority of people coming here are going to want to reverse a lot of what you've done because this house is really tailored for just you guys. And it's not tailored for most people. It's wonderful gold felt wallpaper and shag carpet, but that's not what most people are going to want. So what you see as a positive, they're going to see as a deficit, and they're going to be taking off what they will offer you because they're going to have to reverse it. Friend is a realtor. Why am I here? Why am I here? Now, understand if somebody says friend is a realtor, but you're there, what they're saying to you is, I'm not sure I have confidence in my friend, the realtor. So I would encourage you to think about this. So why am I here? Listen, if I'm here, I got to believe because you have a friend who's a realtor that you trust my opinion, but you don't want to lose a friend. So you're caught in kind of a trap. Well, you probably aren't aware of this, so I'm going to share with you. There's not a problem here. I can co-broke this with your friend. So you can hire me and I will be driving the sale of your home. I will be advising you on the pricing, on the strategies, on contracts and negotiations. Your friend can be involved in the sale though as well. They can do the open houses and I will pay them a referral fee. So they'll make money, they'll be involved, and yet I'll be the one in charge. Is that a win-win for you? And by the way, I've done a fair number of those because I'm not at all afraid of doing that. I think that's a really smart thing to do. Seller needs more for the new house. Mr. Johnson, when you bought this house, was that your main concern? How much does the seller need for their new house? I don't think so. Another agent was higher. I got to tell you, Mr. Johnson, the board of realtors is full of people who'll probably tell you even more money than whoever it was that told you higher than I did. But you got to understand something very simply. There are many agents who simply will take a listing at any price because they want a listing. I don't want a listing. I want a referral. I'm not here to list your house. I'm here to sell your house. And that's who you should hire, is somebody who wants to sell it and not list it. And the fundamental issue about that is telling the truth to get it sold. And that's what I'm doing. Your commission is too high. My commission is 6 to 10%. And my commission is not too high. I am absolutely going to incentivize the other agent. You do want, and you do understand, the sale is most likely going to occur from another agent who has a buyer that's a great match for your home, coming to the property and expected to be treated right. And that means from me professionally, but it also means in terms of compensation. So if you do a search, you'll discover that at my fee, I will be offering 3% as a co-broke, which is a solid incentive for agents to bring their buyers to your property. That leaves $3 left over. I'm sure you're aware that brokers get paid in addition to agents. So $1 of the $3 left is going to go to my broker. And $1 is going to go to my business overhead and paying my taxes. And that leaves $1 more for my family. And I will not lower my 6% fee. Do you have any other questions? I'd like you to unbundle your fee. I don't do that. I'm a professional realtor and I treat all clients with equal service, and I will not give varying levels of service. It's a disservice, I believe, to you to unbundle. If you look at the statistics, discount brokerages are not selling and yielding what full service agents are doing for their customers and clients. So I'm committed to helping you get the most money possible in the least time with the least hassle, and unbundling diminishes my ability to do that. Another agent will do it for less. Well, why am I here? It's sold so fast you should lower your fee. Really? Let's think about that. All the years I've got, all the training I've got, all the experience I've got has led me to put you in the market exactly where you sold for more than list price in a short amount of time with seller's terms on the contract, so you'll have no hassle. Now, I worked years to get that quick sale done for you exactly like I got it done. Are you telling me that we would rather say no to this offer and wait 2 months and then get an offer lower than the one we just got? Is that really what you want to do? I think you should pay me a bonus for selling fast. That's the way I feel about it. All right, seller wants to try it for 30 days. Now, by the way, I've had several of these in my career, several. I don't even know how many, but a bunch. And usually they don't tell you up front. Usually they tell you in the middle of the appointment. And I'll just ask for clarification. So if I hear you right, you just told me you want to try it for 30 days first, but after that, I'm going to take over. Is that what I heard you say? You did? Wonderful. So here's what we ought to do. Let's agree you have a timeline, which you already shared with me, and that there's a pain point if you don't move on time. So you basically have 90 days to get this home closed. So you want to try it for 30 days first. And then that'll leave 60 days for me if you don't get the job done to get it closed. I believe that'll work, but here's what we need to do. We need to go ahead and come to an agreement that on the 31st day, I'm fully engaged in getting the job done, because I can't wait a couple of weeks. If you look back at your pre-listing package, there's a graph that says very clearly, you get the best price in about 4 weeks or less. I need a full 4 weeks to make sure we get you the best price. And then it'll take another 4 weeks to get it closed. And that's the fastest it can be done. Ideally, I'm gonna need to get it done in 2 weeks so that you have 6 weeks to close, because today, with the way the vendors are, inspectors, bank approvals, etc., we need 6 weeks. So let's go ahead and do an agreement. And that way I'll go ahead at my cost only, not yours. I'll do all of the prep work. I'll get the photographs. I'll get my materials ready. I'll get the home book built. It'll be yours to market to for 30 days. And then I'll take over immediately. But I need you to go ahead and sign an agreement for me to go comfortable investing the time and the money and producing all the materials I'll need on the 31st day immediately, in order to save you from not hitting your deadline on the end. The second one, the other company has a big name. Is that why you bought this house? Do you even remember 6.5 years ago who the company was on this house when you bought it? I don't think anybody cares about that, Mr. Johnson. They care about the house first and the agent second. Seller wants to talk to attorney first. I completely respect that. Let's get him on the phone right now. What's the point in me talking to you and you talking to him and then him having questions and then you having to contact me and then I tell you and then you call him? Let's just forget all that. Let's get him on the phone right now. By the way, I'm comfortable that I have no problem with them wanting me to talk to their attorney. So if it's a bluff, I'll smoke it out. If it's not a bluff, we'll get the attorney on the phone and I'll answer the questions. Seller wants to interview other agent. Well, we told you we're interviewing. Wonderful, but let me ask you a question. What is it that you're looking for that I haven't provided and more than that? Tell me what's the little missing link here. And normally, there's not a missing link. Normally, they either just want to think it over because some personality profiles are slower to make big decisions and they just want to think it over. And if that's what I start to feel like that's what it is, they say, well, you know, we just want to think it over. I'll say, all right, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and do the paperwork because there might be something else to think over in the paperwork. So let's get it all done. Let's get the paperwork done. And you guys can keep it. You can sign it and keep it. And if you're doing digital, which we are, we can say, let's go ahead and go through it all. And then you'll know exactly what we're dealing with. And then I'll call you, how about 7 o'clock tonight? Because then you'll have had time to think it over and then we'll be ready to get going first thing in the morning. If they say, no, we need to think about it longer than that, then they're probably going to either interview other agents or they're going to be a FSBO and are not telling you the truth of it. Wants to fix up the house before a listing. Well, that's a mandatory for us. When we talk to sellers, we let them know that our idea about the condition of the home is that it's at or above the competitors and it must be in move-in condition, even if the competitors aren't. We need it to be in move-in condition. And I usually say this, Mr. and Ms. Johnson, between your condition improvements and your staging, we want the buyers to come in and say, my gosh, we can just move right in. Don't need to do a thing. That's what we want it to look like. So we're all about that. And today, in today's market, and this varies by boards, but in my market, we can do a coming soon listing. We can literally get it in the MLS and get a sign up for a 2-week period, and then it must go live. So, and we like doing that in a hot market. So we'll tell them, perfect, let's go ahead and do the listing. Let's get it in the market, and then we can do a coming soon campaign, which is almost creating an auction. So on the day it hits live in 2 weeks, your repairs are done, they're gonna come in, it's gonna be beautiful, and they're gonna start throwing down offers. And we will probably have multiple offers and you will get top dollar by doing that. Seller thinks you're too busy. I've actually had this said to me. I've had people say, well, I see all the houses you sell. I think you're kind of too busy, aren't you? And I would smile and say, so I'm not quite sure what you're saying. Are you saying you want to hire an agent who doesn't sell a lot of houses? And they'll usually smile, look back at me. I say, what you need to understand is I'm busy where I need to be busy. And then I have people on my team who are busy where they need to be busy. Because you see, we're a team of experts. A single agent, there are many competent single agents, but a single agent is still out of necessity part-time at almost all the jobs they do. I am a full-time listing agent. I don't do anything else. I don't do the admin function. I don't work with buyers. This is what I do. And I'm an expert at placing property exactly in the market in terms of price and condition and competition, where you get a quick sale for top dollar under seller's terms and no hassles. That's what I do. I have a listing manager who assists in the marketing function to actually drive the traffic that creates what I just described. So we have a specialist who will handle your contract to close, who does approximately 20 contracts a month and is better at closing contracts than any single agent in the marketplace, and way better than I would be if I was handling your paperwork. So what you're getting for no more money than a single agent is a team of experts who know exactly what they're doing. I am not too busy. I am really successful because of being busy, and I have a team of experts. Seller thinks you have not sold in the area before. Again, if you are new or you think this might be an issue, you should have a list of properties that have been sold in the area by your brokerage for the last 12 months, and that would address it. If you don't have that or you're caught off guard, you still can address it. You can say, Mr. Johnson, I hope you understand that in the real estate world, most property is listed by one agent and sold by another. The question is not, have I sold in your neighborhood? The question is, can I strategically position your property through price and condition and the competition where other agents are going to be beating up on each other to buy this property from you? And that I am very skilled at doing. And that's all that really matters. The last one, seller wants to know what is special about you. Well, did you look at the pre-listing package? Everything that's special about me and my team is in there. I think it speaks for itself. And those are objections. So now the appointment is over. And after the appointment, you need to do this. And this is really important, particularly if you're a newer agent. When you're leaving the house and you're standing in the foyer, getting ready to walk out the door, you need to say to them, now, Mary and Bob, here's what will happen tomorrow morning. I'm going to be back over approximately 10 o'clock and put the sign up in the lockbox. I'm going to have to take the key and get a duplicate made tomorrow morning. And I'm going to have to get some initial flyers created from the snapshots I took on my smartphone. And I'm going to have all that done. I'll be over here approximately 10 a.m. If I'm going to be delayed for any reason, like the locksmith is closed unexpectedly or whatever, I will call you and let you know. But I'll be here before 10 a.m. tomorrow. Now, if you don't do that, you know what you're doing. You're not ignoring them at all. You'll be up first thing in the morning, making brochures, getting the key made, getting the sign, getting the lockbox, and go there by 10 a.m. But here's what's going to happen if you don't do that. They'll wake up and look outside and go, it's 7:45 and the sign's not up. And then it'll be 8:30 and they'll be, when are they going to put the sign up? And then it'll be 9 o'clock and they'll be going, I don't understand this. You would have thought for sure they put the sign up first thing in the morning. And by 9:45, they're actually calling you saying, you know, we don't know why we hired you. There's no sign up. There's no lockbox. We don't have any brochures. You said you would take care of everything promptly. And the only problem you did was you didn't set expectations. So you must set expectations about those key activities that are going to happen right away. And then they're not upset. Because if you had told them, they'd be sitting there and they wouldn't even start looking until about 10 a.m. But you're smart as you are. You're going to be there about 9:45 and ringing on their doorbell at 9:50. So you'll actually be a little bit early. And then they'll feel very comfortable. I love it. She does exactly what she says she's going to do. We hired the right agent. That's all about setting expectations. Now, it said stay in constant touch. This is truth. Whether you're a single agent or a team, what a seller wants is communication. You never want a seller to be thinking, how many days since I talked to that agent? They haven't called me. They haven't emailed me. What are they doing to sell my house? You don't ever want that. So, strategically speaking, you should call them with feedback after every showing, even if you can't get feedback and it's a problem getting feedback. You still need to call and tell them, Bob, our automated system has sent out a push to the agent who showed your property and we haven't gotten a response back. We made a phone call, left a voicemail message, haven't gotten a call back. There was another push that came out one day later automatically to that agent and still no response. All I can tell you is based on the lack of response, there's probably no interest. If things change, I'll let you know, but that's where we are today. So call after every showing and then once a week, every single week, and it should typically be a preset day and time, you will call them with the market report. And the market report is going to be what's happened in the last 7 days from your perspective about what you've been doing and what's happened in the market. Now, when you have a seller, you should set them up on an MLS drip, meaning they should see if there's any new listings that hit the neighborhood, if there's anything in the neighborhood that went pending, and if there's anything in the neighborhood that was pending closed, so you can see the price that it closed at. So these are dripped into them during the week. And at the weekly report, you're going to review them. So you're going to review the activities that I've done in the last 7 days, and here's the result. And here's the market situation. Here's the changes that happened in the market in the last 7 days as well. And you're going to either say this is in your favor or this is not in your favor. So if 2 listings went pending and 1 closed and no new listings hit, their competition shrunk. This is in their favor. But if 4 new listings hit the market and only 1 went pending and 1 closed and 1 went back live on the market, this is not in their favor. So you're going to explain all of this to them. And then you're going to talk about in the next 7 days, we're going to continue with the marketing efforts that are ongoing that you're aware of, all of the web activity, all of the push to the agents, etc. But in addition, I'd like to do an open house on Sunday, if that's okay, from 2 to 5 o'clock. So you're going to do this marketing report on a weekly basis every time. You need to start on price issues in the first week. So even if the first week was good, this is wonderful. That's our first week, actually 1 day shy, and you've had 12 showings. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten a contract. So 12 showings looks good and feels good, but not getting a contract, as you recall in the pre-listing package, that's a problem because we are certainly selling other properties. So we're going to be talking about a price reduction probably in a week or less from today. I will watch it. I'm going to do a little bit extra research, so I may call you early and say, I've done the research and we definitely are selling other houses and we need to lower the price. So you've already discussed that in the pre-list package with them. Don't forget that. And then progress reports. When you send them the progress report and it's the compilation of all the data you talk to them about, you should keep a running tally of how much money you've spent on their behalf. And you got to understand who you are. If you're trying to make $100,000 a year in real estate, your hourly rate is $50 an hour. If you're trying to make $200,000, your hourly rate is $100 an hour. If I go over and show their property to 3 people on sign calls, it's an hour each time. That's $100 each time. That's $300 spent this week just on my time showing their property. In addition to that, you have your overhead, which is 20% if you're a single agent, as much as 50 or 60% if you're a larger team. And you've got an overhead expense. Every week, you've got an overhead that's spent. We spend 200 grand a year. You divide that by 50 weeks. It's $4 grand a week we're spending. With the 4 grand, break it down to 20 listings. We can easily document we've allocated this much money in this past week to the sale of your home, etc. When we started doing that, people stopped asking us, what are you doing to sell my home? And there's a running total. So they keep saying we're spending more and more and more. And we're not making it up. It's real money because time equals money, as well as hard money. And then benchmark your successes, meaning if you do something and you get a pop in activity, make sure they understand that. This open house, 14 visitors, great job on promotion, great success. We have 2 potentials. They're both working with agents, but I'm talking to the agents right now. Hopefully we'll get a contract. And then we've talked about the rest of it. Whoop, what's going on here? There we go. Marketing of listings. We discussed in the very beginning of the day that one of the powers of being seller-based is listings tend to drive leads to you, and they definitely do. So this is about the issues in and around you doing your job for the seller and you benefiting from doing your job for the seller. And by that, I mean what the seller wants you to do, what the seller needs you to do is get as many probable buyers for their home as possible to be aware and come and see the house. Now, you and I know only one will buy it, but people that come to their house, whether it's come to it through the internet or come to it through a sign call or come to it to an open house, those people, when they find out something about the house that's not right, those people can be converted and you can sell them something else. So it's parallel needs. What the seller needs you to do and what you need are parallel tracks. The seller needs people that are candidates for their house. You need a flow of buyers and sellers to get leads from. And that's what happens. So what sells, and I could change that and say what attracts buyers. And it is the best value. It is not the lowest price. It is the best value. So when you understand what the best value is in your pricing consideration, and we discussed this earlier today in two different ways, but when you understand what the best value is, then you're always highlighting what sets this house apart. And at this price, with that highlight, it's a bargain. It could be all the other houses are evenly, the two competing houses are evenly priced with my house, but mine has double the size outdoor area around the deck or the patio, twice the size of those other two houses. And that's worth more money. Or they have more storage space in the attic. That's worth more money. You can add up 3 or 4 things, but value is essentially what do I get for my money? And you need to understand what it is. I mentioned this kind of a personal example. My wife and I have just sold our big house. We built a large home, our custom floor plan. It's not at all common in Florida. In fact, it's really, really not generally a good idea, but we built a home on the top of a hill on a lake. It's a little over an acre. And being a hilltop in Florida, you can do a walkout basement. And when you can do a walkout basement, behind the basement, you can have a wine cellar. And that's what I wanted. And that's what we built because I'm a wine collector. So my wine cellar was 46 feet long and it was 14 feet underground. And it was perfect, separate heating and cooling for humidification control and temperature control. But we also built it for our big family, 4 kids. So we have 5 bedrooms, we have 7 bathrooms, we have 2 home offices. That's for Rebecca and I to each have. So we built this home for us, that's my point. Big house, over 5,000 feet. And so when we went to sell it, we have this home with lots of things that aren't particularly common in the marketplace. So my wife and I had a lot of conversations about it. So we discussed the pricing and it was either here or here, here or here. And we knew that we were going to put it out there. Again, the gray area, right? We're going to shoot for this. And we took our own advice. And if it doesn't sell in 10 days, we're going to go to that. And we did a lot of calculations. So we put it out there and it's a very unusual and expensive home for my market. So we didn't expect a lot of traffic, but we actually had 6 showings in 10 days, which for what it is, that was more than we expected. So the response was good, but we didn't get any offers. So then in 10 days, we took it down 1 notch to that price and it sold for full price at that price. And we had a backup offer. So we were trying to guesstimate the value of a wine cellar, the value of having a 3rd garage. We had 2 separate garages and another one that we made a workshop. And we weren't sure about the value of that. We weren't sure about the value of the extra home office. We weren't sure the value of 2 of the 7 bathrooms. So we had to play with this. But at the end of the day, for what the buyer paid, by the way, it closed last Friday, so I'm feeling really good about this. But for what the buyer paid, it was great value. But I'm sure they undervalued in their mind some of the things we had high value on. They didn't have a lot of value on, but they figured, what the heck? Anyway, so what makes a buyer buy? It's fear of loss. Buyers don't buy because they really like it. Buyers buy because they feel if they don't buy it, someone else will. And that's exactly what happened to the second jump down, the first price adjustment. The buyers who came then knew that at that price, if they didn't buy it, somebody else would. And like I said, we had a backup buyer for that property. And sure enough, if they didn't buy it, someone would. And because we did it the way we did it, it was on our terms and it was easy closing, not difficult. All right, bracketing, watch your price. We've talked about that. 100 to 200, don't be just under 150, be at 150. 300 to 400. Don't be at, 347, be at 350. I'm not kidding. Be at 350 or be at 3.25. Don't be at 347. Make up your mind, be one or the other. But when you're at 347, you're giving up all that potential upside. So yeah, don't get into groups. Don't be one of 20 houses in a price grouping. Move it. And then focus on your differences in your marketing. Only home with a 500 square foot patio in the neighborhood. Only home with this kind of view out of the back door. Whatever it is, find a unique element that no other property has, if at all possible. Original builder's model home, and that could have been 40 years ago. Remember that part about collecting data as far back as you can about a home? The data matters. Yeah, and then attracting what works. The internet works. Yard signs work. Open houses work. And if you're not doing open houses, you should definitely be doing virtual open houses. Those work. And I mean, hundreds of people will show up. All right, more marketing. Where do buyers come from? Now, this is a way of thinking about buyers to drive your activities. Buyers definitely come from other agents. No question about this. So you need to understand that. Your job, therefore, is to try and stimulate other agents to show and sell the listing for your seller. And you do this when you put it in the MLS, and in a hot seller's market, which you have, that generally takes care of it. But I think you should also do more than that. I think you should send a push message, the full brochure or the full video or multiple photos or whatever, to any agents who have listed or sold. They didn't have a listing, but they had the buyer who listed or sold in that neighborhood in the last 12 months. It is very logical to think that an agent who sold here before could possibly have another buyer for the same area, because most agents live and work in the same area, or they work in the same area routinely. So that's something you shouldn't ignore. And when you do that, be sure you, if at all possible, get them to Caravan or come to a broker's open to be aware of the property. I don't have any interest in doing a broker's open for the entire board. And most of them historically simply come to get free lunch and chat with other agents. And I don't have a problem with that. I just don't want to do that. But I do want to invite people, agents who have sold, listed or sold in this neighborhood, to a private viewing of my brand new listing. The web, it's command, ladies and gentlemen. You need to be utilizing that tool, command, and use either the smart plans or the campaigns to constantly be promoting your new listings all the time. I'd recommend videos on Instagram and or YouTube. I'd recommend you do postings on Google, do pay-per-click ads, small dollar ads on Google and on Facebook. I would also consider doing it on LinkedIn. But there's no question what is happening with command is astounding. It's just remarkable how well it's going. If you don't know the numbers, just here's a little bit for you to think about. The second quarter of this year, just the second quarter, and that's the quarter of April and May, which were not good due to the COVID shutdown. But in the second quarter, in command, 773,000 leads were generated. 773,000 leads were generated. And because they're all through command, AI command knows what campaigns were used, what smart plans were used. They know where the ads were put. They know what was spent on those ads. And the per dollar cost for those 770,000 plus leads was $1.17. And this is amazing lead generation opportunities for you. Further, the contacts that are in command through the second quarter of this year are 55 million. 55 million contacts. Do you understand that's 1/6 of the United States population? This is an amazing number, an amazing number. Command is working. Not everything is making everybody completely happy. I don't care. I never had a tech tool that was perfect. Never. And I've been in this 32 years. So I can tell you for a fact, if you come too late to this party, it's going to cost you, because agents are utilizing Command's marketing functions and taking market share from agents who aren't playing that game. Anyway, yard signs, still a powerful tool. Be sure you play the rider game. Put riders, we talked about this morning, put riders up that make different offerings and vary those, and you'll get more leads. Open houses, we've talked about virtual open houses. The neighbors, that's the 20 by 20 by 20. That is the circle prospecting or door knock campaign concept. And again, it can be mail, call, or see. Your database, absolutely your database. If it's big enough, it'll generate a constant stream of opportunities for you based on responding to listings. And then obviously referrals, and then the 3 to 5 mile box. I find this is very, very rarely utilized by agents, but it is your service to a seller, and it will generate leads for you as well. And the 3 to 5 mile box is about this. According to migratory patterns, the Census Bureau, people who move tend to move in a 3 to 5 mile box. If they're not moving out of town, they tend to move in a 3 to 5 mile box. They live where they live, whether they own or rent. They live where they live because of proximity to work, church, faith, in other words, or school or family, but they live where they live their lives. So they're not going to go far away from that. In fact, large-scale developers will plan subdivisions where they have small townhomes or small single-family homes, and then they'll have growing family homes, slightly larger, and then they'll have the move-up section in the golf course community, and then they'll have the second move-up section on the golf course, and then they'll have the luxury with the state home sections, and then they'll have the downsized community. And they'll do all of this inside one master plan development, because people will move within a 3 to 5 mile box. So you need to realize that the day you list a property, imagine saying this to a seller. If you hire me, Mr. and Ms. Johnson, in 24 hours, I'm going to deliver to you a list of 8 to 10 probable buyers of your property with their name and their address. And if no other agent has made that offer to you, you need to consider what I know about this business. And that offer is done very simply. The research says most buyers move up in a ratio of 2 to 1, meaning somebody selling a $300,000 house is probably going to buy a $500,000 or $600,000 house. So when you have a $500,000 or $600,000 listing, you need to realize a probable buyer is in a 3 to 5 mile box and they have their house for sale. So when you find a neighborhood where the average houses are 250 to 3, and you're selling a home that's 500,000, you can find those neighborhoods around you in a 3 to 5 mile box. You need to send the full property brochure by mail to all of those addresses. And there might be 20 or 25, but you should deliver a list of names and addresses of probable buyers. And it's simply because they have their homes for sale. And if they're moving locally, I guarantee you they're looking at your property. They're going to be looking at your property. Sellers love that, by the way, when you deliver that list. They've never had an agent do that. Okay. Open house signs. Realize that in today's world, when buyers are out there looking for property, and they're looking first on the internet, they will be ruling houses out. So they want to be in that neighborhood where your listing is, but they already looked at it online and ruled it out. It's too big, it's too small, it's too much money, doesn't have the right feature, whatever. But they've ruled it out. So now they drive by your open house sign and they don't stop. Remember, we ruled that one out? Oh, yeah. They ruled it out. You need to have an open house sign when you do an open like this. So in other words, this is a full-size yard sign separate from your yard sign with the open house rider. You need to have this sign. Free maps, information on all open houses, all homes for sale, info on the neighborhood, info on other areas, free buying guide, free qualifying and bank rate lock-in. You need to change that and put free loan, no cost, no fees. That's Keller Mortgage. A relocation package, sell to buy discounts, new construction information. So here's the point. They don't want the house, but this sign might be offering something they do want, like a buying guide, like a bank rate lock-in, like a relocation package. So now this gives them reasons to stop. And all because you have this sign up and realize this works. People will stop and ask you. And it's so funny. Our experience is a lot of people will open the door and not step in, and they'll just say, do you have a relocation package available? Is that true? And then you just have to invite them in and say, come on in. Don't say yes or no. By the way, don't have them there. You don't need them there. Tell them you'll get them one. Say, yes, we do. We don't bring them here. They're bulky, but we'll certainly get you one. And then you set a time to do what? Meet. So you get to grab their contact information and set a time in the next day or two to get them their relocation package. If you don't have a relocation package, you need to get one. In the very beginning, we were talking, Aaron and I, and you all have in-migration. And those people want to know, what about schools, parks, recreation, hospitals, transportation, shopping, all of that. And that's what's in a relocation package. That will be bait on Facebook or on Google big time for people that are moving into your area. Okay. So marketing listings, kind of summarize this. People will approach your listing because they want to be in that neighborhood. And these are the ways you reach them: yard signs, open houses, 10 by 10 by 10s, the web, just listed, mailers, database, social media, or they have a city orientation. People are moving there from Manhattan. They're just moving there. They're not sure where they're going to end up. You'll find them on the web, magazines, open house ads, etc. Relocation, again, the web. You'll notice the web is everybody. Relocation magazine, corporate leads, and then investors. So if you don't get the listing, you need to grow. Always, 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 always call the seller when you realize, and a lot of times they don't call and tell you, you need to track it. And when you see that they listed with another agent, you need to call them and simply ask them, but first congratulate them. So it's, hey, Marge, this is Gene Rivers, Keller Williams Realty again. I see you listed with Tom Smith over at XYZ Realty. Congratulations, Tom's a good agent. I was wondering, since I invested the time to come out and talk to y'all, if I could ask just one small favor. Is that okay? And they'll almost always say yes. I say, could you tell me what it was that Tom brought to the table that was the tipping point for you? Can you share that with me, please? Because I'd certainly like to improve my value proposition. And generally speaking, they will tell you something, and you need to pay attention to it. You need to pay attention and be cordial and be nice. And you can say, you cannot solicit that listing now, it's gone, but you can say, well, in the future, if I can ever be of service, don't hesitate to call me. And that's it. If that person doesn't do their job just because you call for feedback and we're very cordial and congratulatory, and realize why that matters. A lot of people feel guilty that they invited you out, they invited somebody else out, they hired somebody else, and they feel bad about you because you were kind of nice. Remember, you were number two. You didn't end up being number one, but you're number two, and they feel bad that you're not number one. So when you call them and you're cordial and nice and congratulate them, you take that little sting away that they're a little embarrassed when you called. And now they'll be much more comfortable if the other person doesn't work out and they end up departing, ending that listing, you might get the call right away because you were so nice. If it doesn't sell, why not? So if you got the listing, but it didn't sell, you need to figure that out. Particularly in a seller's market, that is not good that you missed the mark. And it's not an unsolvable problem. Again, Aaron and I early on this morning, we're talking about this. Even in the hot seller's market, if you have a listing that's not selling, you got to understand this. Price is always a solution. So if you've got it at 400 and it's not sold, well, if you dropped it to 300, I bet it'd sell in a heartbeat. So your challenge is, okay, where is the number? Where is the number it needs to be at? And it's never anything like an automatic 2% reduction or some baloney like that. There is a number, and it's more or less about brackets that you need to figure out. Figure it out. And don't forget to do exit surveys with your sellers so that you can find out about the feedback. You sold it, so generally speaking, they're going to give you 2 thumbs up, but you're not perfect. So if there is something that I need to work on, you need to know what it is. And then build on your systems, and then it just keeps growing. This is a seller survey form. I'll include this in what Aaron gets to give you. It simply is a rating of 1 to 5, kind of like a seller concern sheet. And it just asks them, you can take this and change the questions the way you want them to be, but this works really well for us. So we're near the end here, at least of the PowerPoint. So here's 8 traits that create seller success. Number 1, are you driven by a big why? Do you want a life worth living? How big do you define that? And I'm going to tell you right now, a life worth living will not be yours if you work more than 40 to 50 hours a week. And we already discussed, if you're 50 to 60% seller based, you will get time back in your life instead of being primarily buyer based. So that's really important. And then number 2, listings drive more leads for you that will help you make a lot more money and potentially grow your business. Once you have a 1-3-5 for how many listings you need to sell to have your life worth living, and I don't care if it's 30, 60, 120, or 240, there's a plan to do that in 40 to 50 hours a week. I'll say it again. You can sell 30 houses, 60, 120, or 240 in 40 to 50 hours a week if you have the right business plan. And you simply need to follow our training and our models, and you can do that. Number 2, you need a time block. For things to get done, time has to be put into them. So you got to get clear that the things you want to get done need to have a time block to do them. And this means you're going to have a focus on the difference between the 20 and the 80 of your job, and the 20 will show up on a 411 as a tracking tool for success. And you'll have a time block that shows where you spend your time on the 20. And having said all that, it means on your calendar, if I looked at your calendar, I would see you have about 6 hours of an 8-hour day blocked out. 6 hours, 5 days a week, 6 hours of an 8-hour day are blocked out. You know what you're supposed to be doing, and you do it. Number 3, committed to practice and coaching. That's bold, that's ignite, that's very training. That is peer partnering. Peer partnering and coaching are equally powerful. For more successful agents, coaching is better than peer partnering because it's a specific schedule and specific responsibilities. Peer partnering, the busier you get, the less time you have for peer partnering. Number 4, energy. 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 My wife and I are committed to building energy every day. It's rare that we're not up, and we usually do 4 miles plus or minus every single morning. And I add to that some resistance, and so does she. You've got to understand that exercise, diet, and rest, I'll say it again, exercise, diet, and rest are how you build energy. And if you don't focus on building energy, you won't have enough energy to really, truly build an empire, if that's what you want. but you do need to do it. And there's a quantum leap energy plan you should follow. And it's what I follow. And I teach Quantum Leap. It's my favorite course. And one of the main reasons is it taught me about my disciplines, my 6 disciplines, and the habits that I need to focus on. And I am nowhere near mastery, but I understand the path and I understand the plan. And that's what I do. Masterminds and Mega Camp. We just had Mega Camp. I hope you were there. Thirst for knowledge. I love Gary Keller and this company. And a big reason is when I first met him, there were 3,600 agents in KW. Even then, it was his thirst for knowledge about how the industry worked, which just a few years later created the Red Book, and ongoing all the way through right now with Mega Camp. We got to realize the learning they've got just right now up to date on what's working on social media, on what's working in technology, on the thinking about our business going forward into the future. It's just amazing. Great tools. We've discussed a bunch of tools. Being organized, again, the 411, the time block, and a project list. And then give and get a mastery feeling. This is a little vague and a little hard to explain, but when you sit down with the seller should feel like this person is really in charge of their craft. You may or may not be at mastery, but they certainly need to feel like you are in charge of your craft. The best way to give that impression with the seller is the pre-listing package. The pre-listing package makes a statement about your craft, your knowledge, your insight, your organization, your systems, your thinking. It's all right there. And when you do that, it boils down to, did you get the package? You did? Did you review it? Did you do the paperwork? Awesome. Let's sit down and review the paperwork. And that person feels like they're dealing with a confident professional. And that's what you want to give people. And along with that, you gain the freedom to say, no. Do you have any other questions? Well, I thought your fee was negotiable. It is 6 to 10%. Would you like to pay 7? I'm fine with that. I was thinking 6, but 7 sounds good. No, we were thinking 5. Well, then let's settle on 6. Now let's move on. Next question. When you move through the conversation like that, clearly, calmly, and forcefully, objections tend to fade because people want to feel like, I'm going to get what I'm paying for. I wanted 5, but I know I'm going to have to pay 6 to get this person. But it feels like, I think it's going to be worth it. And they'll pay it, but they got to feel that. And you give people clear advice always. So here's the summary. And hopefully you've got some final questions for the Q&A. You want to become a brand name. The best way to become a brand name is to get signs up in yards in the area you want to focus on. And I'm not kidding. That is the best way for you to build a brand name, is signs up with your name and face on them in neighborhoods you want to do business. Be relentless to learn what works. I just applaud all of you. Those of you particularly that are still here, that have been here through the whole day. This is what it looks like to be relentless to learn what works. You attend training and you take it regularly. Your challenge is implementation. Your challenge is, what are you going to do with this stuff? If you don't have a pre-list package, you need to start working on that in 7 days or less. And again, they're downloadable. They're online. They're done in KW Connect, but you need to get to work on that right away. That's the most important thing for you to work on based on what we've talked about today. If you do have that, you might need to strengthen it a little bit. But the most important thing for you to work on, if you already have a pre-list package, is either your presentation at the table, but if your conversion rates are 70% or higher, then it would be your strategies. Where am I going for sellers? How many appointments am I actually getting? It would be your lead gen plan and your strategy to get that done. Build your profitability and have fun and enjoy yourself. So, ladies and gentlemen, Whoever's going to be my monitor, let's stop sharing. Woohoo. And let's talk about what's on your mind. What are your final questions? Any ahas? What you got? What you got?
Folks, any questions for Gene before we conclude? Jen Much has a question. He said, do you ever do rentals? Do you approach the marketing the same way, or any tools / guidance that you find more successful?
You mean, do we take on rental properties to rent?
Yes, sir.
We do, but only with our past clients in Sphere. We do that for them, but we typically focus on sales. So we do them as a service, right? And it's not a small thing. In the downturn in Florida, 08, 09, 010, 11, 12, we had a lot of people who weren't short sale candidates and who couldn't bring money to the table that were forced. The last option was, because they couldn't stay, was rented. So we were renting a lot of property back then just to help people. And the good news is, on average, it was about 5 years later, they were able to sell at or above what they paid for their homes in 03, 04, and 05 at the top of the market. So it became a source of listings for us to actually rent property for people that were distressed. And we saw all of that coming. It's not that we're geniuses. We just knew if we helped them avoid foreclosure and they could, make the payments with the rent income and maybe a little extra on top of it if they had to, we knew a point would come in the future where they would be able to sell it and break even or better. And that's exactly what happened. So, but no, it's not a big part of my business. Now,
Chris
I
asks,
own a lot of rental property, so it's a big part of my personal business.
yes, sir.
And I like being my own client.
Chris Kichoki asks, where do you see the economy and real estate market going on in the next 2 years?
If I really felt comfortable with a solid, clear vision, I'd probably go make some big bets in Vegas. But if you're at Mega Camp, you heard Gary and Jay talk about it. We all got hit hard, and our economy got hit hard with the shutdown, and millions of people lost their jobs right away. You know that. But then there was a big stimulus package that got passed, and it softened that blow significantly. But now that the forbearance is over, and now that the PPP money is over, and now that Congress has not passed an additional stimulus package, we're going to have businesses closing very steadily going forward, very steadily. The Restaurant Association of America has stated very emphatically that approximately 30 to 40% of all the restaurants that existed January 1st of this year are going to be gone before the end of this year. And that is going to be an economic calamity all over this nation. Now, the underside is ugly, but the backside of that is going to do something that Gary Keller talked about with Jay, and that is the redistribution of wealth. Because if 40% of the restaurants go under, that did not change the number of mouths that exist in the country and the number of meals people will eat. So that will create opportunities for new restaurateurs to come into the marketplace. That will mean new businesses get built and realize they'll be able to rent restaurant space without doing any build out. Opening a restaurant is extremely expensive. So there will be no build out. The landlords will be desperate for tenants, so they'll get low rents, and all of a sudden you'll have very profitable, very busy restaurants opening back up. Now, this will be when the pandemic is, quote, unquote, under control. So what I see, I think the projections for next year in the housing industry, which Gary talked about, are to be about the same volume as this year. And if that's true, that's a strong year, because this is going to end up at a 5 million plus year, 5.3, 5.6 million maybe units. And that's a record strong year, just like 2019. So if we can just stay flat as far as housing goes, I think we'll be fine. But the rest of the economy actually might continue to go down if more and more people are unemployed and more businesses go under. You all are very familiar. I mean, I hope you're watching the news intently, the business news, not that other news. The other news is crazy. But the business news, Huge chains are going under steadily. Steinmart went out last week. They're gone. Penny's is already gone. I mean, gone. They're dead and buried. And they're folding right and left. Malls, shopping malls are going to need to be repurposed. There'll be so many retailers that are gone. They're going to end up, I think, being mixed-use projects where you'll see lofts or other kinds of housing being built inside what were pure shopping malls because of the location and the lack of inventory. That's a match made in heaven. So again, there's going to be a redistribution of wealth through all industries, including real estate. And right now with Command, there's a high probability there'll be a redistribution of wealth from other brokerages and tech companies like Zoom to Keller Williams agents. And that is a powerful thing to consider. How powerful the promise of Command is and its ability to deliver is becoming more and more real every single day. So I really do think we have the chance to take market share from our agents. You know, you look at what our competitors are looking like. RE/MAX had a horrendous second quarter of the year, horrendous. Their stock is down. They lost market share. They had a horrendous year. Compass, SoftBank's pulled out funding. That was the bulk of their capital. They stopped growing. They're only growing in markets they already exist in. They got about 17,000 agents. Their big buying agent days are gone, at least temporarily, unless they can secure some more funding. Realogy, the stock in Realogy has gone down 70% in 2 years, 70%. So we are truly poised to take significant shares of this industry, meaning redistribute wealth. And I'm all about that. How about y'all? Are you all about that? I'm all about that. I'm okay with that. We can just gut them like a fish.
Fantastic. We have another question from Camilla. What is the service you use for capturing leads you get from sign writers?
Oh, it's just texting. Just texting. Yep. You put up a sign writer, new to town, relocation package, free. Text this number. It's just texting. You just got to get some phone numbers and attach texting to them. That's all. It ain't no fancy service, baby. Somebody respond to the text.
Question from Lingola. What is your source for scripts?
Source for scripts?
Yes, sir.
32 years in the trenches. That's my source for scripts. 32 years in the trenches. All kidding aside, none of y'all should be starving for scripts. You should download the MREA Scripts catalog. There's 2 of them. Each one, if you print it, each one is about that thick. If you put them on your bookshelf, it'll be like that. And they're all cross-indexed. So if you look up FSBOs, I think it's like 3 columns of FSBO scripts. FSBO used an agent. FSBO house is empty. FSBO still occupies. I mean, there's all these, and each one of those categories, there's like 2 or 3 scripts usually for each scenario. So there's just tons and tons of scripts. And all those scripts came from all the MREA agents who've been interviewed by Gary and Jay over years. And they keep coming up with new scripts in bold and in other training classes we have. But if you really look at it, there really aren't any new scripts to speak of. There's just restatement of older scripts in a modern tongue. That's all. And some of the most powerful scripts haven't changed at all. Like, no. Next question.
Your number one priority.
No. Next question. Well, I thought it was negotiable. I don't know what part is not clear. No, unless you want to go to 7.
Fantastic, Gene. Next question is your number one priority for a new agent today.
Say that again.
Your number one priority for new agents today.
For new agents?
Yes, sir.
Get on the phone and talk to at least 10 people a day and develop a timeline for when are they going to buy, when are they going to sell, or when are they going to refer you. And work on that. And your goal as a new agent should be learn to get 1 appointment a week. As a new agent, the big hurdle for you to overcome is steady appointments. without steady appointments, you won't have steady income. Without steady income, NAR says you'll be in and out of the industry. It is steady income, and steady income means one closing a month minimum. If you have one closing a month because of your average price, what's your average price there? 300, 350? Somebody tell me, what's your average?
Around 500, Gene.
500? Oh my God. 500? Shut the back door. So with one closing a month, almost everybody, right, can pay their bills, right? So if you don't have any money to pay your bills, you get into trouble. So you need one closing a month. Well, how does that work? If you have one appointment a week, that's 4 for the month. The conversion rates that we've studied in MREA 1 and 2 are very clear. 70% of appointments should list. So 4 appointments, 3 listings, and 70% of listings should close by our seller, and that's 2 closings. We don't always get to close 2 closings because they don't appraise, or the finance doesn't come through, or the seller gets, or the buyer gets cold feet, right? But that should guarantee at least 1 closing a month. So 1 appointment a week should guarantee 1 closing a month, and you get to stay in the business and you get to grow because you have a profit. And that's the most important thing for single agents to learn to do.
Fantastic. Any more questions, guys? For Gene, any questions? We're good to go.
No questions? We're going to be done about 10 minutes early.
You blew our minds all day today, Gene.
What's that?
You blew our minds. You blew my mind that I'm not even a realtor yet. So this is awesome. This is a really fantastic session.
Well, that's very kind of you to say. You do know your name tag is Patricia.
Well, yeah, she, essentially she's my mentor and she's my overseer. So,
I've seen Patricia on 3 different boxes on this. Like,
we have several Zoom accounts going all over the market center.
get some help with those multiple personalities you got there, Patricia.
Hello, Jim.
There we go. Hello there.
You're from my office. Thank you for being here.
All right. Well, I hope you all take and implement. That's my final thought for you. And everything here will work. You just have to implement. So get out there, be safe, be safe. I don't think COVID's done with us. Be safe, be safe. Don't get careless. And sell houses, baby.
That's right.
See you later.